Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Chief Kirk Haynes. I'm one of the board members of the Board of State and Community Corrections. Co-chair of the Executive Steering Committee for our Title 15 and Title 24 regulations revisions program. And I want to say welcome to all of you who are here with us this morning, and also those of you who are joining us via our online feed. Thank you so much for all of your anticipated participation as well. And so first I want to just acknowledge and thank all of the ESC members for being here this morning. Good to see everybody. I know it's been a few months since we haven't had a chance to get together. I did also want to say thank you to Roberto Luno. He's the co-chair for our executive steering committee. He unfortunately couldn't be here this morning today. So we just want to make sure that we have some good thoughts and prayers out for Roberto and for all that he's dealing with right now. So I just want to say that we're going to, push forward and have a lot of good productive work that we're going to get done here today. What I'd like to do before we get going is to let's have the executive steering committee. I'd like us to just kind of go around the table to reintroduce ourselves. It's been a few months, and I think even some folks online may not be familiar. So I'm gonna just ask as we go around the table to introduce yourself, who you represent, and then we'll go from there. And I'll start with myself. I'm Kirk Haynes, Chief Probation Officer in Fresno County, and like I said, a BSCC board member. And I'm gonna start to my right with Director Lucero.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Lucero, the Director of the Office of Youth and Community Restoration. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jane Holliday Goldman, formerly of the National Center for Child Traumatic Stress and currently jobless. I'm about to be the director of the Santa Monica UCLA Rape Treatment Center and Stewart House.
Okay, congrats.
Marguerite Harris, Chief Deputy Probation Officer out of San Luis Obispo County, and I oversee the programs within the Juvenile Hall in San Luis Obispo.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Amanda Yoakum, and I am a Chief Mental Health Clinician, IE Program Manager for San Joaquin County Behavioral Health. I'm one of the managers at San Joaquin County Children and Youth Services, and I oversee our mental health services in the San Joaquin County Juvenile Justice Center and other duties as assigned.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Richard, and I am the Chief Probation Officer for the County of El Dorado.
Morning, everyone. Catherine Aaron, Assistant Superintendent over Student Programs and Services at the San Luis Obispo County Office of Education, and that includes the Juvenile Court School located inside the Juvenile Hall.
Morning, everybody. Issa Eman-Kraus, Chief Probation Officer, Contra Costa County.
Good morning. My name is Meredith Desatel. I have been a civil rights attorney for 15 years, advocating on behalf of people who have been impacted by the criminal, legal, and juvenile delinquency system. I'm a directing attorney at the Youth Law Center, where we believe in centering the expertise of directly impacted youth and their families.
Good morning, everyone. Kalisa Rochester. I'm the Chief Probation Officer from Merced County.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Allison Ganter. I'm a Deputy Director here at the Board of State and Community Corrections. Also just heard from Danny King. They'll be here as soon as they can be. Thank you all for joining us. I just wanted to point out our fabulous BSCC staff we have over here. We have Ginger and Amanda and Howie and Matt and Lindsay. And I'll ask Katie Howard to introduce herself as well. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I'm Katie Howard. I'm the Executive Director here at the BSCC. My colleague, Erin McGuire, our General Counsel, is en route and will be here in about 30 minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone indulging me in that. Also, I just want to remind those of you who are here as well. We do have some materials there in the back of the room for you. And then also, if you are online, you can go to the Board of State and Community Corrections website, and you can find all the materials that we'll be talking about this on today in regard to the Title 15 and 2024 regulation revisions. Okay. And so we're going to get going right now and just go through a little bit of some housekeeping things just so that we can stay on track today. So today, the review, what we're going to be doing is reviewing and propose revisions to the remaining Title 15 regulations, including the 1302 section of definitions. And so in addition to where we're going to start today is at section 1371, so that you can follow along. And then we'll be finishing Article 6 and 7, the definitions, and then, of course, the Title 24 regulations as well. And it's my hope that we really be as efficient as we can today. And then the other thing that we'll be doing is talking about what we'll be doing about work groups for sections Article 8, 9, 10 through 12, and those are medical, mental health, food, environmental health, and education. So we'll talk a little bit more about what that, Allison will talk way more detail about how we'll go through that process of populating those work groups in order to get that work done, which will not happen at the ESC level. So I did want to just share that. And then I think the last thing that I would want to just share, and Allison is gonna talk a lot more about this, but in order to really take advantage of the time that we have together, because it's really important that we try to be, like I said, moving as quickly as we can, but as thoroughly as we can as well. But we really want to avoid having to do drafting language at the table today. There'll be an opportunity, and Allison's going to talk a lot more about what that process is going to look like as we do draft language, as we have suggestions that will come to the table. But we are certainly looking for your ideas, your thoughts, and then we're going to really lean in on staff to do the drafting part. But we're going to provide guidance and direction to staff as the needs and as what we want to have worked on in between meetings, so that the next time we come back, then we can have that work product ready for us to review at a later date. But I'm going to ask Allison to go ahead and take it from here, and we'll keep on moving.
Thank you so much. Again, welcome everybody. Just a couple of housekeeping items. The restrooms keep going until you hit the wall, turn left. The code is 1903 pound. I think it's on the wall somewhere. I tend to forget it. Somebody will remember it, hopefully. There's snacks and coffee and water up here for our members. We will take breaks throughout the meeting. Obviously, please feel free to get up if you need to take a break. I wanted to add a few notes about our community members on Zoom. We have changed how we're conducting our public meetings on Zoom, and we want to really ensure that our meetings are organized and stay on track, and that everybody has fair opportunity to comment. So people that want to comment will need to raise their hand or dial *9 to join the public comment queue when called upon to speak, just as in the past. You'll be asked to unmute your mic. During the meeting, people on Zoom will not be able to unmute their microphones. The chat feature is also disabled at this time. However, there is an email address, regulations@bscc.ca.gov. Anything can be emailed there. Staff have the ability to post questions and answers or links of import. So I just wanted to let everybody know about that change. For our members, and I forget this too, please speak as close to the mic as possible so everybody not only in the room but also on Zoom can hear you. A couple of things about our agenda. We all of the members, and then there's some handouts back there. There is a meeting outline that we posted in advance of the meeting so people can follow along and just have an idea of what each agenda item looks like. So just a quick overview of the day. In a few minutes, we'll do a brief process update. We'll talk about our plan for public participation in the meeting. Then we'll talk about our plan for subject matter expert work groups. Then we'll get into the work, reviewing the remaining regulations, commenting, proposing revisions, those sorts of things. And then we'll provide summary and next steps. And then again, at the end of the meeting, we will have another period of time for public comment. Is there any questions from members about the agenda today? The other thing that was handed out to everybody, and we also have copies in the back, we'll also post this on our website as soon as possible. We have a little juvenile Title 15 regulation revisions timeline so people can follow along, and then outline the 3 years. The end of 2023 and 2024 haven't yet happened. So a lot of the activities that are going to happen are anticipated. We don't know exact dates, but we tried to plug in a few dates so that people can visualize what we're working on and how we're working through them. This might change. I want to be really clear that we have to go through another agency's process to finalize regulations. So this is just an information item. You can see that we're here in August of 2023, and you can see, what's coming next. At the end of the meeting, we'll spend more time talking about next steps. We'll have a little bit more context to go through that, but I wanted people to see that we have this visual tool right there. Any other questions before I move to the plan for public comment? Great. So we will have several opportunities for public comment throughout this meeting. We are going to have public comment at the close of the discussion of each article. So that's 4 separate opportunities before the end of the meeting when we'll have open public comment. So again, after Article 6, when we close, we'll have an opportunity for public comment. We'll have 2 minutes per commenter. Again, after Article 7, after definitions in Title 24. So I want people to understand when the members are talking, if we're not done with the article, we're not going to have, we're going to entertain that public comment at the end of that article. So again, the purpose of public comment is to seek input on the work that's being done and the regulations that are being discussed in this meeting. So we're asking that comments are focused on the work that this ESC is doing. And oh, bless you. Additionally, all of the dots on this timeline also represent another opportunity for public comment. So I just want to make sure that people understand that there are all of these opportunities for public comment in the future. We'll go over in detail how we'll work through public comment. We'll take the people who are in the room first and then move to Zoom, and I'll go through the particulars when it's time to do the public comment. Any questions about public comment? Okay, fantastic. I'm going to do a really, really quick process update, and feel free to follow along on this beautiful, colorful timeline. This has actually been one of the more complex regulation revision processes that we've done in a long time. I've been working on regulations for a very long time, over 20 some odd years. And I am really confident that good work is getting done. This work has taken a little bit longer for several reasons, but now we're moving ahead. We have a good plan in place, and it's a bummer that Roberto can't be here as co-chair, but we are in good hands with Chief Haynes. So we've gotten through almost every article in Title 15. We finished Article 5, and BSCC staff at this point have what they need to begin drafting the revisions to all of those articles. That work is beginning. The SYTF committee has finished their first pass of review. And again, we'll talk about how all of these meetings will happen in a timeline later. So today, if we can get through the regulations that remain today, and we have the subject matter expert work groups covered, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. So once we're done here with the ESC first pass and we get those work groups done, the BSCC staff can complete the initial drafts of proposed revisions, including weaving in the SYTF subcommittee recommendations and any proposed revisions that come in from the subject matter experts. There's still a lot of work to do, but anticipating again, and on this timeline, we have it in January of 2024, having this group come back together and be able to see all the revisions, be able to determine which changes are substantive and might need a little bit more discussion versus some that can be approved a little bit more quickly. We honestly do sometimes have regulations and all we need to do is move a comma. We're hoping those don't get controversial. But that's how that final review will go. So again, a reminder, how we're working here is general consensus. We have a lot of input from the beginning of the process. The ESC members have had access to that. BSCC staff have access to those. And I just want to remind everybody that not everything proposed makes it into a final regulation revision. And this is something that our team works really hard on doing, on analyzing all the proposed revisions to determine, is this a best practice? What's the operational impact? Can it be implemented? Can it be operationalized? Was there a legislative change? What's the fiscal impact? How does BSCC inspect for that change? And a lot of other requirements in juvenile detention facilities are covered by other governing bodies or statutes. So just a reminder that regulations are not agency policy and procedures. Agencies write their policies and procedures based on what's in regulation. They're a framework. They're typically performance-based, and it's the county agency that takes those regulations and develops the operations that go along with them. It's a helpful reminder. It's a helpful reminder for me sometimes. And so I just like to also have that level set when we're having conversations about revisions. Any questions on process or next steps? Not next steps, because we'll talk about that later. Oh, go ahead, Meredith. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm just hoping to clarify what steps we'll take next as a group. It looks like on the outline, we're going to have a tremendous amount of work in the next couple months outside of this body. I see on the outline a final meeting of the ESC, and that concerns me because, well, one, we're missing some very crucial members today. And two, I think we all want to reach this consensus goal. And I think that would be very difficult to do in a single meeting when we're first hearing back from some of these subject matter work group experts. It looks to me process-wise like that is really rushing the end of this, where I think the end is the most important part. We've given a lot of feedback, but we haven't seen that feedback turn into actual revisions yet. I believe we need that interim step as a group to look at what the BSCC staff comes back with separately from then trying to reach consensus. Otherwise, I think we're really undermining the best effort of this group.
I think what we'll do is as we get that information back from, once the work has been done and we've got some information that staff is going to present to us, if we can get that done in one final meeting, of course, we'll work toward that. But if it means that we have to have a subsequent meeting to move beyond that, we may have to do that. But I think the goal though is to try to wrap as much of that work up as we can in that meeting following the work that the BSCC is going to provide those final revision data and information to us. But I think I think the goal should be to try to finish up, especially if we have, all the members of the ESC or most of us available to be able to do it. Even, during this entire process, I don't think we've had a meeting where every single person has always been here, but the work still has to move forward. So I think to have a plan, I think we need to have the plan as we propose it here today. But if we have to pivot from that because there's additional work, then of course we'll work together as an ESC to figure that out.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do have to note that our 4 members with lived experience are not at the table at this moment, and that just lacks, balance. And I really strongly feel that we will be presenting a rushed effort if we are doing one single final pass, particularly because these working groups are likely to have great expertise and input on sections we've already gone through as a body. And to consolidate all that information at one time, I think it presents really a lack of like real deep engagement from the group. And I really urge us to give it the time. I appreciate the premise today to not give line edits, to give feedback, because we have a lot to get through. But that raises a challenge of, we don't know how feedback is being recorded. And it will be the first time that we're seeing our feedback in writing, that we're being asked to reach a consensus as a group. Particularly with the members missing today, I think that is not appropriate to our process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments about next steps? And we'll revisit the timeline. We have an agenda item for next steps. We can talk about that again when we get to that point as well, certainly. Any other questions or comments? Our next agenda item is to talk about the work of subject matter experts. We have some of that expertise on our executive steering committee and also on our SYTF subcommittee. But we've done some thinking and have some proposals about how this group could proceed with getting that subject matter expert work done. The purpose of having separate subject matter expert work groups is to dive a little bit deeper into those specific subject matters, review regulations in discrete subject areas in a structured way, and also have a bit of a smaller group so that drafting can get done with a smaller set of regulations. Sometimes it's more possible, and a smaller group of people, it's actually possible to get line item changes done at that time. So again, we're talking about 4 separate subject matter expert work groups. Education, which is actually one very, very long regulation. We're talking about medical and mental health as a subject matter area, which is in Article 8. Article 9, which is food, nutrition, and Articles 10 through 12, which is environmental health. So what we are proposing, and certainly it fits into our timeline, is that executive steering committee members and SYTF subcommittee members are invited to populate those groups. What we're hoping is that an ESC member, and I'm going to look over here at Catherine Aaron, and you know it's coming. What we're hoping is that those ESC or SYTF members with a specific level, specific subject matter expertise can serve on that work group in their subject matter expert capacity. So certainly we're hoping that you would able to participate in the education discussion. And we know that we have people on the SYTF committee that have expertise in there as well. Amanda and Jane, you have mental health experience. Kristen Vella, who's not here today, has already offered to be able to participate in medical mental health. And I've also spoken with Hyla, who has subject matter expertise in nutrition. So what we're hoping is that with a group of ESC members and potentially SYTF members, and between that group, if we don't have that level of subject matter expertise, the group can recommend an expert that can come in and also sit on that membership. We want to balance these groups as much as possible. We also want them to be flexible. We also want to get them to meet in the next month or two so we can move this process along. And staff, BSCC staff will take direction from that group. They will facilitate the meeting discussion. They will document the drafting of any changes in that meeting. And then at the end of those work groups, the wonderful thing about having them populated with ESC and SYTF members is when we're going through regulations and we get to one of those revisions, the members can be available as a resource to talk about why this change was made or what was discussed and maybe didn't make it in there. It's really to serve as a resource. So again, populating those 4 work groups with ESC, and we'd send an open invitation to SYTF members. I was going to say today, but probably tomorrow, to see who's interested. Anybody can sit on any work group. We don't have to decide it right now, but I'm certainly happy to entertain any ideas. You can communicate with us afterward. And then certainly I know there's going to be interest in having outside expertise. Like, I don't know that anybody in here is an expert in environmental health, but we can find someone and someone's to participate in a group that has that expertise, and we can talk amongst this group how to get that expertise. So that is the proposal. Wanted to open it up to ESC members to discuss and see how that lands.
First, I want to welcome Danny, who I think came from a very far away. Oh, okay. Well, we're glad you made it. So if I heard you correctly, you want it populated by ESC and SYTF subcommittees and or their delegate or somebody that they believe, like my office has an education expert. So I would be interested in knowing if that person could be there. But I'm sure everybody's thinking, so if we could have clarity on that, please.
So it's almost exactly as you're saying. I'm in this group, it's important to hear too. It would be fantastic if this person in your office has that expertise. I would be delighted to have them on that working group. It having recommendations from all of you helps give it that balance for subject matter expertise. I don't know that that's super clear, but we're hoping to be able to use the ESC and SYTF subcommittees as a resource to get that expertise.
Any other questions regarding that process? But it'll be good for us to really tap into the expertise here at the ESC table, at the SYTF table. And then Allison, also in an effort to try to, we do have a limit on what number, what's kind of the number of folks are we wanting to have on these work groups, or did you have something in mind?
I have something in mind, but it would be really helpful to keep the group small. The number that I have in mind is 5, but I am not stuck with any of those numbers. It's more important for us and for this group to have a well-balanced, really informed committee that can get the work done. So again, keeping it small, the number that pops up in my head is 5, but there's no cutoff, sorry, you're number 6. That's not going to happen. That's not a thing here. And we could spend a few minutes. I know, Meredith, I know you have a question or a comment. We could spend a few minutes doing just a quick, quick raise of hands of anybody that's interested in a particular or all particular committees. I don't want people to feel that they have to be limited to just one. So we could do a quick self-selection here so people can see. We'll also send an invitation out to the SYTF members, and then we could get those, make sure everybody's aware of those and also post them on our website so people know who the work group members are, and then certainly the dates will come later as they'll be, public meetings. Meredith?
Just making sure I understand the process. So members here and members from the SYTF work group can self-select, and this is something, finalizing of each group will happen after this meeting. and those decisions will be made by BSCC staff. Is that, I'm understanding that correctly?
Correct. Yeah, with input from those members, certainly, because I know there's going to be outside expertise that we may not be aware of. So we really want to rely on the members' networks to find those people with that expertise.
Okay, just as a starting point, I do think it should be made explicit that someone with lived experience should be on each of these. I think that's really important expertise, especially for these categories. And I do believe it's another example of why we need an interim meeting, because we as a body cannot discuss outside of these meetings who's on these work groups. But if somebody was missing, if an expertise was missing, and we come back together and say, the ESC believes we completely left out disability issues, this needs to go back. That decision can't be made until the next meeting of this group. And so again, I think this is another reason why we should not be planning on one final meeting from here. And I would love to go through group by group to talk about the kinds of expertise that I think doesn't exist on these two bodies that really needs to go to outside expertise. Thank you.
Do we have suggestions? I mean, because we can take care of that now.
Yeah, we can start with education.
I have a question about education, but is there gonna, for outside help, for example, I know there are other county offices of ed that would like to sit at that is there gonna be an application process or?
We're trying to be efficient with our time. There won't be an application process. And certainly we do want to balance, right? So we wouldn't want to have all of one type of education expertise. So I think it would be helpful for this group to talk about how many people from county offices of ed should be on there. They will be public meetings, so there'll be opportunity for public comment as well, if that's helpful.
I just, I would hate to be the only representative, given that county offices of ed run the juvenile court schools. I would hate to do it in isolation and represent all of them. I would think at least one or two other county offices.
Okay.
Because we have very different sizes, as well as programs throughout the state. So if we could have a representative from, at the very least, from a much big, we are such a small juvenile court school compared to some of the other juvenile court schools. It would be great to at least have a representative that has a much larger one. And just one more thing, what I can say is, all the county office of ed get together every other month, and they are actually having their meeting next week. So it'd be great for me to be able to give information to them of what the next steps would be should one of them want to be on the work group.
Yeah, we'll solicit some information today about who do we think would be best suited depending on the work group that's going to be working. I think, as Allison talked about, I think the most effective way is that whoever is the ESC member or the SYTF member sitting on that work group, if you have a suggested expert that you would think would be good, then forward that information along to Allison and the staff so that we can start to incorporate them into whatever future meetings are going to be happening. That's probably the most efficient way for us to try to do that. And we can talk today about kind of what categories of expertise do we need to have. And then the SYTF or the ESC member that's going to sit on that committee, if you have a suggested person, then you would be able to provide one or, or two, depending on what that expertise is.
And as much as we can get to we call them the slots for those meetings in this group and have a shared understanding, that's fantastic.
I do think that this conversation highlights the problem with this process, because if more slots get added after this meeting, how could we know, how many representatives from different groups. So that it just is, it feels like we're making decisions without full information. And again, then we expect to come back once and be done.
I wouldn't try to add more slots if this group, if this group decided on these five, if we could get through that and this group said there was going to be 5 slots, I would not add more slots.
But what if they're a SYTF member? Like this just, it just feels like there's a lot of variables here that it's hard to make a final decision as a group. I will say for education, there is a member of the Stanford University faculty, Abigail Trillin. I would ask that staff invite her to be a member. She's an expert in education law, and I think would be a fabulous addition.
So we have a suggestion for Abigail. We have a suggestion for lived experience. We have member Catherine. I can't read your last name from here. Okay, Aaron. Is there any other bases to cover? Because I think the chair is asking us to have a discussion right now about is there
About
any-
who in, and we can talk about education first.
Mhm.
Who in that work group, what kind of experience do we want there to be? Not without, if you have names right now, great. If you don't, then I think we can provide those names at some date, but we just need to know what the category of expertise we need, Chief.
I think we should include facilities leadership though from an operational standpoint, because scheduling and things of that nature need to be included in the discussions.
So that would be probation facilities
Yeah.
expert. Okay.
Either a facility supervisor, superintendent, something of that nature.
And I request that an additional county office representative from a larger juvenile court school be added as well.
So member Aaron, my subject matter expert, Dr. Michael Massa, is from the LA County Office of Education. He hails from there just until I hired him very recently. He formerly was the principal at the court schools. He's also has credentials. He's a PhD in special ed. So he's actually working with all the county offices of education via OYCR. If you would please think about whether or not that satisfies it or not, or if you would like another person besides Dr. Massa.
And I guess my only thing is LA County Office of Ed and what they run is very, very different from everybody else in the state. So I do think it would be beneficial for somebody who's currently in it because the legislation is changing almost on a daily basis. And somebody who's in it right now, I think would be a benefit.
Do you have a suggestion?
I know there is interest. I don't want to pick somebody out. I think anybody that sits on the county operated programs. And I know there's some interest out of the Bay Area, Fremont.
Okay.
So what I would ask is that I would present some information to this group next week and see who would want to volunteer representing that larger juvenile court school.
Right, and I think that's entirely appropriate. I think, you know, you being an ESC member, and you know, to be able to solicit, you know, the expertise that's currently, you know, doing the work. And I agree, LA County is a unique situation from, you know, most of our other jurisdictions. And so for you to be able to bring a name forward after you've had your chance to meet at your meeting with your colleagues, I think it's appropriate, just like I would in any of your other places, you know, where an ESC member or an SYTF member would have that. Danny.
I would like to give my name for the education committee. And I also like, given hearing folks wanting other people to include, it makes me think that 5 might be too small of a number. So I think if there's, you know, expertise that's needed, if it could be made sure that that's not like going to be a hard, steadfast number. I do know someone else from ACLU, Northern California. I don't want to give their name now because they haven't confirmed with me via email, but they work on education issues, litigation, and policy work that I think would be great on the committee, but I don't want to say their name, you know, in the setting, and then not able to.
That
but-
makes sense. So, yep, so just so for notes, to have someone with that kind of experience would be great. And Chief.
I just want to note that we do have older youth in our facilities, and so I think it's equally important to have someone at the table representing the Guardian Scholar Program. I know we have a member in our SYTF subcommittee. I don't want to name her, but she's pretty brilliant, so
Yeah.
I think she would be great.
Good. So just, and I'll get you, Marguerite.
Okay.
Okay. Which one was first? Okay. Again, just making sure that, we're gonna do what we can to keep the number to a manageable number, just so that we can get the work done. But Marguerite,
If it's decided by this group that a facility manager, I'm in the building every day. I interact with teachers every day, behavioral health, mental health, and when we meet, so I'd be willing to put my name forward.
perfect. Mary?
I just want to second the higher ed. I think that's a great suggestion, and hopefully Kelly Nadler is able to join. We do have a tremendous analysis from this coalition of organizations in our materials. I think they've clearly spent a lot of time thinking about this. I would suggest someone as a representative from this group to join as well. And I also do want to note that it sounds to me like we are sort of reaching a consensus around a work group. And that sounds like a decision of the body that I think would need to be open to public comment before we finalize anything here. And I know that that's not on the agenda, but I think it requires public input before we reach a decision like the membership of an advisory group.
Council, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, since it's an agenda item, and I think that's appropriate to have that public comment period.
No, we can do it after all of them have been, we've talked about all four.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
For education, we have, for ESC members, we have Catherine Aaron. We have Marguerite also representing facility management. Danny King, also an ESC member. Proposed people, other slots are a larger Office of Education, and Director Lucero has some names, and we'll collaborate there. An expert in education law person's been identified by Meredith. Also looking for somebody with lived experience. Danny has a recommendation perhaps from the ACLU of Northern California. Hopefully Kelly from the SYTF would be willing to join us, and then looking into a member of that coalition that wrote the most recent. Sorry, I was doing counting. I can't count and think at the same time. Also a person from that coalition that wrote the recent public comment on education. So that's 9 people. I really wanted to make it clear. I like 5, but I'm not tied to 5. So I just, that's okay. I'm very flexible in that regard. So just so everybody understands, that would be the education work group.
Does Meredith want to be on it?
I would be happy to volunteer.
I didn't know if
Yeah.
you did, because I had,
Good question.
I had put you down. And then I didn't hear you count a second COE person.
Oh, I did. Oh, I said it. I was trying to do ESC members first, and then I went back up to an Office of Education person,
Okay.
larger, either this person from your office or negotiating between. So it would
Okay.
be 2 OE Office of Ed people, not 3, correct?
Well, I think member Aaron wants 2 current COE people.
Which would be herself and one more, right?
Yes, and I would like our subject matter expert
Okay.
who has a handle on the mission of SB 823 and court schools, and is actively working on coordination and collaboration statewide.
Okay.
So that I have 10.
I have 11. I didn't do very well in math, and So I have, um,
Oh, you know what? I have 11 because I put member Erin as
okay,
chair.
perfect.
I just made her the
Perfect.
chair and then I put
Perfect.
everybody under her. Okay, so that's 11.
Okay. I have 11 too.
Could I ask just what would be the process for the people, like someone with lived experience? How would we find this?
So,
Where do we go for that?
well, I know we have people with lived experience on our ESC and our SYTF committee. And I guess my hope would be that we could communicate and maybe even if you would even be interested in helping us run point on that. If that's okay with the membership, I don't want to make it an overly burdensome process. And certainly I feel like we could accomplish that goal either from communication with me, which I'm comfortable with, or with you and me, and whatever else the membership thinks. And again, it's a bummer that some of our members aren't here. But if they would be interested in serving in those roles, certainly they would be welcome to as well.
I'm happy to help with that process.
Does that sound?
The only thing that I will say about the County Office of Education is it would probably be most beneficial to have, if we're going to go with two, that there's a representative from like a small county, and then, because I believe you would be classified as a medium-sized county. Is that what you're classified as? Right. So I would recommend, small county offices of education also understand the limitations of what they have available to them. So I just want to make sure that we're realistic in the goals that are presented and the revisions that are made.
I mean, Marguerite and I are looking at each other. If we're considered a medium, but we have less than 20 students at any given time every day, which is very small. And so I think we understand county offices that are, very small and have limited resources. I was more thinking, those that are larger than ours, not as large as county, LA County,
Sure.
but
But yeah,
So-
like Fresno. I mean, that would fall into
Fresno,
that
yeah.
category, right? Mhm. Okay, but no, duly noted, Chief. Yeah, that we'll certainly keep an eye on that during the conversations. Okay. All right. So that's education.
So medical and mental health, I would like to nominate Amanda and Jane and Kristen Vella. They all have extensive experience in medical and mental health in our facilities. So starting there seems pretty simple to me, and then we're maybe working through the same process. What other either people that are identified with expertise or slots that have that expertise would be fantastic too.
Right. So what other kind of experience would we want to have included in that medical and mental health area?
I was thinking about Dr. Liz Barnert, who does, she's a pediatrician at UCLA and she does research in this area too, but she also provides pediatric care to youth detained in juvenile detention systems.
Okay. And you think she'd have some willingness to?
I can't guarantee it, but she's pretty passionate about this. So
Okay.
I have not spoken with her. There's also there's a psychiatrist at UCLA, Dr. Erica Bath, who is also well known in this area. And has, like, I know my expertise is more in trauma. Hers is a little broader with mental health of youth in detention. But I know there's limited slots, but she's great if we had room.
Sure. I agree. I think just for input, I think having someone who works in a facility now, I think would be important. So I'm not, and I really don't have a name or someone in mind, but just to make sure that we have the expertise of someone who provides that kind of service to our youth in custody today would be a good perspective to have. Danny.
I think someone who's familiar with LGBTQ health issues. I'm still waiting to hear back, so again, can't give a name. But Williams Institute, Trevor Project, people that have worked on issues.
Okay.
That's great.
Yeah, Amanda.
And I appreciate the additional consideration for medical representation. We have a couple of mental health subject matter experts and one with Kristen, the other executive member, Vala, who kind of spans both worlds. But I think again, having someone who has the eyes for the very specific medical portion, I think would be beneficial. I have some ideas about additional, like from San Joaquin County, one of the providers, the managers for the correctional health services that we have, who does the mental health portion. The mental health, the medical portion of our services to both the jail and the juvenile facility, may be possible, but I've never spoken to her about participation. So again, in general, I think additional representation is good, and we'll get to the specifics, I think, through the process.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Danny.
Yeah, just so I'm aware for the folks that we have in mind that we're not able to give the names now. If we get confirmation, are we to email that to BSC staff because we can't, communicate with each other?
Oh,
And then you will
absolutely.
forward it to
Absolutely.
Right.
the
Absolutely.
rest?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody that you're thinking of that you might not have had a chance to reach out to yet, or you don't want to surprise them in an open meeting, just, email us and we can work through that.
Mhm.
Did you have something there? Yeah.
Thank you. I was going to suggest someone who has expertise around girls and young women health. There are a few regulations specific that are more gender specific. I think we still need to include the space for someone with lived experience. And I think it would be really good to have someone, a disability expert. And I'm thinking of of Disability Rights California, the Protection and Advocacy Authority in California, I think would be a really important voice. And I would raise my hand as well, though I do have a colleague at Youth Law Center who's more of an expert on health law. So that would be Erin Palacios.
Any other input?
So Liz Barnard, Dr. Barnard is a gender expert. She works on I think on the girls unit specifically. She's also helping OYCR with a variety of issues, but we also have a chief health policy officer that focuses on substance use disorders, fetal alcohol syndrome disorders, mental health, serious mental health issues, competency issues. So I'm hopeful that Dr. Arguello could be a member on behalf of OYCR. Juan Arguello.
Okay.
And I'll confirm spellings and.
All right. We good there? All right. Environmental health. And Allison, who did you have ESC member wise or SRT?
For environmental health, I'm at a loss unless somebody has secret environmental health experience that they haven't yet shared with us. I would look for members or a member to, represent the executive steering committee. I do have at least 2 people that we've worked with in the past, who work with county public health departments, who have participated in this process before and have been absolutely fantastic. And I'll need to also consult with some of my colleagues about expertise in environmental health. Other than that, we would look for the same balance, somebody from facility management, someone with lived experience, getting people with environmental health experience. Like I said, I know of 2 people, so it'd be fantastic to hear if somebody else. This is, I pretend to know a lot about a lot of things. Environmental health is not one of those things. So this is a little bit of a challenge in finding expertise, but somewhere in this room, I'm sure we can find it.
Are these meetings going to be in person or virtual?
That's a fantastic question. I'll always say my preference. It is so much easier, based on experience, to have these types of meetings in person, which is again why, I like to think small. It's very difficult and time consuming to get that many people in a room. So, all that being said, preferably in person, and then we'll have to look into the Zoom portion because the Bagley-Keene rules and participation over Zoom have changed. So we'll have to figure that part out. We're going to be as flexible and as nimble as possible, and we'll do the best we can. But
Council?
Yeah, so what has changed, and it's different rules for state bodies versus advisory bodies. These work groups would definitely be considered advisory bodies, which would allow us to do teleconference meetings where members would not necessarily have to post their location publicly, although that's maybe an option. But in order for so someone could Zoom in from home, but in order for that option to be available, we need a quorum of people in person. And then the other option is to post people's locations publicly, which I think is probably challenging and problematic for some people. So
you're saying if we had decided that this was going to be a completely virtual meeting, we'd have to post all of those locations from where the advisory committee participants, from where they were holding at least their part of the meeting?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So my understanding of this topic is that it's really, it's found within CHHS. It's the public health department, and it focuses on relationships between people and their environment, promotes human health and well-being, and fosters healthy and safe communities. Am I hitting it right for this purpose?
the regulations for environmental health, there's not that many of them. They are focused on things like clothing exchange, general sanitation. There's a piece about mattresses in there, and I don't have a copy of the regs in front of me. They're not extensive, and in many instances, the regulations refer back to the state laws around environmental health. So when an environmental health inspectors, along with medical, mental health, and nutrition, are required to inspect each local detention facility every single year, they look at the regulations that apply, which are in Articles 10 through 12. Did I get that right?
That's right.
Whew, my brain's okay. But they also look at, it's not in the BSCC regulations, but they also look at whatever local codes are enforced in residential facilities. So yeah, it's you can see it right there. It's clothing exchange, bedding and linen supply, control of vermin, personal care items, personal hygiene, shaving, hair care services. So hair care services, it references the state law for barbers. It's a very performance-based regulation because there are statutes that apply to things like hair cutting in residential facilities. Bedding and linen issue and exchange, mattresses, things like that. And again, sanitation, safety, and maintenance. They're very, very, very performance-based regulations. For instance, sanitation is having a program that keeps the facility clean and safe. What the environmental health inspector will do will use any local codes, any state statutes, and when they do their inspection for facility sanitation, they will rely on those, like the water temperature is something that's not governed by Title 15, and I believe it's different in different counties. But for instance, the BSCC doesn't go and inspect how hot laundry is washed at. It's the environmental health person.
Under public health.
Correct, under public health, yeah.
And so when you say it's very performance-based, are you saying then there's really not, it's really not related to well-being necessarily? It's very, very, very specific, even though I think a good haircut lends to well-being.
No, gosh, I mean, I guess you could, I mean, you can say that haircuts have a lot to do with well-being,
Yeah.
but the regulation is about how often and what type of access the young people have to
Yeah.
haircutting services, and then it refers back and says that haircuts have to be done,
Mhm.
you know, and things have to be sanitized according to the, so it's a, I might not be saying it right, because absolutely they're intended to make sure that, you know, the well-being of
People
the
are-
young person
Yeah.
is taken care of, but this sets up for the agency how they operationalize, you
Yeah.
know, and certainly that's what you end up seeing in the facility manual is, you know, haircuts are intended to, you know, make a person feel better about themselves. And
So so you also have to have like the technical expertise of that work when you talk about the sanitation and facility safety, all those kind of things that
Mhm.
public health bring to bear on making sure that local codes, state codes are followed with the physical, you know, plant as it relates to water temperatures and all those kinds of things that come into it. So, so yeah, there's a technical aspect to it, but certainly I think some lived experience, you know, those kind of things are important to populate the group as well.
I was
Yeah,
just
Jane.
going to say that I remember reading, oh, there's always a lot of comments around things like having your own personal undergarments.
Right.
And so I think lived expertise is important. I also think it being racially and ethnically diverse, because I know that's another thing that's come up is different regulations about different kinds of hair and customs
Exactly.
and needs.
Exactly.
absolutely.
Allison, this is Katie. I feel like it might be helpful to just talk a teeny bit more about what we mean when we say performance-based, because I think a lot of these themes tie together. And I could picture a revised regulation. Some of the things are already regged. That was one of the big accomplishments last time, was ensuring that young people got their own undergarments. That was really important. And so the regulation, when it is performance-based, can establish sort of the framework. And when Allison says performance-based, she means that the facility will write the policy that spells out the detail, but that still the task of this working group is going to be really important, because it's going to discuss and suggest what should that higher level framework be. And certainly the example that you raise, which is awareness of issues about hair care products that consider race and ethnicity and culture and that sort of thing, would be, I'm sure, something that would come up. And then what we would like to see is that the framework exists that's helpful as a standard without being entirely prescriptive. And that's going to be that balanced conversation that'll come up again and again as the working groups do what they do.
Thank you, Katie. And this is an example of this is the hair care services regulation. Written policies and site-specific procedures shall be developed and implemented by facility administrator to comply with, and then it goes into there's other regulations that apply to barbering in detention facilities, and then, you know, another note about the State Board of Barbering and Cosmetology. So again, because there are so many other laws and regulations that go into it, it falls to the facility administrator to make sure that they are aware of all of those issues. So the policy and procedure will be a lot more detailed than that. It will say, you know, we contract with this barbering service that are certified by these things, and they follow these procedures to cut the hair. And then there'll be the other side, you know, for youth. Youth will have haircuts, however often the facility offers it, and this is the purpose, and these are the reasons. So
So just so that we can kind of, because I know we really haven't identified a chair for this subcommittee right yet, have we? Or did you have someone in mind?
no, I'm thinking more about keeping it like having a lead to help facilitate conversation more from an ESC member.
Right.
Just so that ESC member can come back and speak to this group. So I would be looking for somebody to volunteer for that. And then I have 2 public health people in mind that we need to communicate with to see if they'd be willing.
Okay.
And then I have lived experience as another important slot for that. And then I'd look for any other slots, and then any other people that might be willing to participate.
Would either Marguerite or one of the chiefs be willing to be on this subcommittee as an ESC rep? Okay, Chief Issa Inman Kraus. Thank you.
I think we also need an expert in gender health. And if there is such a thing, gender environmental health. of course, gender expansive youth, young adults. And then it sounds like, Allison, you have some public health experts in mind. I'm also getting messages from our group about they're nominating Kent Mendoza from ARC, who has lived experience and may have some specific interest in this topic. So he hasn't said yes, but there's apparently a critical mass behind in the internet that's asking.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can find Kent.
Meredith.
We know where he is.
I'm happy to participate. I was also going to suggest Vamsi Palagumi. I hope he forgives me for mispronouncing his last name. He is both someone with lived experience and a member of his local Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission, so has some good expertise there.
Good. Danny.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned someone from ARC. I'm thinking of someone in particular from California Youth Connection that has lived experience and advocated for like the Youth Bill of Rights and has dealt with some of these like hygiene issues. Yeah, or Young Women's Freedom Center.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's move on to nutritional health.
I have spoken with Hyla about that is a natural choice for an ESC member and someone to lead the discussion on nutritional health. And then certainly any other members that are interested, I think it's also important to have somebody that works in a facility and understands the operational realities, lived experience certainly, and then any other thoughts on nutritional health would be fantastic.
I think we definitely need a facilities person. The food situation differs very much from place to place. So that would be important. And I did, Allison, Kent Mendoza is interested. Just wanted you to know. There's also a school lunch intersection. We found that this, and you, probation can correct me, but we found that there are certain, if you raise your hand to have, is it the Title I?
For
The
the National Federal School Lunch Program.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Then we saw interesting food being served that was on the tray it like the juice, there was some juice that didn't look like real fruit, but it was called a fruit. So anyway, there is a school lunch program intersection here.
That certainly is.
That's right. Yeah.
We also have worked with food services managers in particular counties where juvenile detention is one of their areas. They also have, some of them have expertise or degrees in nutrition or registered dietitian. I was trying to think what RD stood for, or our registered dietitian. So I know that my team has contact with at least people from 2 counties that do a really good job of managing a food services program and ensuring that the menus are balanced and healthy and adequate. So I would reach out to those people if possible.
Don't we have an ESC member who with lived experience that is not here today that,
Hyla,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
yeah, so
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's,
He would lead
I
it
would
out.
definitely nominate her.
oh, yeah. She's up there. Yeah, she's great.
And I think as far as experience goes, I would say, because different departments do their food programs differently. Some have their own kitchens and prepare their own meals. Others have contracts that they work with a provider. So if we could have at least those 2 points of view that are represented at the table as well. Meredith?
I was wondering if the pediatrician you mentioned, Jane, if sure she has plenty on her plate, but someone like a medical, especially around like there could be eating disorder issues or whatever it is that a medical professional might have good insight on. And I'm also happy to participate in this one.
All right.
Yeah, I was getting some more feedback, wondering, and this is coming from me, even though I'm reading from Elisa and others. Is there any interest in having like a culinary arts person be on it so we can think about how to, I don't know, at least have some insight to,
Not a bad idea. And maybe Hyla could help too. Maybe she might know of somebody in the community that she works with that would fit that membership.
that might
role.
have a
Yeah.
nutritional and a culinary arts.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea.
And Meredith.
I was just remembering that there was someone in the early public comment session, listening sessions that the BSCC hosted that was a facility employee who had really insightful comments about,
I think it's the person that I'm thinking of
Okay.
from Sacramento. Yeah.
Okay,
Or Tulare. There were two people.
great,
And I think one of the people that I'm thinking of is that person. We'll go back and check.
great, thanks.
All right. Good. So those are the 4 work groups, and as ESC members or SYTF members have confirmed, folks, that you have some interest that we've not been able to confirm now, we'll be able to pass that information along to staff. Chief, did you have something?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just sort of a point of clarification in the process here. I assume that along with the agenda item that we are going to be discussing this and a process for it, that's really the totality of what we're doing here. I mean, I appreciate all the suggestions of names and individuals with experience that might be appropriate, but I'm assuming that staff are going to sort of sort through all of the recommendations to come up with a well-balanced slate of names that that'll represent well the broadness of each of these topics. There were a lot of names floated out there, and we might wind up with committees that are 15 to 25 people large.
Right.
And I'm assuming that names are going to keep coming in from ESC members after our meeting today, probably to Allison to suggest this person brings this experience and that person brings that experience. And then I would assume staff from there are going to figure out a way to balance out who's representing what on the subcommittees.
Good point, Chief. And yes, I mean, in short answer, yes, there's going to have to be a limit. We can't, I don't think ever the intent, I know we had talked about 5 or 6 people here at the beginning, but we never, wanted to say that it only could be those numbers, but certainly it can't be 20 people, right? And so I think we need to be realistic about, the number, just so that the work can continue to get done in an efficient way. And so that, but still recognizing, that's why I thought it was really important for us to recognize what kind of expertise do we want at the table. And as staff receives those recommended, those confirmed people who can participate, we'll populate the work group. And then if others come in, then, well, it has to be a finite number that we have to get to. Okay.
I just wanted one more suggestion, please.
Yes.
I would like an expert on when youth are growing up instead of just a standard calorie scale. I'm wondering about youth who are, for example, detoxing off of drugs, youth who are actually going through growth spurts, also food as medicine and the concept of healing through food, and cultural food. So these are just best, like if we can shoot for the moon, this is some of the expertise we should have on it. And Hyla may have that, but I just wanted to mention it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So did you need anything else?
No, I'm just gathering all the names, making sure that we all have them, which just takes me a minute, but I'm good.
So what I'd like to do now is offer an opportunity for public comment on the subject of the, now that we've had this discussion around the work groups. I do want to remind folks that we're going to keep our comments to 2 minutes, just so that we make sure that we give everybody an opportunity to be able to participate. And I think what we'll do, we'll take our in-person comments first.
Yes, and if people could fill out a comment card and provide them to Lindsay right here. She's raising her hand, and we'll go in order of those people, and then we will pivot to online. So members of the community that are online, raise your hand or press *9 to get yourself in the queue, and we will begin with online comments as soon as we're done with the in-person, and then we're going to take a break when we're done with all the comments, just to do a little planning ahead. Thank you.
I'll let you make that comment as part of your other
Oh.
comments.
Oh,
No,
well,
we really want to keep the time.
and we'll and we also, just so you know, we hadn't anticipated having public comment after this, but we're also going to have public comment at the end for general comment. So whatever works kind of the best.
Yeah, so we'll take public comment in regard to the work groups at this point. And Lindsay, who's first?
The first public commenter we have is Colin Ford from Fresh Lifeline for Youth. Please come up.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. My name is Colin Ford. I'm with Fresh Lifelines for Youth. To begin, I'd like to say I and we at FLY are engaging in the Executive Steering Committee Title Regulation Revision process to protect the rights and lives of currently incarcerated youth. However, we envision a future free from incarceration.
Excuse me, sir. Are you talking on the work group discussion?
Yes, sir. We support eliminating youth incarceration through transitioning to a community-based system of care aimed at wrapping support around youth using a strength-based and culturally responsive approach. We believe this transformative approach will lead to the best public health and public safety outcomes and best support youth, their families, and our communities. With that being said, on the work groups and also the timeline, the BSCC showed great commitment to including public comment at the beginning of this process. Providing money for nonprofits to collect surveys and host listening sessions last summer was a great first step. I'm also glad that work groups will be public. However, I'm very worried about the proposed timeline to complete this process. When BSCC staff are pulling together all these ESC conversations, subcommittee, work groups, public comments, and to proposed revisions, I believe there needs to be multiple meetings for the ESC and the public to review, digest, and provide feedback. I feel this way because the first round of BSCC staff revisions included little to no input from youth and the public. I worry that our youth participation will not be honored, and I ask that you do not tokenize our young people, but instead authentically engage with all public input. I don't want these public comments, and I don't want FLY and ARC's reports and surveys and listening session info to be collecting dust. I want them to be leading this process. Also on food and nutrition, I would just like to say that these performance-based standards are not enough, and that work group should consider regulations around contracting for food. For example, in San Mateo County, they have food delivered from county jail that's sitting for hours in warming trays and has many, many problems. And I think that work group needs to focus on that specifically. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Carlos Hernandez from Milpa.
Buenos dias, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Carlos Hernandez, the Policy Programs Assistant at Milpa. I think this is a great opportunity with these work groups. I see it as a great opportunity. But I see it also being filled up with a lot of system folks, which is cool because, you know, you guys bring that perspective, but I think it also has to be balanced out, not just with the lived experience, but with lived expertise and knowing what the difference is there. Somebody can go through the experience, but not have critically analyzed the situation that they lived through. So I think we need people, with lived expertise, and specifically even more so lived expertise youth that have been through that system that are looking back. And there's plenty of youth behind me right now, sitting here waiting to give you guys their public comments soon. And I really think that should be taken into account because we're talking about lives that they come from. We're talking about youth in facilities. And I think they can really uplift and give you guys insight and guidance on how they're actually living that life, how actually they're taking it in. Because you can say, system folks can say that, you know, they only need these 3 meals a day and a snack. But the truth is, a lot of these youth are in there working out. A lot of these youth are in there, they're growing, they're going through puberty, and they can bring you that expertise and say, look, I was starving, you know? And so I just really uplift that and really uplift that difference between lived experience and lived expertise and how going forward, we can look to the future. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Lena Mallet. Please come up.
Good morning. My name is Lena Mallet. I am a Youth Justice Policy Associate with the Children's Defense Fund. And like many others before me, I'm here to voice concern over the process and likely inadequacy of this year's title regulation revision outcomes. This practice requires thoughtful, methodical, and creative engineering led by youth experts and non-system folks who are immersed in and attuned to the conditions of caging facilities daily. There's been a great deal of community labor poured into providing feedback that is critical for the deliverance of meaningful changes that are responsive to the crisis that is youth justice in 2023. Despite verbal consideration in public meetings, community suggestions have been excluded from any printed redline documents, which seem to be more concerned with grammatical edits than substantive content alterations. It is no wonder then that we're filled with questions and lots of trepidation around this process. For the sake of transparency and accountability, I have a few demands. It's necessary that there be additional public meetings, like Meredith stated, dedicated to the review of any new drafts authored by the BSCC staff. Additionally, prior to voting on any changes to the language, the community must have access to these revisions ahead of time and have the opportunity to comment to ensure careful consideration and collaborative discussion. In terms of the subject matter expert meetings, they really should include and prioritize a combination of youth and adults who are directly impacted and non-system experts. Additionally, 2 months is not enough time for the deliberation and collaboration. The timeline for these essential groups, I think, should be extended. Lastly, I'm here to remind y'all of who you're accountable to. It's no one other than these brave, brilliant youth behind me who traveled all across the state to share with you today. And I really hope that y'all listen to them, prioritize them, and don't let them down by rushing the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Erin Palacio from Youth Law Center.
Hi, my name is Erin Palacios, and I'm
Morning.
with the Youth Law Center. I wanted to say that I think that first, well, consensus is nice and it's a nice goal. It's not an appropriate goal for this kind of a process. At the end of the day, when you vote on regulations and when you change the drafting of a regulation, the public has a right to know where each one of you stood and what each one of your votes were. And that's why a recorded vote is generally required. And there will be moments where it will be almost impossible to know where any of you stood and whether you actually achieved a majority consensus if you don't take a vote. So I think that's important to know because I think it's going to mean you have to have more meetings coming up, and also that it's going to inform who you want on some of these subject matter committees. The process is just too rushed otherwise. When you look for people with lived expertise, I also want to suggest that you start by looking in this room, because the people in this room have lived expertise and they have also already evidenced a commitment to this process and to the young people in these facilities by routinely showing up, some of them more than the members of the committee, right? So I think that it is absolutely imperative that you look to the people who are showing up and who are paying attention. With respect to environmental health, I understand that it's a performance-based item, but performance-based regulations require a deep understanding of the reason for the regulation, of the connection of the regulation to well-being, to mental health, to adolescent development, to everything else that goes into a regulation, and that will define the outcome. So I suggest that you look for people who have a deep understanding of how a physical environment affects a young person's mental health, affects their physical health, affects their adolescent development and their ability to be safe. And the last thing I'll say is with respect to food, I am seconding, I was going to say Judge Lucero, Director Lucero's comment on food and culture. I think there needs to be an expert on food and culture or food and community, because it's not just about the food you eat and how much of it you eat. For my children, I also pay attention to the fact that I eat with them, right? Thinking of how coming together for food and community is a part of growing up and having a successful future.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Christopher Middleton from Youth Law Center.
Good morning, all. My name is Christopher
Morning.
Middleton. I'm a staff attorney at Youth Law Center. I'm one of the attorneys that signed on to the coalition letter that we submitted to you all. Thank you for reviewing it. I'm going to focus my comment on the education work group. First, I can confirm that a member of the coalition will be willing and able to participate in the work group if we're selected. I also want to offer 2 suggestions. I recommend that you consider a COE that has an established higher education program, in particular because there will be a number of older youth who are no longer going to be housed at the DJJ now that it is closed, who will have higher education needs. So having an expert that's part of the facilities side that knows how to run a successful program would really benefit that working group. I also recommend that you have an administrator from the community college that has run a program for young people who have juvenile justice experience to fully capture the higher educational needs of young people who are in care. I also just want to focus on the kind of content of our recommendation. When we were considering section 1370, we started there, and then we saw that there were other sections of Title 15 that implicated education. And it's likely that you're going to see in the other working groups that while you're focused on a particular section, there are other aspects that they're going to have something to say about. If you only have one final meeting, it's going to be difficult to go back and discuss those sections that you think are finished. And so I think in order to fully incorporate the expertise of the working group, another meeting is necessary where those deliberations can be brought back to this group for them to fully consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Israel Villa, and he would like to comment on agenda item number 3.
Good morning. Good morning. Buenos dias. Israel Villa, he, him, his, co-convener of the California Alliance for Youth and Community Justice. I and many are concerned with the process and the direction where edits to these minimum standards are concerned. I do appreciate the collaboration with Allison in help figuring out the process during the COVID pandemic, which led to extended written public comment periods, listening sessions, an abundance of oral public comment here. And we've been here at every single meeting where this is concerned. As well as was mentioned, the 3 youth-serving community-based organizations who the BSCC resource, a little bit of resources, hopefully more next time, but where they had listening sessions with youth that they serve. And there was ARC, it was FLY, and I forget the name of the folks in Fresno, so regionally diverse, who submitted great recommendations, languages, and the back of your folders is full of all of that stuff. The problem is I have yet to see any of it, right? And then I do know within the BSCC is preparing these recommendations. I mean, I don't know who within the BSCC is making these recommendations, and that lacks transparency. And in my opinion, you know, it feels this space has felt for the last 9 years, going on 10 years, it was established to maintain the status quo, and it lacks transparency, and that has surfaced publicly numerous times in the spaces. I've served on work groups in 2017. We went line by line item, and that is the best way, most transparent. We struggled like a mug, but we've changed a lot, and it was successful and it was transparent. And then real quick, where the work groups are concerned, I will just say a diversity to include formerly incarcerated people, at least one in every single one, as well as a young person. I didn't hear nobody recommending a young person when we're sitting here talking nothing about young people. These are policies, recommendations that affect young people. There's plenty more who would love to volunteer. we can help fill those slots. Capacity issues and concerns. We're asking the same folks on this steering committee who might be also on the secure use track work group. And that might work for system folks, but when the CBOs are, we don't have the same resources, privileges, days off, so on and so forth. So we're asking a lot of the same people, and it's a lot just to be on one committee.
Thank you.
And then
Israel.
lastly, just that there's a balance between system and community, because in at least one of the work groups, I heard a lot of system recommendations. So just that I ask for balance, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Nancy Horace from Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice.
Good morning, y'all.
Morning.
I empower y'all to just look straight ahead, right back here. Like, let's really take a moment, because there are so many folks here that have experienced the education system behind bars, right? They know firsthand what that is. We have the brother Carlos from Safe Return Project just a few meetings ago. He talked about his lived experience in the system through education, right? Please don't let his public comment go in vain. We have people here that are experts because they have experienced how the system has failed them. So when we talk about creating a work group, you got the expertise literally right here. So I really encourage us to involve youth on this work group. When it comes to medical mental health, I recommend y'all consider someone who has experience with trauma recovery centers, TRCs. We need experts in lead poisoning. We know that a lot of our communities have been affected by lead poisoning. We need experts on the environmental group. Hidden hazards. Ella Baker Center just published a report that highlights the risks that incarcerated people face as climate change looms. They surveyed 600 people in California's 34 prisons. There's a lack of emergency plans for wildfires, floods, for extreme heat. Let's get someone from Ella Baker Center on this work group. I just really ask that we listen today, and just not listen, but put action to what folks are saying. Put action to what folks are saying. I hear 20 members, but the count for education group was 10 to 11. So it's not 20 folks, it's 11 folks with expertise on the education work group so far. There are a lot of people that are part of the California Youth Alliance for Community Safety, and they also want to volunteer their time today for these work groups. So I'm not sure what the process is, but if we can make it as transparent as possible, I'd really appreciate that. We all would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. Tonatic Beltran from Fresh Lifeline for Youth.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Tonatiu Beltran, and I'm a youth voice coach with the Youth Advisory Council at the Fresh Lifelines for Youth. I'm a first generation former foster system impacted community member, and I'm here representing families that have been fragmented by this system. So I think the concept of the working group is important in theory. It can be effective, but currently it's flawed. And I would like to urge you to make it more accessible for the general public, because it's most of our first times even understanding like what is this process. And I still think it's a bit, use a little bit more work. So I would like to urge you to consider to be a lot more transparent about the commitment and to extend the timelines, and also increase accessibility for our communities to participate. If you all need recommendations for youth leaders, please let us know. We have youth council members who work with probation and stakeholders, and who are ready to be in these rooms, sitting on these boards, and some of them are on here today and on Zoom. So they're willing and ready. And also, thank you, Lucero, for your comments. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Peter Ellis from CAYCJ.
Danny, we'll take public comment. We'll respond once all the public comment is done. Now? Okay, what is it?
I would like to recommend that if there are folks in the room who are willing to serve on the subcommittee and are saying that they would like to be considered, that we take their name and their information in the list that goes back to the BSCC. So that's why I want to mention that now, so that folks know when they move forward to express that and that that will at least be considered.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may just piggyback on that for a moment, I was wondering if maybe an ability to write down names, emails, and committee that they wish to be part of could maybe be set up in the
Yeah,
at
it'll
the
take us a
table.
couple minutes, but we'll
Yeah,
get something set up. Yeah.
And I think that's thank you, Member King, for bringing that up.
Good morning, board members. My name is Peter Elias. I'm a youth out of Stockton, California. Just moved to San Francisco. But one thing that I've noticed while y'all talking about these workshops is the first thing that y'all mentioned, we're bringing somebody from the facility into the workshop. I wanted to say that just because they worked at the facility don't mean they have the experience and the knowledge that's needed to be in the workshop. The people that really have the experience and the knowledge for it are the people who were in the facility, locked down in the facility, and the people who were impacted by it. With that being said, also, I heard y'all bring up mental health. Not once did I hear y'all bring up trauma. And with youth, have a lot of trauma. Mind you, before I hit 18, I went through as much trauma as a 30-year-old. And I was only 18. And if there's no one to help with trauma, what do you think youth is gonna do? They don't have no one that can be there to show them, hey, you're going through this. Hey, let's talk about it. Hey, this is the right steps to go through. If there's nobody there to help them with their trauma, they're not gonna be able to continue going, because that's also part of mental health. That's a big play in mental health for youth, a big play. A lot of youth commit suicide because of trauma. You don't know how many friends I've almost lost because of trauma. Whether it's being inside the system, things happening to them inside the system or outside of the system. One thing I've learned is that once a youth enters the system, their life is forever changed. Their life is never the same again. Never. And a lot of youth, when they go in, they're not in a facility most of the time where they live. They're somewhere else, away from family. No one to come visit them, all alone, by themselves. All they got is people that's in there with them. And even that might not even be enough for them. So when they come out, they're really not the same person. So I really, really, really encourage that y'all get community members and especially youth on these workshops before a facility manager or before someone that works in there or before probation. Because these are the people who are impacted and that know this system more because they were in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last public commenter in person is Carlos Fernandez from Safe Return Project.
Good morning, board.
Morning.
I'm Carlos Fernandez, out of Richmond, impacted by the injustice systems here in California. Spent my teenage years from 13 to 18 in 3 different facilities, 2 group homes, and a lot of the commitment programs and camps y'all have in place. I want to speak about education first. We definitely should not be for the work groups, we definitely should not be prioritizing the staff who run the facilities. For I feel closely connected. I feel strongly that our programs in these facilities, the way we do things for a long time, has already been failing our youth. So we need to think of new things. When new ideas come, that's where I got to bring in the youth. Education should be in a comfortable and safe setting, not in locked facilities. Nutrition. Growing young people need more than the minimum calories. Since we can't get up at night to make a sandwich, we gotta sit in our cell, hungry to the next morning, to the next meal time. And when you're working out, you know, we burn a lot of the calories, so I don't even think it makes up for the minute. Well, you know, young kids are hungry. I was hungry in there. A lot of time I seen a lot of kids hungry. And that's not what should we be here talking about. We shouldn't be here discussing about kids being hungry all throughout the night. Um, the food, I done been in facilities where the food was frozen in another facility, made, prepared, and sent over, and then I don't know, days or weeks later it was served to us, heated up. Um, Youth impacted by the injustice system should be leading these spaces. Um, they have the lived experience and know better than anyone know better than anyone that who runs the facility what doesn't work. Mental health services should be culturally related and trauma informed. These facilities cause more traumatic experiences for young people. So that needs to change, and that needs to be one of the first conversations being discussed in the mental health part.
Thank you. We're gonna have to have you wrap it up.
And my last point was 2 minutes is not enough. This process really does feel rushed.
Thank you. So is that the last? Okay, so that was the last of our in the building comments. So we're gonna move on to our online comments if we have any.
We have some. We're going to start off with Antoine.
Antoine, are you there? Okay, I'm not hearing from Antoine. Is his mic open, or we want to make sure that we don't have any technical issues there? All right, then let's move on to who's next.
And next, we have Noelle Loaiza.
Noelle?
Hello, yes, my name is Noe Loesa. I am here with Milpa. And I just want to highlight that this is great. I think that it's great that we're thinking about adding all these people into a work group, but I also am worried about what we're considered as expertise, because just because someone has the institutional expertise of going through education, getting a degree, doesn't mean that they have the experience to be considered expertise. And I can speak on that firsthand. I studied the system, and some might consider me an expert because I have a degree, but when I go to work with these youth, I'm like, wow, I actually don't know anything because I've never experienced this. And so I really hope that we're valuing experience over an educational background, because at the end of the day, you can read about it, but experience is really what makes you the expert in this field, and specifically this field. So that is all I have for today. There is lots of youth who spoke today who have the experience, the expertise. So I hope that they're taken into consideration instead of people who have gone through the education system and who have probably never experienced what it is that we're working on today. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Next, we have Jasmine.
Jasmine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi. Okay. Hi, my name is Jasmine Harris. I am a youth advocate with California Youth Connection, youth-led advocacy organization that focuses or uplifts the experience of system-impacted youth and empowers them to create policy, legislative, and practice change. So this all of these are different factors that really come into this, and it's really empowering that we have young people who are experts in the system being leaders, creating recommendations, creating solutions, and noticing the flaws. And so I really want to appreciate some of the things that were uplifted today. People were talking about food in the hall or food in these facilities. And I mean, I've been in those facilities where you're handed your food through a tray in the door, right? There's a lid on it. Your toast gets soggy if your oatmeal is, and it's all on one plate with a lid on it. Mind you, you're getting it through a door like you're a dog, and you're eating by yourself. So I do want to uplift like these experiences where we create practices, because that's the policy, that's how things operate. And as somebody already mentioned, the way that things are operating is so wrong that we need to start over. And we are trying to create practice change through policies. And so I think it's really important that we really think about the implementation. We uplift the young people with experience. As the person before me mentioned, like, you can read about the system, you can learn about the system all you want, but until you see how that shows up, how those policies are implemented in your life on the day to day, it's totally different. Even somebody who works in a facility, they clock out at 5 p.m., right? Versus youth who are there overnight. An 8-hour shift is not the same as 3 months in a facility, right? Even if you come every day. And so really, again, I just want to uplift that we need to be honoring these experiences. We need to be listening. I really appreciate people uplifting that we need to have community members and make sure that this process is accessible. I also want to make sure that there's multiple ways for people to engage in it. So not just thinking about the work group as a traditional work group, these are the people on the team and these are the people a part of the conversation, but also I know that there's been surveys and listening sessions, but as we're going through this process, how are we continuing to make sure that people are being heard or being able to uplift their thoughts, whether they are a part of the work group or not.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Mr. Chair, are we able to see people's faces when they talk, or is that technologically prohibited? I just
I'm not
was
sure if we have it
wondering.
set up like that.
Unfortunately not.
It's just audio? Okay, I'm just checking, just was wondering.
Thank you.
Because I'm just seeing us when we hear the speaker, so I was wondering if we could see the speaker. Thank you.
Is there another?
We have one last one, Sonia from CURYJ.
Sonia?
Good morning, members. I'm Sonia Tonneson Castellano. I'm with Communities United for Restorative Youth Justice in Alameda County. I would just like to echo what I think others have said, that it's been very challenging listening to some of the conversations and deliberations without youth members actually at the table. It just does not sit right with me to have adults speaking about young people and youth and children without them actually at the table and in a more powerful space, aside from their 2-minute public comments, which are still tremendous and powerful, but they should have more of a power in this space, and more membership at the table and across all of the work groups. I'm also concerned about the lack of proposed changes to the regulations that the public has been able to see. When I attended the first ESC meeting for this round of updates, we saw so many proposed changes from organizations across the state, from surveys with young people, and yet we didn't see any of those proposed changes or survey results reflected in the edits from the BSCC staff. And now we're being told that there's going to be a vote in an upcoming meeting after these working groups. I think that's really concerning. We should be seeing a fully redlined draft as the public, be able to respond to that, have you all discuss that, deliberate that with the appropriate people at the table, and then eventually have an official final vote. That has not been properly built into this process. So far we've seen typo edits, grammar edits, definitions added in the actual red lines on the regulations. We have not seen the public comments, the surveys, the proposed changes from the public, and all of the many ways that youth have been showing up in this space reflected. So the public needs more time, and I'm saying it behooves you all to make sure that that process reflects the incredible amount of work we have put into this as the public as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was the end of our online public comments as well. And
Before we take a break, can I just make one comment? Actually built into the process and what's happening right now, no one has seen any drafts of revisions yet because staff is working through them. That is part of our process. We're working really hard to integrate everything that's said in these meetings, not only at the table, but also from public comment. It's really difficult, I'm sure, to hear me say that, but that is being worked on right now. Nobody has seen red lines. They're not going to magically appear on the last meeting. We've already built in, and I hear all the comments. We'll do our best to make those dates transparent. There is ample time built in so that people, not only on this committee, but the public will see the drafts when they are completed. They're not completed yet. And again, I completely appreciate how difficult it is to hear me say that. You're going to have to trust me on that one. But it is intentionally built into our process, 100%, even though it's not reflected on this timeline. I just wanted to make sure that that people understand that, you know, we try to be responsive and put every anticipated activity into a timeline. Staff work ridiculously hard. This is one of their only jobs. I don't think we could write down exactly what they do at what times, but that is happening. I can assure you. I don't know how else to say that. And as the process goes on, steps that we've lined out will become apparent. I can assure you of that. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be what everybody wants, but you will see people at the table and in the public. You will see the strikeout and underline documents well in advance of a final meeting. Thank you for letting me say that. I just want to make sure that that's out there.
Sure, Danny.
That I just wanted to ask, because I didn't see this online. Is there a way to put this on the briefing page?
Yes.
If it's
Yes,
somewhere that
yeah,
I didn't see.
we've updated this last night, so we'll have it up as soon as we can get it to RIT. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
because I think
you.
this would be helpful for
Yes.
folks to be able to see the full timeline breakdown as well.
Yeah, we'll get that up there as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Allison. And so, yeah, we'll go, it's going to continue to be a process until we can at least get through the first pass of the regulation revisions. And so we're still working toward that. Hopefully we can use today to be able to make a really another good dent in trying to get through that so that BSCC staff can come back and bring that information back to us. Okay. All right. I want to take a 10-minute break. So let's come back here at a little after 11:01, 11:02. Folks, let's get going again. So as we finished up our last public comment, one thing that I did want to remind everybody, I know Allison, I think we've already got the sign-up sheets in the back for those who might be interested in wanting to participate in one of the work groups. And so we want to make sure that folks in the room, if folks are interested, that we have that opportunity for people to sign up for those opportunities. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I know we recently posted the timeline that Danny had alluded to, and it's also here available, folks in the room. But you know, as we talk about this entirety of the process, starting back in April of 22, when we started all the public comment opportunities, which is, you know, really good, and it's really informed the work that we've continued to do, and the BSCC is working on staff. That given where we are right now, the best case scenario for us to be able to have the Title 15 and revisions to be anticipated to be actually implemented, if as of where we stand today, would be October of 2024, more than a year from now. And so so thinking in terms of, again, I guess efficient is the best word that I can use for trying to really make this process continue to follow a process that helps us to meet these guidelines, not just so that we can hit a deadline, but just so that all the work that we're all doing together, all the work that that we're really passionate about, if we can't get this part of the work done, we know we're still a little over a year out from wherever we end. And so right now, October of 24 is where we are. But if we delay further, because of, for whatever the reasons are, that's just moving the timeline for these important regulations to be implemented beyond, I fear, the end of 24. So we just have to keep that in mind as we're talking about places where we are right now, thinking about the work that the work groups are going to be doing, and hopeful that, kind of limiting the number of people that are on the work groups helps to be able to move that work that much faster as we move forward. So I just want us to make sure we keep that in mind. And I'm not sure if Allison, you have anything more you want to add to that.
Thank you. Yeah, just a reminder is that when the work gets finished by the executive steering committee, there is a process built in by another state agency that it extends this work by 6 months to a year. So just keeping that in mind, the earliest anticipated date that we have here is October 1st, but if we're literally one day off, it knocks it 3 months behind. The way that the Office of Administrative Law works is they only approve it each quarter. So what's important, and we are also trying to develop regulations for these new facilities, the SYTF facilities. The longer they're not effective, the longer that youth in these facilities won't have the benefit of the new regulation. So that is really one of the reasons that we're balancing to try to get this work meaningfully done, but also get it done so we can start having them implemented in the facilities.
All right, thank you. So from here, we're going to jump right into 1371 as far as taking a look at what we have in front of us as recommendations that have come from BSCC. And that's based on, again, on information that we've received from the public comment and other things that are there. And of course, we want to entertain any input from the ESC in regard to 1371 programs, recreation and exercise. Based on the BSCC recommendations, they've got a few places where they recommended some wording changes in regard to suspended, limited temporarily. Also about the immediate threat to safety and security. There's some edits there. And then looking for any feedback from that on 1371. Are we going? No? Meredith, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to start by saying I think it's a dense section, so I would suggest we take it sort of chunk by chunk, and just to recognize that this section, as well as the rest that we're going to go to today, had a lot of input from or the groups convened, the youth surveys convened by FLY and ARC. So I'm hoping to lift that up, and because I don't see that input in the red lines. But just to start maybe with the first like paragraph there, I would suggest that we consider whether these minimums can be increased, and that was a request made by FLY, ARC, and others. You know, looking at 4 hours a day during the week and 6 hours a day of programming on Saturday, Sunday, and non-school days. There's a challenge here on the non-school days component because, and I'd be interested to hear how different counties have addressed this, because certainly Saturday and Sunday is kind of generic to everybody, but non-school days are specific to individual youth. For example, a youth who has gotten their high school diploma doesn't have school days anymore. And it, actually in the definitions, non-school days are actually individualized to a specific youth. So I would suggest that when we're talking about non-school days, we include something like for a given youth, because if they don't have school, they need that higher minimum. And then the last comment on this chunk, I would say, is I would like to see the outdoor activity on Saturday, Sunday, and non-school days increase beyond 1 hour. That's just such a long time to not have any access outdoors.
Okay. Director Lucero, one question that I would have around the SYTF and the non-school days, was that part of the discussions there when it comes to the kind of the educational part of the work that was done with your subcommittee?
So, Chief, so far our subcommittee has really just gone over Title 15 to identify areas that we believe will be different for the SYTF youth and the pre-adjudicated youth or the camp youth or ranch youth. So we have not delved into it in that detail.
Um, I'd be interested to hear from you, Marguerite, just in regard to what Meredith talked about, the minimum of exercise from 3 to 4 hours, and then from 5 to 6 hours on the Saturdays. Just in regard to the impact to rec schedules and other things that are going on, just to give an idea, because I'm sure it varies from county to county, but I think when you think about the rec schedule and how already they're pretty full and impacted, just give us some perspective on that, I
Well,
guess.
I think you have to keep in mind, there's requirements, again, how long you have to give a youth time in the morning to eat, to do their hygiene in the morning prior to school, and then the amount of school time you have, including a break, and then again, lunchtime, giving them the appropriate amount of time to eat. And then we have, you have an hour of the directed programming, that's talked about in 1371A, where it's really kind of very specific. And then you have the hour of large muscle activity that has to be that specific, and then an hour of outside, and then you have an hour of free time where a kid can, just decide to write letters, or we have tablets that they can be on. And then you have mealtime again, and then you have showers in the evening. So there's a lot of things going on in the day that, and then your kid may be having visitation with their family, or their therapist, or meeting with an attorney. So there's so many things happening that I think we have to be realistic about, you know, what is possible in a breakdown, because sometimes we have to have enough hours in the day to do all these things that are required. So
Right. And so that, I mean, I think we have to strike a balance with what the reality is. If one thing that I know for sure, that we're all only working with 24 hours in a day, right? And so we need to, I think, thinking about the impact of if we were going to go beyond what we've already got here, it's that means something else is going to have to be reduced.
Thank you for that. So, I think I heard you say like things like meals and hygiene. I think Fly had made the recommendation that it be explicit that those things don't count in these hours. And it sounds like for you, they don't, in the sense of like the minimums of recreation. So,
Sorry, I wanted to just confirm, when we do our inspection, we make sure that those things that are required elsewhere in regulation aren't part of that time, like showers aren't
Yeah.
recreation.
no, showers are
Eating
not.
is
Showers
not
are separate.
recreation, correct.
Yeah, the showers and eating, because they have to have separate, a minimum of 20 minutes. And again, that's a minimum. Most facilities give more. A minimum of 20 minutes to eat a meal. So that is not involved with any kind of recreation. That is completely separate.
Right.
And also shower time, that is separate. So all these kind of program things that we have to do that are still required by Title 15 take up more time in the day that do not go into the program. And most facilities, because this is the way you're inspected to, have to they either do it by a guard kind of electronic system, or by hand, they'll radio saying, this is the time it started, this is the time it ended. If youth have to decide that they don't want to be a part of a programming, or they want to be in the room, they have to actually write down that they don't want to be. So.
that makes sense. I was just raising Fly's request that be made clear in the regulation, because it's not clear here. And I'm glad that it's inspected that way. I was wondering, Marguerite, if you could speak about how you handle non-school days when it's so particular to a youth, and the minimums of programming for individual youth.
So that goes to the requirements also of a graduate who we have to give the opportunity for career technical education or post-secondary education. So I can only, and I know what other facilities do. There's a lot of engagement now with community colleges. Out of 16 youth, I have 4 kids who are enrolled in college, 3 are full-time. So we have a program for them. We have a structure for them. So during school hours, they have the opportunity to work on their Chromebooks and their laptops. So they're given that opportunity. But non-school days, which would be like a holiday, are treated like a weekend day. So they're in those activity hours are increased.
That makes sense to me. And so my recommendation would just be that where we're talking about non-school days in this regulation, that we specify for a given youth, so that it's understood that sometimes there's school holidays that are generally non-school days for everybody, but an individual youth, because they're out of school, might be entitled to the higher minimum of 6 hours of rec per day. And my last question is around the outdoor activity and increasing that minimum. Right now it's a 1 hour outdoors all week long. And there was a recommendation in the public comment to increase outdoor activity on the weekends.
And if I could add, because I don't think I fully answered your question, because a youth can't say, I don't want to go to college and I don't want to have CTE. Therefore, you cannot lock a kid down. So that's where room confinement comes in. And so we have, and many facilities still then you're given that kid programming time. They're up on the unit, they're using a tablet. They're engaged in some way of being involved with something. That's not productive for them. And I don't think it's healthy for them because, they're not doing anything. So we really try to give them opportunities to do some things, but we can't force them. But at the same time, you can't put a youth in their room because they are choosing to do that. And I know right now too, it's those youth, we can't put them in a classroom either, where other youth are trying to get their junior high or high school education as well, because we don't want to interrupt their ability to have that opportunity for learning.
So the extra hour of outdoor large muscle, those kinds of things on the non-school days. How does that, because I know now it may look a little bit different for every youth because of other things, because I know even in Fresno we've got college classes and those kind of things that happen on the weekends as well. And so when we're thinking about an additional hour of outdoor exercise, what do you think about that?
Personally, I would be in support of it. I want kids outside. And I try to make it clear to my staff that if, a tired kid kid is going to really be healthier mentally and emotionally and physically. So I want our kids outside as much as possible. So for my facility, we offer that extra time out in the morning and in the afternoon outside. Or we have a gym, and we also have outdoor workout equipment. So.
Right. Okay. Any other thoughts? All right. So when I look at this one section, I think one thing, Meredith, you're talking about in regard to just making it specify for a given youth, to just kind of clarify where there may be some specificity around graduates and those kids that aren't going to high school minimally, just so that it could cater to their individual needs. And then in regard to the additional hour of outdoor activity on non-school days.
I think if you can emphasize weather permitting.
Weather permitting, right. Yeah, because that's the other thing, is that in Fresno in the summers, it's pretty brutal. And so we wouldn't, have them out there for an extra hour or even 1 hour when it's,
when it's dumping rain.
Yeah, there you go. Thoughts? I think that's reasonable. 2 hours, yeah. Any other thoughts, folks? Okay. What else you got?
Thank you. I really like the proposed edits around temporary limitation. I wonder how this intersects with separation. And when we got to separation last November, it sounded like BSCC staff was going to spend some time thinking about how that really made sense vis-a-vis room confinement and other things. So I just want to flag that I think this is kind of like a squishy section that needs to be aligned with separation and room confinement. as it stands here, I think we should add in an individualized determination so that it's not like a group sort of assessment. And it sounds like that's the implication here. And that there should be a plan for restarting participation as soon as there is no longer an immediate threat. And if the limitation will last more than 24 hours, a plan for ensuring that that youth can have recreation and exercise somehow still met, even if they're not participating with the group.
If I may,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I was concerned about the vagueness of limited temporarily. Some jurisdictions may interpret that as a week. Some jurisdictions may interpret that as an hour. So that I'm not sure how to overcome the vagueness of that, but I do think that it's hard to inspect for if it isn't more specific.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that too. Again, there's going to be regulations where the agency determines what that limit is. So what we would do is when we inspected for that, we would go to that facility's policy and procedure, and it could be that, they only limit for up to 2 hours based on X, Y, and Z. So we would then look for documentation that it wasn't temporarily limited for more than 2 hours. So I guess the question is you have the choice of picking a time and holding all counties and facilities to that time frame, or again, the agency determines what that limited participation looks like and why. That would be all outlined in policy and procedure.
Wondering if it could be cured by a need to redocument every 2 hours or every, 4 hours, open to suggestions on that. But if it's a temporary limit for a specific behavior, it seems that it shouldn't turn into kind of a punishment and that it should have to be reevaluated.
And we could even break out that section. As we've been working through regulations over the years, we oftentimes pull things out that are in these really long run-on sentences. So maybe it would even make more sense to pull out that, add a couple paragraph spaces and, make it so that it's clear what that means. And we can certainly, once we lay out, separation and loss of privileges and discipline, making sure that it aligns, because it will take a look at everything to make sure that's aligned. But I think we should break it out specifically.
Is there a way also to prevent a whole pod being locked down for one youth's behavior?
Yes, and that's in discipline.
Okay, so
there's
is there a
prohibition.
cross-reference here?
Well, I mean, we could do that, certainly. There is a reference in discipline for limitations on discipline that
Group punishment can't
is
happen,
limited. Yeah, I'm just making sure it's in here.
So we,
No group punishment.
yeah, so I don't know if that's worth just noting in this paragraph or saying that it must be youth specific, because I think there could be occasions where, anyway, that's my suggestion.
We can individualize it.
Okay.
I think it makes a lot of sense to individualize it here when there's already a prohibition on group punishment. That's pretty strong in discipline, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Yeah, as long as it's individualized.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Chair, there is language in the separation policy that states separated youth shall not be denied normal privileges available at the facility, except when necessary to accomplish the objective of the separation. So I feel like there is a lot of crossover from the separation to the programs and recreation, but I think we need to go back and forth just to make sure that we are not being duplicative in our language. So I think we do need to look at this from a side-by-side perspective, just to make sure that we're not repeating.
contradictory.
Right,
and
right.
that we, we're given the same message in both areas.
Because this language to me, when I read it in the programs, I reflect back on if a youth is on room confinement and now it has to be extended past 4 hours, but we don't want to keep the youth in the room. So we're going to kind of do a reintegration plan. And so part of that reintegration plan is, and I can give you an example. I had a youth that couldn't, if he was around a youth, he was going to assault him. Well, so we had to keep him separated and do everything one-on-one with that youth until we could get him to a place that he could, function with the entire group. But so he's still getting all these things, and it was assessed every day, but it kind of goes in line with that room confinement and that reintegration plan that we've created.
I just think that's such an important example because then you've documented it and that's something then that that the BSCC can inspect for. So that feels like it's an important tie-in that we need to have here.
Documentation is important. Yeah.
Agreed. Okay. You got those notes. Anything else? Danny?
In section A in 13 for gender specific programming, I'm just suggesting gender and gender expansive to be inclusive of folks with different gender identities.
Got it.
Thank you. Anything else, Marina?
I just have a couple more. Sort of back up in that introductory paragraph. I would suggest that the annual review include consultation with youth living in the facility. So they can it's great to have an annual review and it'd be great to have feedback from the youth that are actually participating in the programming as the facility reassesses each year. And I would include in that considering diversity of programming for youth who have completed what's available. Now, increasingly, as youth are spending longer terms in county facilities, I've heard concerns raised that they finish the programming that's there and then they have the choice of nothing or repeat it, which is boring. And then moving into A, I just wanted to note that from the youth surveys from FLY and ARC, I thought they had some amazing recommendations to add to that list. And I know it's a including but not limited to, but if we're listing, we should list the things that the youth say they want. And I saw in there team building through competition and athletics, nonviolent communication, animal and plant therapy, civic engagement, family engagement, healthy relationships, reentry support, vocational training, financial literacy, and youth rights education. And the last comment I wanted to make actually comes from the Attorney General's office's letter on this section. It's a concern that they raised that I share with this last sort of paragraph here in the section where it says the administrator may suspend for a period not to exceed 24 hours access to recreation programs. And the only limitation here we have here is that it should be documented with reasons. I don't understand this section. I share the Attorney General's recommendation that it be deleted and suspension go back to where we have regulations on emergencies that allow the facility administrator to make appropriate decisions in that case.
And I can let Marguerite or one of the chiefs talk to this, but on under right after subsection C. But the times when we've had to deploy this was usually because of some facility-wide problem, whether it be an emergency related to just the facility infrastructure or those kinds of things. Typically not because of behavior of youth or anything like that, but just because of if programs or these kind of things they may be a threat to the safety of the kids or to the staff. Chief, if you have anything else.
Really, the only time I can think that it's been applicable is initially during COVID before things got
Right.
set up for virtual.
Mhm.
Or if there's been like a natural disaster in a jurisdiction of some sort.
Right. And that's to at least formulate a plan. Most of the time, it doesn't take 24 hours to do that. But at least given the opportunity for us to develop some kind of a plan around it is in communication with BSCC, obviously, to be able to put that together.
I agree with the times we actually use that, you know, if it's because of youth's behavior, there was a use of force or, you know, then that's not 24 hours. That's, you know, that's 30 minutes or so.
Right.
But these are large things where facilities are, you know, fire and floods and
Right.
stuff. So if we needed to add more descriptive verbiage to do that, I think that's appropriate.
The only thing that I will say is that in my facility, I don't allow a supervisor to make that decision that they're going to cancel programming. So the only thing that I would maybe suggest is that it would be the superintendent that would make that decision. It just says like facility manager. So that is a little vague. But you know, that way, I mean, I require that the superintendent make that decision if programming is going to be suspended for any reason. So
And maybe we work on getting a very consistent term as to who is described as, I mean, I'm given so many different titles. I'm a manager, I'm a chief deputy, I'm a, you know, superintendent. Yeah, so you
Would
have
be the
that
administrator, right?
common, you know, word so that we know that, and then in certain areas, maybe get away from that or designee, you know, because if it's not me there, it's going to be my level who is going to
Right.
make that decision.
Chief Richard?
I would say it depends on the facility, of course. It may be that the responsible person is a supervisor who has to make that decision that programming is going to be suspended for the next 6 hours, and a facility administrator isn't actually accessible from, you know, 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. So if we were going to use language, I would say person responsible for operational aspects of the facility at that time the decision's made.
That makes sense. That's a reality. I mean, depending on, you know, because it could be weekends, it could be, you know, all those different things where kids are awake. It's not like in the middle of the night or anything, but, you know, it could be those times where the watch commander, at least in my area is what it's called, would be making that kind of a call. And then, of course, in consultation with the administration, you know, quickly, you know, contacting. But if something needed to happen right away, you have to have that level of a person have the authority to be able to do that, acting on the authority of the administration.
Yeah, and I think this is for extended period times, not the short,
Correct.
because I don't know about most, I'm on call 24/7. So, you know, I get those calls in the middle of the night.
Sure.
So, and keeping in mind, middle of the night's also, kids are in their room.
Yeah.
Sleeping, so.
So would that be then administrator / superintendent / or designee? Just
I'd
to
say
go back
administrator or designee. The administrator is the chief for the superintendent, yeah.
okay. Does that address the chiefs from Merced?
I think that counties, I mean, I can hear that counties operate differently. So we have on-call 24 hours. Other counties may not, or right. So for me, I mean, it makes sense to have a policy in place that a supervisor would need to contact the on-call person to make that decision. But I certainly can see that other counties, you know, they may not have that ability. And so, but I think the biggest point to look at is that it's 24 hours, not to exceed 24 hours. And so, you know, yeah.
That's a big deal. if
Right.
You're going to exceed 24 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
And usually if it is, you're contacting BSCC before you're even doing that, before it even gets to, but if you anticipate that it's going to go beyond that, You're already calling the rep.
I'm assuming you're getting contacted
Oh,
too.
of course.
Yeah, so it goes up
It
this
does,
way,
it
not
does.
down.
So where are we landing then on the language?
As far as the contact or who
The
may
ad-
suspend,
Yeah,
I still think it's administrator or superintendent, whichever, and I know they're interchangeable in different parts of the regulation, but I think the administrator slash designee, because it could be a supervisor on duty who has to make an immediate call. And then, of course, with administration support, once, feasible, to be able to contact the administrator to say, this is what we got. And then they're making that call for the ultimate okay to be able to move forward. Does that make sense to people?
well, it's still in excess of 24 hours, so hopefully you're going to be contacted well within a 24-hour period.
Oh, yeah, yeah. If again, it depends on what the situation is, but usually when we're having to deploy this, it's a significant event.
And it does feel like, though, then it needs that standard, that there's a significant, because this is actually, as written, it looks like you could have any reason at all. And so I'm like, the individual youth is immediate threat to safety and security. I would think that if it's facility wide, it should be that as well.
I just want to clarify, because I know the discussion, we started out with that a youth participation in program, and that section is in there so that in the event of a youth, I'm gonna say what the intent is. It might not, solve all problems, but the intent of that is if a young person is having an issue, there's a way to not put them into a situation where there might be more, it might be frustrating, right? So their participation in that program might be limited for 20 minutes because of an emergency. That is very different than the facility administrator canceling an entire program. So that is covered in emergency suspension of standards. If they're going to suspend, and we're working on making that regulation a lot more clear too. I don't know that it needs to be in two places, and I could be absolutely wrong. But if we're talking about suspending a program because of a natural disaster, that is going to fall under emergency suspension of standards. If you're an agency, unless I'm completely wrong, isn't going to cancel a program for any other non-emergent reason. So I guess there's the limiting a youth's participation for safety and security, or some other reason, and then shutting down a program for some other. Those are two very different situations. We have the one is addressed in here, and we'll clean that up, and then the suspension piece is elsewhere. So I don't know if you also wanted to add that into this section.
I'm saying I don't think we need it here because I think it's covered under exactly what, I think we're saying the same thing, that like the Attorney General suggested deleting this section of this regulation.
But they wouldn't suspend a standard if one particular young person couldn't participate.
We're looking at the very last paragraph where it's not talking about a one particular young person. So
I
it's that
apologize.
last- and so from what folks have said, it sounds to me like you're applying 1311, this
Yes,
emergency
that
suspension
shouldn't
of
be in
standards, and this extra language at the bottom is a little bit in conflict.
So do we?
You just take that paragraph out.
Yeah.
So
Is
yeah,
that
do
I'm
we
hearing?
agree? Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
The paragraph below
It took
little
took
c.
the long way there, but you're right.
Good talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I was gonna say I agree, but yeah.
All right.
And I apologize for reading the wrong section.
Any other? Right. Any other thought on that? All right. So generally, do we have consensus on the updates that were made? And of course, the specific conversation, staff will bring all of that back to us to make a final decision. But I feel like we have pretty good consensus on the work that was done there.
Sorry,
Danny,
I
go ahead.
just at one point that was mentioned earlier in terms of the limited temporary, did we land on that we were gonna add language for periodic checks? And that's where it was gonna stand, or a definition of what limited was?
Yeah, I think for sure it needs to be individualized and then look into what limited means, and then certainly longer than 24 hours, there needs to be reviews. So we'll work on all of this language, also aligning it with other sections. Like separation, discipline, and loss of privileges, and then something about a reintegration plan. So when the threat is over, that they reintegrate, as soon as possible is important too. And Chief Rochester.
I want to reiterate what Meredith said about the recommendations from Fly. I did appreciate the reentry component. And I think that sometimes facility administrators, we feel kind of boxed in by this list. So I just, that gets a little bit tricky for us, but I did appreciate the recommendations, and I do think that we should take the young people's perspective into consideration.
No, good. Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
I also like the suggestion that it's reviewed annually with youth.
Yeah.
There's some way
yeah.
to get annual feedback, and because our population shifts, right?
Correct.
So we could potentially have a very different population in a year's time.
Agreed. So we'll take a look at the Fly's recommendations for adding to the program list, and we'll bring that back. Okay. Good suggestions. All right. Thank you. So let's move on to 1372 religious program. Under 1372, looks like it was just a little bit of a recommendation about adding a variety of religious services there. And those were based on some of the feedback that we got through public comment. Any other discussion here?
I would just try to be inclusive and mindful that some people's spiritual practices aren't called religion or clergy. So, and I know with SB 823, we're specifically called to develop spiritual healing practices. So I'm not sure where that would go. I don't know if it's B, availability of clergy and other spiritual mentors. Obviously, there's always going to be the clearance. There's always going to be the superintendent making sure that it's a someone that is safe with youth. But I just think it's more inclusive.
So when because I agree, for us to be able to have some kind of an ability to expand what that potentially means in the spiritual mentors, and so opportunity for religious services and practices. Are we asking for there to say religious and spiritual services, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if it's reflected in the RLUIPA laws. Does it, like the religious, the law that governs religious practices in detention facilities? I wonder if there's a term used in there that we could refer to as well. Anybody? Lawyers? What's that? We can look it
So
up.
maybe instead of saying clergy, because that was the one thing that jumped out at me also, if we could use some more generic like practitioner. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to capture really more, rather than just religion, but religious, spiritual practices, things of that nature. Something more around like practitioners or appropriate leaders or applicable.
Culturally specific leaders that practice healing. Because there's drumming circles, there's talking circles. There's other ways to get in touch with our spiritual lives besides a clergy person.
What about spiritual leaders?
Yeah.
I think when we start getting into like drumming, like being way too,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
then that's
sure.
getting way too
That was
specific.
just
Yeah.
an example of that
But-
wouldn't fit under clergy.
No, but it's a practice of spirituality.
For religious and spiritual leaders to encompass both.
Yeah.
Some
it's
folks are religious, but they don't really like use the term spiritual.
agreed. Right. And so we want to be, cognizant and respectful of those thoughts as well. So I think adding that about spiritual practitioners or something like that would be good.
I was gonna just suggest mentors, because leaders maybe not work, and I don't know. Practitioners might work.
Yeah.
We'll dig into that a little bit.
Okay,
too. I bet you
thank
there's
you.
something
Yeah.
out there, yeah.
Where you're talking about might be where you could find something.
Sometimes I like to pretend I know laws.
Any other thoughts in this section? All right, oh, sorry, go ahead, Danny.
It may be like covered in another section about like access to like different religious garb, like if they use a hijab or like, different, is that already included? Maybe it's listed in the clothing. I think it might, I don't know, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, it doesn't call it out specifically, but under A, it does say services and practices.
I think
Does it talk about?
not, I wanted to look at the adult regulation really quickly. That might be a little bit more expansive, if I remember correctly, but we all know how that's going today. Okay, just one quick
problem.
second.
While you do that,
I wanted to point out there's also the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978. So there may be some more language in that.
Oh, no, it's the same. So the adult regulation, religious services, practices, and counseling. So if practices,
Yeah, because I know in like the Youth Bill of Rights, like this was something that in one of the sections was talked about for youth to have access to, gender affirming clothing, religious, et cetera.
well, I think it would be important to add the variety of spiritual, religious, whatever the language we land on, religious counseling and practices. And if practices covers garb or other tangibles, then it could be, that would be, make sure that those things are included, practices.
My suggestion would be to at least like put that as an example or list, because that's been comments that has been made that folks don't always at certain facilities have access to that stuff. So if we're including it in practice, maybe a parenthetical that says like this is including like, religious, spiritual, garments, wardrobe, or adding it as a section for like its own section in D is my suggestion.
Oh, it does.
And by the way, some practices are related to food, like Ramadan or vegetarianism so I don't
I think
know.
it's outlined in the nutrition
That's in
section.
the food section.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It is. All right, any other thoughts here? Okay, so looks like we have pretty good consensus around that. That's some good suggestions. Appreciate that. Under 1373 work program. So Allison, I didn't see any specific recommendations in this regard for work program, but
No, there weren't. I know there was a lot of feedback about, increasing availability of work programs or compensation, things like that. But certainly open for discussion. Maybe it's helpful to talk about some of the work programs that are available in facilities.
Well, I think one of the biggest things that we are running into is a fair wage for youth work. And how that either can be developed. And I know that that's a big deal because resources are a big deal. And then just to have policies and procedures created that individualize plans for, and this is some of the suggestions that came from youth directly. The facility administrator shall develop policies and procedures to create individualized plans for youth to benefit from work programs through skill building, vocational opportunities, and connections to opportunities upon reentry. So that kind of goes back to the programming that we read earlier. So that's what I think we're seeing is a big piece, especially for the SYTF youth.
No, I know there is really no mechanism that exists now to be able to provide a wage for young people. However, I know there are specific programs that, that we've taken a look at that would provide as part of a program that comes along with the funding to be able to do that. So the opportunities are there, but there just is no, state doesn't provide funding for that specifically. So, there's certainly something that, I think individual departments could consider based on some of the programs that they're developing in-house, but I don't think it's ever been anything that was, certainly part of the regulation that would require it.
Apparently DOR does offer a, through COE, a TPP program. Does anybody take advantage of that? It's TPP. I think a lot of what we're finding out as OYCR is there are some programs that just aren't widely used. I don't think it's appropriate for us to put it in the regulations, but I just wanted to put that out there that it's called TPP, and I'll get that to Allison so she can send it out.
What does TPP stand for? And
It's the transitional partnership program for high schools.
Yes, they are available. We use them. And then, for example, we had a youth from SYT step down to our camp, and then we employed him through that program with Caltrans. I think what you have to look at is maybe not necessarily putting in the regulations, because different counties have different resources. And then you also have to look at security measures, like because we are putting that youth in the community, and maybe not every youth is going to be appropriate, if they're in for murder. And maybe if they are in for murder, maybe they're appropriate based on how they're behaving. So I think if we can put it in a way that's not pigeonholing everyone, and I know we want to look at wages, but then where does that wage come from when we're general funds our entire, most of our programming. So
I think that the intent of the language for this specific section was to keep facility folks from utilizing our youth in a way to perform work that is not meaningful, just for the purpose of just having them do it. And I think that if we're going to start talking about like a specific program that includes a fair wage, I don't know that it would go here. Because I feel like this section is to protect young people from being given duties that are not, meaningful to them. In Merced, we have, for example, a coffee trailer where our kids are actually, it's voluntary, but they are paid a wage, and we open a bank account for them so that they have money in this bank account when they're released from custody. And we had to go through that process with our County Office of Education to ensure that we're paying a fair wage. But again, that was utilizing our SB 823 funds to be able to do that. So I would be interested in learning more about the TPP program, but I do think that this 1373 is designed really to keep facilities from assigning jobs that are not meaningful to kids. Not so much about like working for free.
that could be if we ever added something like in the area with post-education and career technical education, you know, because in CTE, you're learning skills in addition to life skills and not just menial tasks that are just, you know, free labor.
Sure. Aaron?
I just want to say I would definitely support incorporating a fair wage, and I know that Fly's youth survey reflected that that's something that the youth are interested in. It sounds like a really cool program that you have in Merced, and I'm curious if there's anything that could, like, I don't know, flag that it's possible, or you know, something that like helps facility administrators know that there's not a barrier to doing what you did, some sort of reference here to that. So that's just a question. Then I also saw in ARC's youth input a suggestion that there be certificates for work accomplishments, which I thought was a really cool idea. As you go into your career, having proof of things you've done seems like it could be really valuable. Right.
Yeah, and those kind of things, you know, exist depending on the kind of programs that are being offered. You know, like we have, you know, welding, and we have some forklift, I mean, kinds of things that kids can get a certificate, food handling, you know, those kinds of things that are, you know, I think a part of our existing programs now. Oh, I'm sorry, Danny.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Meredith said, and I think that finding some way to just list it out, just because there like are some places that are doing like great programming, but that may not be the case. So folks know when they're thinking about this that they should be considering if they can give a young person a fair wage. Maybe there's funding that they're not tapping into. They should be thinking about giving certificates and other things that they can like provide a young person with. Like, I think sometimes, you know, people that are doing like good work, like you're doing good stuff, so you know that you're doing the right thing, but folks that aren't, like, sometimes they need these prescriptors to be listed in as like things they should be thinking about and considering when they're having these work programs.
Yeah, I can imagine we can include some language in there that talks about if you were to develop that kind of a program for work and for, you know, young people being paid, it should be at a fair wage. Whatever you're going to pay them, should be at some kind of a fair wage if that's going to be a part of the program, regardless of whatever the funding is. That, you know, if you introduce it, then it should be, we should be paying kids at that fair wage, whatever it is. I just don't. I don't think we're at a point where we can force departments to do that at this point.
Yeah, so that's why my suggestion was to put it as things that they should be considering.
Gotcha.
So to have that like noted of things that they can consider in the work programs
Right.
to be looking into. So just some like bullet point
Understood.
items, and then
I think
those
that's-
counties can decide with, you know, their budget size for what fits for them.
Right.
But it gives them at least some prescriptor like examples of things they should be thinking about.
Okay, agreed.
I agree with all that. And I was just going to add, the one thing that's kind of missing though is you can't force work without a fair wage, because that seems to be like the piece that you're sort of getting at is you shouldn't be made to work without it being meaningful. And I think similarly, you shouldn't be made to work without being paid. So a work program that's voluntary seems like could be more open, but where it's compulsory, that seems more problematic.
Another issue that's coming up is that for consideration only is that youth's meals are tailored to the type of work that they're doing. We have youth that are literally doing construction, painting. So just to highlight that there's a lot of calories being burned by some of our youth. So I don't, again, it's just a suggestion, a consideration.
Any other thoughts on this? Good thoughts, though. Really good.
Just to make sure we have everything, language about work being voluntary in nature and consideration of programs that compensate, you know, something to the effect of where possible youth shall be compensated with fair wage, certificate of completion. I know not all programs are certificate programs, but considering some sort of document that shows they completed a program. Are those the concepts that we're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, and like awards too, if they're like doing good work, may not be a certificate, but maybe like they did good on like a particular project or something like that. I know, just as even if it doesn't necessarily help job related, but more, it helps. Yeah. Hmm.
Well, you can even put in there something that would get the youth's feedback. So an example is we elicited some feedback from youth, and so one youth wanted a certificate, but then also to take a picture of him with the certificate and then have it sent to his mom. So those kind of things, it's like, because he was proud of what he did. And so, I mean, don't underestimate the power of a certificate. So
Yeah. There's something along the lines of had it and then it popped out, in where possible, encouraging recognition or even with a photo. I mean, okay.
Right. Are we good with the work program? All right, it is 12:05, 12:07 or so. So I think it's a good time for us to take a 30-minute break. So let's see. So let's do this. My clock says 12. I'm just going to say 12:10. We'll come back at 12:40 sharp.
And there's right next door to us, there's a what is that place called? It's meat, Brazilian restaurant. There's Indian food, sorry. There's some Chinese food, there's Togo's, there's Starbucks. That's all right across the parking lot here. Across the street, there's pizza and Starbucks and a deli, all kinds of stuff over there as well. And of course, the ubiquitous DoorDash and Uber Eats, and
They come here.
yeah, they come here too. Oh, Carl's Jr., that's within walking distance too.
All right. So one thing, just want to remind those who are here, we provided the sign-in sheets in the backs for anyone who may be interested in participating in the in one of the 4 work groups. And then you can also provide your information and then provide your contact information if you're interested in doing that. So I wanted to just remind folks that that information is there. And then Allison, was there any other kind of housekeeping things we needed to before we get going?
I don't think so. I think we're ready to go.
Okay, let's go. All right, so we at 1374 visiting area here, and we had a few recommendations here from BSCC with some replacement, some language around other family members such as grandparents, siblings, supportive adults, and then add the availability of the Youth Bill of Rights, and to incorporate those kinds of things into the regulation as well. And then also to have a discussion around the duration of visiting. So I'll start the conversation there under visiting.
I
Yes.
wanted to ask about the intention of the language. I remember we added supportive adults last time because some people were not allowed if they were not blood relatives, and we felt very strongly about about the youth having somebody who is supportive of them that could come and visit them. So I just wondered about why the change.
I'm going to look over at my colleagues, but I believe we mirror the language in the Youth Bill of Rights here. It might also be helpful to look at the definition of extended family member. When you take a look, it's pretty expansive, and I think it would include maybe what you have in mind.
I think this is also one that we've had to go back based on prior comment we've received from this group and look a little closer at the definitions because, for example, when we initially drafted this, siblings is now listed here as an other person, whereas the Bill of Rights says that that person shall be allowed to visit their siblings. So this is an example of one that we've taken back from prior feedback. So this will look a little different when we present it to you again because, as you know, the extended family members and siblings, those are required instead of just someone who should be considered a may visit. We'll also consider the supportive adult. That we've had that feedback from prior meetings. That'll be added and redrafted into this.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda.
Any other comments around visiting?
I think looking at some of the suggestions coming from CAPIA, which is California Association of Probation Institution Administrators, we were looking at what about considering the SYTU population, spouses that may be or partners in that case, and I see, and children.
Are those included in the Youth Bill of Rights? Might look that up too.
Yeah, I do remember seeing those suggestions from Capia.
Yes, you're right. Children isn't there, but we could be dealing with situations where kids are actually youth or married.
The only thing I'll say about the extended family members that concerns me a little bit is that I would agree with what you're saying, Jane, is that, you know, an extended family member and a supportive adult like a coach may not be considered like an extended family member. So I think we have to be really intentional if we're going to define that or keep the supportive adult in there. Because we have a lot of kids who, you know, maybe their parents are not coming to visitation, but we're able to work with the child and find someone who is important to that child, and we connect with them and facilitate that. So I just think that it could get lost a little bit.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yes, I would.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I would agree to include the supportive adult, especially like.
Is your mic on?
It says it's on.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think have included supportive adults. Like, I understand like the edit, but you know, especially for LGBTQ folks that may not have certain family supports and may have other folks that they view as their family or someone they're close to.
Yeah, there it is.
I agree with all that, and I think that entire universe should be like presumed to be allowed to visit. The framing here is may be allowed to visit with approval, and I would like to see that be more like unless there's a reason that they shouldn't, switched around because these relationships are so important, and that there be like stated reasons so that it's not arbitrary. We have been hearing from some places concerns around visitation being canceled. And so it seems, I don't know how that aligns with all the other places where things are suspended, and documentation of that, in terms of making that inspectable. But we've heard that due to staffing constraints, visitations in some places gets just canceled. And it's, you know, huge, really serious issue.
I want to double check. There was discussion in the adult regulation revision about adding language relative to, I don't want to say it and get it wrong, but relative to cancellations. Visits may not be canceled unless a legitimate operational or safety and security concerns exist. All canceled visits must be documented. facility manager designee shall regularly review canceled visits and document such review. I don't know if that's something that aligns.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think that's in there.
Sorry.
Yeah, the legislation has a definition for extended family member. It means any adult related to the youth by blood, adoption, or marriage, and any adult who has established familial or mentoring relationship with the youth, including but not limited to godparents, clergy, teachers, neighbors, and family friends. And that is in the definition in the Welfare and Institutions Code, section 224.70.
So given that definition about is that extended family members? Is that the?
That's the
definition?
definition of extended family members.
And I know it, I think because certainly I think within policies, within the individual departments, that level of detail would be, part of what their policy would be brought out. In the reg, however, do we still want to, of course, include the extended family member, but also include the supportive person? And that may be something, Danny, were you going to speak to that, or was there something else?
If that maybe that should be added to the definition part, then like that similar language for family should be added to our definitions here, and then when people look to that, they'll be able to know that it includes that same, instead of having to look through the like code, or maybe saying as defined in WIC 224.7.
Right.
But I wanted to circle back to what Meredith stated. I think that the last sentences, the may be allowed, that part should be stricken, actually, like, because it's treating extended family members and siblings to like a different level than, the parents, guardians. And like the point of this is like you don't know who's involved in the young person's life and who they may be closest with. They could have an older sibling that has acted as a parent to them. So we shouldn't be treating extended family or siblings like they're not like equally as important. So I just think it should instead of saying and children of youth, it should be, comma, children of youth, extended family, and siblings, period.
Okay. Any thoughts on that?
I
Yeah.
agree with that. And just to go back to the visit cancellations, we've at a facility recently saw 3 parents turned away at the door because of cancellations, which is like real hardship. So if we're going to look at what the adult side says around cancellation, something where it's like, notice to families so that people don't turn up for visits and get turned away.
If that happens, what do we normally do? I mean, just in general, Marty.
Well, no, it shouldn't happen.
Right.
But if let's say there was some sort of facility, urgent thing, then
Because those happen.
then I would say the parents need to be notified immediately that, hey,
Right.
because due to these things, we can't facilitate this visit today. I will say too, in situations where we have a kid who is completely going off and, we've had to cancel a visit because he was just out of control. And so we would notify the parent because we also want to engage the parent in what's going on, but then we would reschedule. So I think if it needs to be canceled, you give notice, as reasonably possible, and then give it opportunity to reschedule. Because what you don't want is have a parent show up. I mean, it's bad enough how much gas costs for them to even get there. So.
Right. So I think we should include some information in there about about a canceled visit, notice to the parent or to the visitor, since it's, at least to the parent or whoever that person standing in local parentis for that young person, be notified of that. And then in regard to canceled visits, I'm sorry, not canceled visits, but rescheduling visits. It seems like we should have some language in there around, with every opportunity to, I don't know, to be able to reschedule visits within a reasonable amount of time, something around that, those.
You could even add in there if a cancellation, if a visit needed to be canceled, to even document it and document the reasons why.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on this? Yeah, Director Lucero.
So just to, I'm not saying this is what we should do, but we should keep in mind that in the child welfare world, we call it family time and not visiting, because it's time with family, which is really critical and kind of puts a different lens on it. And then also in the Youth Bill of Rights, there's a paragraph. It says to maintain frequent and continuing contact with parents, guardians, siblings, children, and extended family members through visits, telephone calls, and mail. Youth may be provided with access to computer technology and the internet for maintaining relationships with the family as an alternative, but not as a replacement. We have kind of all that, but I just wanted to mention that there's a purpose behind it. So I don't know if it's appropriate to say that the goal is to make sure that youth are in connection with their families. And that could be in-person visitation or phone or computers. But I'm just bringing that to your awareness.
I think now with free phone calls, they can do that. And I think one thing COVID brought us was the requirement to really have Zoom available. So I think we, what we're offering is if the parent can't make it, we replace that. If they can't make it, then we give them a Zoom option. So I think having those, not in replacement, but if you can't make it, we will create this opportunity for you.
The only thing I will say is that what we found, unfortunately, is that if you force the Zoom option and it's there, we found that a lot of parents aren't coming for visits, unfortunately. So because they feel like they're seeing, their child on Zoom, that's enough. So that's the unfortunate thing. I mean, I think that Zoom is great. I just think that we have to make sure that we think about the fact that it shouldn't, right, the language is there, but if we forced it and said, you have to have this, I don't know. What we have seen is that parents are not coming for visits now as much as they did.
Because the Zoom option is available?
Yeah, because they're visiting on Zoom and then the youth doesn't get a visit at visitation. Right.
I agree, but I wouldn't want to take it away I mean, that is difficult because we want parents to come. And the kids want to see them in person, but I'd hate to say, don't put it in there. I think it should be available if a parent can't come.
Last line of the regulation. The last line of the regulation before there's an edit added, the facility may provide access to technology as an alternative, but not as a replacement to in-person visiting. I don't know if anybody feels that that's adequate or should be tweaked a little bit. It's kind of saying all of those things. Not in direct response to that, but to this issue, I do wonder if for some families they resort to the technology option because what's offered is just not possible for them regularly because it's only weekend hours and they work weekends, or it's only evenings, they work evenings. So I'm wondering about to get at this goal of encouraging in-person visitation, that we strive for variable hours of visitation that can accommodate family work schedules. Something like evenings, morning and afternoon, and the weekends, something like that.
Yeah, I think most facilities do try to have a variety of hours because you have the 2-hour minimum that you have per week, and usually it's 1 hour on one day and another hour on another, and so that's typically, it'll, usually part of it, it'll be a weekend and a weekday is typically how, we would do it, and probably similar in different facilities.
We have varied visitation hours. The problem is that there are some facilities that are in rural areas. So
Yeah.
I think a lot of it has to do with the lack of funds for gas money. And, so that's part of the struggle as well. So you should provide for the Zoom option, and we have it, and we have tablets in our facilities, and our youth are able to stay connected to people who are important to them. But what I don't like is then they don't get that visit. And so I just have noticed that it's seemingly the in-person visitation has decreased. And that, just as Director Lucero is saying, reunification is important. And so is the Zoom visit, because we see the kids saying like, hey, let me see my room, and stuff like that. So both are great, but then unfortunately you miss that in-person visit sometimes, is what I've noticed, which is not good.
We also have childcare issues, that sometimes it's easier for a family to do virtual visits. But I'm wondering if there's a place to address an area for age appropriate visits. Like, what if the youth has a child? So that's an interesting thing to think about. And we did see a lot of facilities with age appropriate rooms and changing tables and
Yeah, I think many facilities have made that
yeah.
accommodation. Yeah.
But just to piggyback on that concept.
It is great in concept. I think if we put it in the regulations, there's going to be resource issues and just space on how do we do that, so I think like a lot of facilities will allow, like if there's childcare issues, then you bring the kids in with you, that's what's changed. And then if you have a child, you bring them in, but it's great. And I wish we had better facilities to do that. It just, how do you do that if you don't have the resources and the room and the space?
Right.
That's the challenge.
Is there anything in the adult system that requires? No. Okay. Okay.
I'm wondering if we could put some like sort of suggested standards, like the spaces shall be as home-like and private as possible, kind of like using that caveat as possible, but also like trying to remove barriers, working with the families to remove barriers, like offering children to accompany or offering gas money or those kinds of things. Are there jurisdictions that do something like that?
Not that I'm aware of those things that I've seen.
Well, the particular things that Meredith is bringing up, I know my department does offer transportation options, anywhere from sponsoring fuel if that's the issue, to providing actual transportation if that's the issue. Plus our kids are located fairly remotely from our population center, so it's an hour and a half away from where most of our families live. And we recognize that if we're going to maintain family connections, that we're going to have to be participatory in that. To the point about offering alternative hours, we pretty much offer bespoke hours for families to visit. We'll accommodate whatever is necessary for them to be there. But if we didn't have the technology option, I guarantee we would have more than a handful of kids that would get probably a third of the visitation time, if any, from families if they didn't have that and we didn't stay focused on offering that.
I was a little concerned that in the third paragraph, the first sentence, that word discretion is to the visiting hours and not to the visit. Yeah. Is are the visits mandatory, but the times are up to the facility versus that there's a discretion to have the visits?
That's for visitation that's outside of the required visitation hours.
Right.
So like in Merced, we have family movie nights. And so if it's a family movie night, then it would be at the discretion of the superintendent. But typically we work with the family members to figure out when they're able to come. Or if we have like a family paint night, those are visitation hours outside of the required. So it's a special visit.
Okay, thank you.
Although the definitions actually have a definition for special visit that confuses that. I agree with your read on that, but special visits in the definitions are visits by people other than who's covered here. So I think there's just a little drafting problem to fix. I think it's special visits, meaning folks who are not otherwise covered here, and visits in addition to the minimums or outside of regular hours shall be accommodated.
Right. I agree. It is a little bit confusing about the two sections that they talk about special visits, yeah.
We also have concerns around not being able to touch each other. I realize there are safety issues. I realize there are drug issues. But when whole units aren't able to touch their parent or visitor for prolonged periods of time, I'm just wondering if there's anything we can address in that regard, or I'd like to at least discuss it.
Any thoughts on that? I know oftentimes it depends on what may be happening in the facility at a particular time, where you may not have contact visits that are happening.
Can there be a presumption unless there's a health and safety issue that prevents in-person contact visits?
Mhm.
Kind of flip it and say non-contact visits will only be required when a significant safety and security consideration is present.
Right.
That would then indicate that contact visits are the standard versus the exception.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
But it's not prescribed in here right now, right?
I'd like to know if that information was historical or current practice.
It's current. It's usually attributed to something coming into the facility and then needing to regroup.
So not on every single visit, but just specific visits?
We've had both. We've seen, something coming into the facility that shouldn't have come in, and then there's a halting of contact visits for a period of time.
I mean, if we want to try to prescribe it in the reg, I think Chief Heman Cross has a reasonable addition that could be added.
Contact visits shall only be required when.
Yeah.
So it gets to that presumption that visits are contact by saying.
Right, because if they're not, then facilities have they have the obligation to document why, and to be able to show that to the rep when they come in.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know if this is overkill, but I wonder about adding something about facilities should make all efforts to identify supportive adults or family members who will visit youth and will attempt to make all possible accommodations to allow or encourage visitation, like transportation, childcare, or child-friendly visiting facilities. So it's not requiring they have all of that, but it's still encouraging that they make those accommodations.
how would you regulate to that though? Like, how would our inspectors inspect to that? Cause I mean, in practice, I'm all for that. I just don't know how, absent ensuring that facilities have a policy around it, I don't know how they would inspect to that standard.
And I think that's part of the plan, the IRP. I think when we think about all those different aspects of their time they're going to have with this, I think those who are those supportive adults, who are those if they have children, all those things are kind of built into the plan that's being developed for the youth, and so then it's incorporated into that. So I'm not sure if it necessarily needs to be here.
I mean, I do just want to say that I think our kids at highest risk are those who have no one visit. I know I used to actually request fly to appoint a mentor to youth who don't have family. And many of our kids either have just been, abandoned by their families, or they came from the foster care system. So I'm not saying it's the state's job or the county's job to identify family necessarily, but I want us to know that the highest risk youth who will not do well is the youth who on visiting day has nobody. So I don't know how to legislate or regulate, but I just wanted to mention that.
I know there's actual, if going back over to the operations side, in the courts, you're required, juvenile probation is required to identify people in their lives that they possibly could be unified with if there's a parent not available.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a practice that is required, that we find those people kind of like family finding early on.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and then there's a lot of departments down doing CFTs, child family team meetings, and incorporating those. And those team meetings are full of people who are not family members.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are some requirements on the front end during the court process to identify those people, and then make that known. And those in our facility, they get sent over to us, like, this person has been approved to be a visitor. So
Right, and then part of that process is how we build that case plan for that young person.
I can definitely see where the identification responsibilities come up other places, but I think an important part of Jane's suggestion was, once we know who those people are, making every effort, reducing barriers, those striving to accommodate so that those visits take place, and having that standard here, I think would be really meaningful. It was like the second part of what you read, I thought was really good.
Jane, say it again, what you were.
The second part was, will attempt to make all possible accommodations to allow or encourage visitation, like transportation, childcare, or child-friendly visiting facilities, etc. There may be other types of accommodations there, but.
I'm just trying to position the our reps to know how to inspect for it, is I think where.
how do you inspect to encourage?
Yeah.
Because I think it's not really our role to start seeking people out. I'm going to rely on the probation officer, and during that of saying, identify those people, let us know, because we're really trying to focus on the kids while they're here with us, and not necessarily our officers are going to be starting to reach out and try to seek people. I mean, we can ask the kid, hey, who do you have, if we're noticing that they aren't getting any regular visits, is there anybody you'd like to have come? But it's oftentimes that probation officer is engaged, and then they're the ones that are working on the case plan, in the monthly case plan. And so during our case plan meetings monthly with the youth, identifying those people, so that could be part of case planning as well.
Yeah, I think identifying the barriers for families, that should be able to be done. I mean, it could be a part of a policy procedure.
Yeah, I just think the encourage, like, how do you encourage?
Right. I mean, I think having transportation would encourage, you know, if you don't have it, would help to encourage it. but-
Yeah, because policies will include that, Jane, and it may not be reflected in the regulation, but certainly as part of the plan development, those kinds of things are embedded in policies of the department, even though it's not prescriptive in the reg. We know based on best practices and based on what we know is best for the kid and families, that those kinds of things would be outlined there.
Right. I'm just worried about the places that don't necessarily follow best practices, but need the minimum standard.
What about something to the effect of this is hard. Policies should include how to, identify supportive youth or offer childcare or transportation if possible. I mean, it's still tricky, and we'll ask to see those policies, and the should, takes away the
Right, because it goes to what else, also what Marguerite was talking about, resources that are available, different aspects of the, different counties' abilities to be able to, whether it be, based on distance, I mean, some of those other things as well. So it's just hard to put a shall on all of those things when there are so many other factors.
something. Oh, sorry.
Oh, what about asking like a requirement that the youth are asked who they view as their support people? Is that inspectable? Like,
The alarm.
oh,
On my phone, I don't have a phone.
uh-oh.
Stand by 1 second. It's okay.
We won't get the
I just don't
EMTs
want
in
it.
here.
Right.
Okay. 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 Yeah, it got armed somehow. It's okay. We are disarmed.
Are we good?
No, I don't know. It's that door right there. Correct. Yeah. I just didn't want it to go off because it would have been very loud.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
And-
Yeah, no.
And
Emergency averted.
Yeah, sorry
All right.
about that.
yeah, I think
Other duties is this.
I feel like this is a place where it might be different for an SYTF youth than all youth, because for sure we should be asking SYTF youth who are in for possibly years who they should, who they want to visit and who are their support person. So just maybe we should note that this is definitely an area that may depart from regular, like a youth who's in for a week or.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the justice system, we have kids in detention who sit there for a couple of years waiting.
Mm.
So I think it's important for all.
Right. Danny, yes.
Yeah, and I'm glad that like some of these points were raised, and I definitely agree with like Jane's suggestions. I think especially for youth who are in foster care, who like the term crossover youth is used a lot, that are in both systems. Because like in my experience representing young folks that were in juvenile justice settings and in foster care, there's a lot of disconnect with like who's the one responsible to do what. And so oftentimes the probation or correction officials, whoever in charge, will defer to like, okay, we reached out to a social worker and then just said like, okay, so that was my, point of contact. And because in the child welfare system, the social worker should be like actively engaging and finding out different resources, but that doesn't always necessarily happen. And a lot of times things get punted for youth that are in foster care. And so it's like, okay, well, we spoke to the social worker to let them know they're here and for visits. And then there's a lot of disconnect where a lot of young folks that are in care have no one that is visiting them because of it. And so I definitely do think having some sort of line or language, like thinking about like as you mentioned, young folks who, if they have no one that has showed up, like it should be like looked at and addressed. Like they may be in foster care, maybe some other situation, but having something that accounts to that, I think is very important, because youth are in different positions, and I do think it's something that should be looked at like by multiple parties, because maybe at one point in time it was looked at for a resource and there wasn't one around at that particular point in time, and then later on someone pops up. So I don't think there's harm in like someone in this role looking at it, someone in probation looking at it, someone in child, because you want to encourage like more people to be able to be involved in their lives.
Maybe this is something that goes under case planning and not visiting,
As family.
because that should be, there should be language in the section, the regulation section for case planning about, exactly what you just said, identifying, and then you already pretty much have the language under visiting. So it's almost like it should go there.
You could really identify any barriers the family might have at that point also.
Yeah, I think it's Chief Richard.
Yeah, I was just going to sort of round out that thought that this section is really about the mechanism of visiting. It isn't about the specifics around the who necessarily, but this is about how to administer visiting itself.
Right.
And to that point, since I have a green light and you acknowledged me, to your peril, there's a line in here about criminal records and that criminal records are not going to be used as like the sole mechanism for restricting visitation, which obviously I agree with. However, there's another line in here that says the staff shall determine in each case whether the visitor's criminal history represents a risk to the safety of youth or staff in the facility. It's just this odd, vague, like, well, what do you mean by criminal history? Do you mean like an offense that occurred 22 years ago and we're going to consider that, or something that happened recently? I think what it's trying to say, and I think we should probably look at clarifying, is that staff shall determine in each case whether the visitor themselves presents a risk to the safety of the youth or the facility. The criminal history is just one aspect of that. I mean, they would look at things like, is the person showing up to visitation intoxicated? Are they in an agitated state? Are they struggling with mental health issues at the moment? That type of thing. So I think criminal history is just for some reason called out relative to the prior line.
That's a good point.
In addition to that, I would put that at a facility administrator level, not just a staff, unless it's, or designee in this case, because if a supervisor could be on duty. And we need an immediate, if a visitor, like we're saying, a visitor comes intoxicated, and we've all had that, or we get, any other immediate reason in the moment. But if I think an ongoing denial of some individual to be denied to visit needs to be documented and reviewed with facility manager.
I know at the paragraph just above that, it talks about the facility administrator developing and implementing written policies. It also talks about the facility administrator or the designee in conjunction with the youth case plan or in the best interest of the youth. And so it could be assumed that what we're talking about under that next paragraph, it would apply to include denials of visits for the reason that Chief Richard is talking about, but we could make it certainly more prescriptive to make sure that a facility administrator is the one who would have to make that decision based on not just criminal history, but whatever those other factors are. So I think it can be cleaned up to be able to make it clear for facilities to be able to do that.
And I really like the suggestion of documenting denials, and I would really like to see an opportunity to request reconsideration. So for something like a criminal history, there may be so much more context or rehabilitation or whatever it is that people should have the chance for some back and forth to discuss a denial.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that? I like the idea of incorporating into the case plan what Jane talked about, into that the the case planning part of the reg? Is that kind of how? Could you read it, what it says?
Youth will receive assistance in requesting contact with parents, other supportive adults, attorney, clergy, probation officer, or other public official. So I feel like we could make that a lot better as part of the case planning, because at that point, that's when it's been determined that the youth will be detained. And so that's really when you need to start doing that work and identifying important individuals and assisting with, I mean, for us, we sometimes do contact the probation officer, but a lot of my staff within the facility are also, they're seeing the kids every single day. So they're working with the kids to try to figure out like who would be, important to them to come and for a visit. And then they're checking in with the probation officer to say like this particular youth named this person. And then, they're contacting the parents and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I feel like some of the logistic stuff would make sense still if it's about reduction of barriers like transportation, visiting hours, childcare could still make sense at visitation as long as it's somewhere I wouldn't argue too much about it. But the reason I would harp on it is that more honestly, more than trauma treatment, which I am an extraordinarily strong proponent of, having that person in your life consistently is the number one factor for well-being later on. So those connections are so important that I wouldn't mind seeing it repeated, but maybe those logistics make sense in the visitation section. But certainly the identification, I understand that makes a lot more sense in case planning.
Maybe, Allison, we can do some draft language around Jane's suggestion. I think both where we're talking about where Chief Rochester's is making that point there, but also maybe there's some draft language in the visiting session regarding just kind of the logistical parts of it. And then we can take a look at what staff come up with based on your suggested language on that. Okay. Director Lucero.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the right place to start addressing the lived experience support person, but around the state, there's different understanding or allowances, very subjective. Like if a youth says, I've been working with this person in the community, they're my support person. Sometimes they're called credible messengers, lived experience mentors. I'm wondering if there is a need to address and make it less subjective, because we're hearing that in some counties, there's one set of rules, and another county, there's another set of rules, which I understand, but it's hard to know how to keep a youth in touch with their credible messenger if the facility has a general barrier around credible. So what if the credible messenger is the support person and that kind of thing? Because those are usually like two different categories. So I don't know if this is the place to address it, because there is a reference to criminal history, but I realize that's for, it appears that that's for the extended family member, but which now could be a credible messenger.
Sure. And I believe, and again, I have my own experience, but those credible messengers are part of that supportive person group, and we're strengthening based on the language that we've talked about earlier, kind of strengthening that so that it's a bit easier for us to be able to do this. So we're taking away that kind of discretionary saying may or may not. We're actually going to make that be a part of the shall, just like a parent. So I think most facilities, if not all, include credible messengers and others as supportive persons. And so I think we've strengthened that piece of it where we've said that taking away that may discretion, but having them become part of, those that shall have access.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if that would remedy that, but I know we've worked on that language. Yeah, Meredith, sorry.
I just wanted to bring up that a bunch of the comment from the comments that we got from Fly and ARC's surveys and work with young people was around duration and frequency of visit. So I'm hoping that we can touch on that. Especially, I think we could heighten the standard for minimum visitation for youth who have extended confinement. So I would like us to think about, could we do something? I don't know if it's post-dispositional, but then you mentioned even a pre-adjudication youth could be there a long time. So maybe it's after a certain number of days, the access to visiting goes up, but it seems like something we should be talking about.
So now there's a 2-hour minimum per week in order to provide visits. And I'm sure some facilities have more than the 2 hours. But do you have a suggested formula? Or
I initially did my red line as post-dispositional youth and then reconsidered after Chief Rochester's comment, but I was looking at 4 hours. I think we had, I don't remember the recommendations in the comments, maybe were higher than that.
It was eight in the.
I think logistically, if you look at how many kids you have in certain facilities, to say a minimum of 4 for every single kid, you may not have enough hours. And, the reality is it's minimum of 2 hours. Some kids don't get that because people aren't visiting. And I think after that is maybe you could put in there if there's room, to provide additional visits. It is definitely accommodated. So, some kids get 5 hours a week because their parents come that many times. Some kids, don't. But I think it's to say every kid will get 4 hours. How do you do that in some facilities? Because I know I have 3 visiting rooms, and with all the other things that we have to do, how do you provide that realistically?
So maybe for the long, I mean, I know I'm focused on SYTF because I'm co-chairing that committee, but I think 2 hours a week for somebody that's living somewhere for years is just not enough. Especially because we want family engagement. That's in the legislation. That we know that's a will guarantee, help to guarantee success upon less restrictive programs. So it may be that these are two different, rules.
Could be, but I think to Chief Rochester's point, you do have some predisposition kids who are waiting adult charges for years.
Yeah. And they shouldn't just be seeing their families for 2 hours a week.
And like I said, these are minimums. And so I know that there are, but I think to Marguerite's point, having to add the capacity to be able to do that, along with, the other things. So I think when we talk about special visits on the bottom of page 99, it talks about the provisions for special visits in addition to the 2-hour minimum outside of regular hours shall be accommodated as necessary. And so I think that those are there for us to be able to do that. But certainly I'd be open to, if there is a length of time to say
After 90 days.
after so many days, and then we could look at it, but it would have to be really, build in some understanding around what Marguerite talks about capacity, because I think not just staffing, but just talking about facility plant where these things happen in conjunction with a rec schedule with the other things that are going on as well. But really individualizing the length of time and how often those kind of visits happen based on, because I completely agree with, we're gonna have folks in our facilities for years, which is different. So I think we do need to make some kind of accommodation for that. But how do we do that for individual kids instead of blanketly saying all?
Just as we have the, under visitation, now I've lost my page. What's the section number? So just as we have the language about may provide, maybe we could have language that says something to, because I think a lot of us are doing it already, where we have a lot of family engagement type stuff. Maybe we should add some language around, facilities should promote additional visitations for youth who are in custody for a certain amount of time, whatever, that promotes family engagement, something like that. I feel like that, again, it's difficult to inspect to, but at least, you're calling it out and saying that facilities should be doing it. Does that make sense? Where if you're there for an extended period, facilities should, like I said, most of us, I think a lot of us are already doing that, but in some capacity, but we don't. I mean,
And it is based on, right, how long
that's,
young people are there and who's available, who's part of their lives. And so I know those things happen, but I understand that every facility doesn't always meet that, they'll meet the minimum standard no matter what. So I understand the need or the desire to be able to have the ability for the reg to speak to it. I'm just not sure how you could fire it in every case. But so I think that may be one of those places, Allison, that based on all the feedback, if we can get some draft language that we could consider in this section to consider, and then we can take a look at it and then make some
Yeah,
suggestions.
and Allison, when you're considering that, I think another thing that we're supposed to be is trauma informed. And only seeing your family for 2 hours a week, if you're incarcerated more than really 30 days, that is trauma inducing, not trauma informed. And we have to remember the parents haven't done anything wrong. It was, the youth. So if you could please consider that in your suggestions.
Some quick math, if you have 70 youth in your facility and you're going to require 4 hours a minimum, that's 280 hours of visiting. And you divide that amongst where are your logistics? If I have 3 visiting rooms, that's 80 hours of visiting. There's only about less than 100 hours of waking hours in a week. So I don't know how we're going to do that.
How many SYTF kids do you have?
I've got 4 with 1 pending, but I have a long-term commitment who was not SYT, and she's been with us for 2.5 years. So this is just in general, how do we facilitate that when we still have to do an hour of all the other required hours and school, and we don't want to take that away too. So there is other ways to communicate, kids, free phone calls, they're talking to their parents every day. There's, mail. And so it actually gets kids to start writing letters. But I just think, as much as we'd like to, it's just, how do you do that? So to do like 8 hours a day, 8 hours a week, there's not enough hours.
Yeah, Chief.
I think what we're speaking to is in addition to visitation though. So maybe, and I don't know how you would inspect to it or if it goes here or in case planning, but something around, facilities should develop additional family engagement strategies to foster reunification and, something along those lines. But I think what we're actually talking to is something in addition to minimum visitation hours. We're talking about kids who are with us for a long time, how we can keep them engaged with their family, how we can keep the family engaged in their treatment and rehabilitation. And I think that's a little different than just your minimum visitation hours.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would hate for us to make a decision on a capacity of 100 kids when only 5 of them are SYTF. And then that only equals 5 times 4, which is 20 hours a week. So I just would try to be mindful, and maybe it's that I know there are a lot of kids in and out, but there's a much smaller number of youth who have either long-term pre-adjudication or SYTF commitments. So I'm just would encourage us not to catastrophize a 4-hour visitation mandate to every single youth if it's not needed for every single youth.
I agree, but I think to a point, SYTF youth, and I guess it depends on what we determine as long-term. Because is long-term the SYTF person who is going to be in custody for 2 or 3 years? Or is it my young person who is pre-adjudicated for a pretty serious felony who is going through the adult
Yeah.
transfer process, which is another, it could be a similar amount of time. And so it's hard for me to be able to say that this standard would only apply to SYTF when we were trying to, and that's why it's hard to get to what's long term. Is it 30 days? Because that most of my kids are in custody for more than 30 days. Or is it 1 year? And then, the cutoff between an SYTF and generally the young people that don't go through that system generally is a year in my facility. Year or less for kids that are not SYTF, longer than a year for those who are. So it really depends on, a standard, and it's hard to put a reg in without establishing a standard. And 30 days for many facility isn't the standard.
So maybe this is a good question for our mental health work group. Because we are supposed to be providing quality care. And if we're only just crunching numbers, it just doesn't feel integrous. So I would urge us to consult with mental health experts on maybe there's a line. Maybe there is a line that says, after, like, kids don't mind being away from their parents for 30 days, but after, 3 months, it becomes harmful.
Not say something super popular, but just looking for some sort of other standard. Oh, sorry, the CDCR standards. Let's see here. Duration of in-person visit varies on the individual needs of the institution, including availability and demand. And that's a regulation too. I know it's not to, lay this on top of, but people that are in institutions for a long period of time. Each facility, there's like a duration, there shall be at least 12 hours per week that people visit, but it doesn't, in-person visits are offered at a minimum of 2 hours per person, but they have to have time for visiting no less than 12 hours per week. Not super helpful, just giving context to something, because I was just thinking about how to structure something related to availability and demand, but I don't know how you set that up as a standard, right? Because you'll be able to accommodate more if you have space and the time, but I don't know how to regulate that.
I'm being told by the audience that some of us can't be heard. So just a reminder to speak into our microphones.
So any other thoughts on Meredith?
I really like Director Lucero's suggestion of taking a health and trauma lens to this. And through that pass, maybe what it looks like is requiring the facility to design its own regulations for anyone who's in custody over X amount of days. And in some facilities that have individual visiting rooms, their accommodation is going to be different than one. I mean, some do giant visitation and they don't have the same constraints. So right. I would like to see, I wouldn't want any type of facility to prevent us from lifting the floor on visitation.
Agreed. I think I agree. If we wanted to have the kind of that mental health lens to take a look at this, to weigh in on it. And I also agree that it's hard to make this fit every situation in the state. And so I think certainly something that we can, as we bring the work group together to take a look at that, to give us a more evidence-based or a better informed idea around what those traumatic, thresholds might be, as we take a look at visiting, and then allowing staff to be able to put together some language around what's found out with the work that happens with the mental health subcommittee, and then bring that information back to us to make a final decision about it. Okay? All right. Let's, what time is it?
It is 2:00.
Let's take 10 minutes. Let's take 10 minutes. This will be a real 10 minutes. Not the fake 10 minutes. All right, folks, let's go ahead and get started again. All right, we are at correspondence 1375. Appreciate the really good conversation so far. I do want to remind folks that if you are interested in volunteering or working on one of the 4 subcommittees that we talked about this morning, we have sign-in sheets up there to make sure that you include your name, your way to be able to contact you, and what subcommittee you'd be interested in working on. So I just wanted to remind you that that opportunity is there. And we're at 1375 under correspondence. And here we have some suggested language additions and a little bit of some strikeouts there that have been made based on some of the public comment. And so, Allison, was there anything else to highlight here?
I don't think so. This is also aligning the regulation with the language in the Youth Bill of Rights.
Okay. And I'll note that the suggested edit is that we raise the under B to send 7 letters a week, postage free. Youth have access to writing materials, and then talking about attorneys and their authorized persons, ombudsperson, that they'll be able to confidentially correspond with. And open for comments.
I think we should have C a little separate from, it gets kind of stuck in there between A, B, and D. And there is some more specific case law that between attorney and youth communication. And that is very specialized, that I would not want to water that down with anybody else.
Right.
Even in correspondence, like correspondence, there's no definition in Title 15, but correspondence a lot of times is, writing letters. But when you're talking about communication between an attorney and a youth, it's not a letter.
Right.
There's a lot of legal documentation. It could be police reports. It could be, petitions. A lot of those legal documentations that really should be separated out, that does not get lost in correspondence. Because personally, when I think correspondence, I think letter writing, communication, not this really, and I'll look at the attorneys that it's a real specific client, between that client and then that attorney.
That's a good point.
Oh.
Good point.
And 1377 actually addresses attorney client
right
situations. So it's a kind of a confusing, and yeah.
Was that under D there? Where was that? Where did that come in from?
It's been there forever and a day, where it said, if you look up in old C up top, youth may correspond confidentially with state and federal courts. And then, bar holder of public office. So it was just modified to align exactly with the Youth Bill of Rights.
Got it.
I think sorry about that. I think what you said, was it to like put a period after attorneys and then put all the rest?
Or just delineate that so it doesn't get watered down with just correspondence between a parent.
Or just move it.
Move it,
Pick it
yeah,
up and move
because-
it under access to legal services, like take that section and just put it there. And then that way it's not watered down because it's in its own.
Yeah, and I think access to legal services in our policy, it's really like when a youth comes in, what kind of, accommodations do we need to make? And it doesn't say anything about in 1377 about if a youth gets, documentations from their attorney, what can we do?
Right.
We can inspect for contraband, and who has the authority to inspect for contraband? But I think that's, because again, it is based on case law and it needs to be carved out so it has a little bit more importance.
So Deputy Chief, are you saying, and am I addressing you correctly?
Well, actually, I'm a chief deputy, but
Chief,
Alex will
okay.
talk about that.
Chief
You
Deputy,
can call me Marguerite though.
Is the case law say that the legal attorney-client communications can also be inspected for contraband?
Only for contraband. They cannot be read or scanned.
Right.
Mhm.
And that was the whole thing with correspondence. I think in 2019, we did the revision about like scanning is reading.
So it's taken out.
Yeah, correct.
So what about the suggestion to move that piece, including the searching for contraband and moving that piece into 1377?
Yeah, I think legal access to legal services and maybe correspondence and communication, making it a little bit broader.
I just want to say that it seems like this reg actually applies to attorneys generally, and the other one applies to their attorneys. But it still is very confusing.
Well, I can say that if any attorney, I mean, like if they're not on their record, the legal, their attorney of record, that's going to be that's questionable. So
That's true.
we don't give them access. That's not fair to the attorney of record. I mean, the attorney of record doesn't want a bunch of other people coming in without their approval. They won't allow it.
But are we going to leave in the ombudsperson and other advocates?
That would be in correspondence, and that needs to be added in under correspondence, but I think you should take
Yeah.
out the attorney.
Yeah.
That's different, and put that into a different location.
Recognizing that you could have lawyers aside from your defense attorney, like dealing with other legal issues. you
Correct.
wouldn't,
Yeah.
um,
That they may be dealing with child custody or, maybe
Public
as a
benefits.
victim of a certain
Right.
situation or a witness,
Mhm.
that would be a different thing.
I would suggest for the search for contraband, the CDCR manual mentions in a manner to prevent inadvertent reading of the contents. And I really like that language.
This language is as you have to do in front of the youth.
And they have that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're looking for paper clips, staples, that's what but I agree with the not reading it.
I think it is helpful to specify that that's the search you're
Yeah.
doing is one that's avoiding actual reading. The language is in a manner to prevent inadvertent reading of the contents. And then for the new E, while I have my mic on, I think we need to fix the subdivision. Needs to be updated. And I would suggest that when staff are reading mail, only when there's a reasonable cause, I would add based on specific facts so that it's like specific to that young person, that correspondence, and not a generalized concern.
And this is where it needs to be documented as to why the need and the fact.
And it should it needs to be documented be in this paragraph?
Mhm. If it is actually, if we make the decision that we are going to actually read a letter based on safety and security issues or drugs coming in the facility or escape, we are, document that. And then if something is inappropriate that is not to go to the youth, it will, it could be sent back to the sender. Or depending on if it's, becomes a contraband that will be, any kind of evidence, it would be given to the probation officer. If it's just not appropriate, but we'll put it in their personal, so when they leave, they can have it.
What's not appropriate? Because I'm trying to square
Um,
searching for contraband in the presence of a youth versus the content's not appropriate.
drugs,
Yeah,
pictures that would be, of pornography.
Oh, I see. So
Any kind.
contraband is really the unspecific word here.
Yeah, contraband covenant covers a variety of things. And then if there is history of, I'm just thinking of examples, history of previous, attempts to escape. Well, would there be a plan to escape? Would there be any kind of things written in there? Like, hey, I have a transport this day. I've got court this day. We're gonna, plan for escape. That would be really isolated.
Does every facility have a different definition for contraband? Or is there a standard?
There's a definition in Title 15 for contraband. It states any object, writing, or substance, the possession of which would constitute a crime under the laws of the state of California, pose a danger within a juvenile facility, would interfere with the orderly day-to-day operation of a juvenile facility, or violate facility rules.
So, yeah. So does everybody read it to determine that?
I think it's read when it comes to this, where we're talking, there's a belief that facility safety or public safety or youth safety is jeopardized. Not, we only scan it when we're talking about looking for contraband. When you have these other issues where you believe that there is a facility safety issue, where we may have to read it. And it should be specific to that youth. Not just because you have a general sense of something might be going on. It should be general, it should be specific to that young person.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief.
Can we get just a quick review of the recommendation real quick as to what's being moved, if anything, or added?
Right now I have, in new D, taking out the attorneys, and I'm gonna check this, that we can add that to 1377 and just make it clear that young people can confidentially correspond with their attorneys, and then the same provisions that open, inspected, searched in the presence of youth, and then adding, I like that language. I think people were comfortable with, in a manner to prevent inadvertent reading of the contents or something to that effect. And then something about documenting as to why mail was being read or scanned, and that would apply to all. How'd I do?
Okay, so just for point of clarification, and I'm sure it's just me, we're talking about taking C in its entirety. No.
No, new D, just taking out the attorneys. And so it would say, new D would say youth may correspond confidentially with their authorized representatives, ombudspersons, etc. And then we would add language somewhere in D and E. It has to be someplace that makes sense, that the search would include being conducted in a manner to prevent inadvertent reading of the contents, and then something documented when with this incoming, outgoing mail, other than described in new D, may be read by staff only when there is reasonable cause, but then also having a requirement for documentation when that happens and why.
And Chief Cross.
Okay, so now I'm gonna muddy Chief Richard's waters a little further. I read it
and I consulted with my attorney friend sitting here next to me. I guess I read it as
confidential. Yeah.
I read it as the authorized representatives of the attorney. So like if the attorney had hired additional people like investigators. So I guess I read the authorized representative as differently, and that's not to say that it couldn't necessarily be the youth's authorized representative also, but just if we're recrafting that section, I don't want to inadvertently not allow the attorney's authorized representatives to have that confidential communication chain.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
I think it's both. I think a youth can have an authorized representative
And
and, yeah.
I think that's a good.
what would an authorized representative of the youth be?
So I think and this is where we might want to consult outside experts, but in other contexts, like in Medi-Cal, like there's other sort of social service systems where you can have someone who's acting on your behalf that's not a lawyer and they're your authorized representative. It might also come up in the education context.
I was thinking CASA too, yeah.
Social worker, caseworker, any kind of social service.
Well, we're talking in the context of confidential correspondence, and I'm pretty sure that that is designed to limit it to the legal correspondence. And so I don't know that they would have like the privilege of corresponding confidentially with a CASA.
That's true. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, in my experience, when I worked on cases, I worked hand in hand with CASA, and a lot of times I made requests for them to specifically assist my clients.
Which I don't have any issue with, of course, that would occur, but the idea of having privilege, that your mail is not going to be reviewed for inappropriate content because you're communicating with a CASA that was requested to be your CASA by your attorney, is an extension of the privilege that I don't think exists. So the confidentiality comes from the nature of the privilege in that relationship. Which is, I'm pretty sure what that's trying to get to is an attorney or the attorney's authorized representative, such as a paralegal or somebody from their office who's requesting information under the cloak of privilege, which is perfectly fine. I don't think that it's like the youth has designated this person as their authorized representative in whatever context, and so I get confidential correspondence with them. And I'm just looking for clarity. Because it's gonna come up.
We're looking at the youth bill of rights. Oh, youth bill of rights, I magically made it appear.
Yeah. Okay, so people can't hear if we're trying to help.
So sorry about that. Thank you for the reminder. I can't see. It's just
Yes. Can we move it up a little bit?
okay. So it's under K, HIJ, Okay, to contact attorneys, ombudspersons, including. Am I reading the right line? There it is. Thank you. To make and receive confidential telephone calls, send and receive confidential mail, and have confidential visits with attorneys and their authorized representatives, commas. So that's smooshed together. Yeah. So it does infer that privilege to that authorized representative of the attorney. Yeah. So we need to, oh yeah. Okay. So we could move that section, that chunk into 1377, still preserves that confidentiality, and then it goes into the ombudsperson, so on and so forth.
So I'm not seeing the search for contraband under 1377.
It's not. We would move it. We'd basically we'd duplicate however authorized facility staff may open and inspect such mail only to search for contraband and avoid inadvertent reading. It's going to be hard to show because we'll draft it up and it'll be duplicated in 1377.
You mean 1375 or?
It will be in both. It will read the same way, beginning with ombudspersons, and then it'll read the same way with just attorneys and their authorized representatives.
Okay, so
Bottom
just
line.
so everybody's clear, attorneys and ombuds office are treated exactly the same.
Correct.
Because that is required in the Youth Bill of Rights. So I'm
Correct.
just making sure that
Yes.
everybody hears that they're being treated exactly the same.
Correct. We
Okay.
would just be taking that attorneys and their author and combining it with the separate regulation for access to legal services. So access to legal services is in one place. Because it already talks about provision for the confidential consultation with the attorney. So we'll break that out and add their authorized representatives.
So then are we going to say the youth may correspond confidentiality in accordance with section 1377 and leave it at that?
I think it's okay to leave it out because it'll be in both places. I mean, this is just, consolidation and not duplicating. We can, but I don't think we need to. So this correspondence section would just take out the legal services.
Well, but here's my point, as has been referenced several times, that staff don't necessarily know to cross-reference certain things. And so in 1375, again, we're talking about the mechanism of correspondence. And in that mechanism, there are exceptions to what staff can do with correspondence. Those exceptions are found in 1377. So there should probably be a cross-reference in there somewhere, or
Can do that, yeah.
Or just embed the language.
Yeah.
yes, because they're not going to go to 1377 to look at access to legal service to say, okay, well, this is a piece of mail. I'm going to look at 1375. So we should reference 1377. And in fact, in the current D, where it says incoming and outgoing mail, other than that described in C, is now going to have to change, say, other than that found in 1377 if we're retaining that.
And it might even make sense to reference 1375 and 1377 rather than the other way around. Can we mess around with it as staff and get it back to you? I promise all of the various colors on this piece of paper between all of us, we get put back together pretty nicely.
Yeah, and I would just also urge for clarity and ease of reading that maybe you have a section called confidential communications, and then list the confidential communications cross-reference to the legal, because it kind of all blends together. You're like, oh, no limit, no limit on volume, 7 letters, access to written materials. Then you go to confidentiality. It's almost like it doesn't fit there very well. So just maybe a headline or something.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah. I really do. I do like the reorganizing things so they make better sense.
Any other thoughts here on correspondence?
Not to complicate the authorized representative, but I do think that there are scenarios, and Social Security is one of them, where they are essentially standing in your legal shoes, and they could be representing your interests at a hearing. So we can include a legal definition of authorized representative, but I think if you have an authorized representative and you can demonstrate that to the facility, that will end up being essentially legal mail because it's your legal position in. Can we follow up on this question, and I can do a little research on that? Thanks.
Yeah, because I can imagine there may be a lot of different definitions of what that could mean. And of course, we couldn't put all of that there. So we'd have to,
There is a definition in Title 15 for authorized representative. It means an individual authorized by the appellant to act as its representative in any or all aspects of the hearing.
But appellant isn't that referring to a court of appeal? Or is it a grievance?
Yeah, so I don't know. That's why I'm saying there is a definition there. So we probably need to look at that if we're going to further define it or fix it, because it's there.
and we can look at that under the definition review when we go through that as well.
And here it says appellant means a county or city, which files a request for an appeal. That's under definitions.
Definitions are coming up
Yeah.
anytime.
At some point it will.
Love a good definition.
All right.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Are we ready to move on to telephone access? Telephone access here. I see we have some proposed revisions here under item 54, where policies and procedures shall ensure that access and functional voice communication services are provided free of charge to the person initiating and the person receiving the communication. And youth have the ability to make and receive confidential telephone calls with attorneys and their authorized representative, ombudsman, including the Division of Ombudsperson, OYCR, and other advocates, holders of public office, state and federal court personnel, blah, blah. Any thoughts on this section? And I assume this came out of the Youth Bill of Rights, right? Mhm. Any thoughts? Oh, Meredith.
I would suggest that we add a new B, that the right to make and receive phone calls shall not be suspended as a form of punishment, discipline, or retaliation.
Say it again.
Yeah, and it ends up in discipline again, so it would be a duplication, but not the word duplication.
No, I think it's a good place to put it.
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
I also want to raise that a number of the comments coming in from Fly and ARC and the work they did with their focus groups were around like frequency and duration of phone calls. And I think there is a concern that in some jurisdictions, the requirement to make them free will result in the county making them less accessible. And so I would suggest that we have some standards around access, like at least 2 daily completed phone calls to a parent, guardian, person standing in loco parentis, spouse, child, or extended family member.
First to the free, I believe that there's already regulations that require us to make, for statute to make free phone calls, right?
It is the law now.
With the
yes.
problem being that it's possible that, okay, they're free, so I'm going to hopefully encourage you to make less of them because now we have to pay for it.
I guess I would ask my colleagues for their input on that, but that doesn't ring true in my facility.
Not
It's
at all.
almost unlimited.
It's I mean, the cost is so minimal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not, no.
It's
So-
a time thing more than anything else. It's
Yeah.
relative to phone calls.
So the ombuds office is seeing limits like 1 call per week. So your counties again are, wonderful, but so is there a minimum standard on how many calls a youth can have? Is that in here somewhere?
I don't think there is. Yeah, there's no minimum, nor is there a maximum.
What about?
Yeah.
What about 1 call per day?
I don't think
The only thing that I will say is that we do have specified times where the youth can communicate by phone, but it's typically, I mean, we have tablets in the facility, so they can make calls actually from their tablet. So that's not an issue, but the one thing that we have found that is kind of an issue is that sometimes a youth will want to replace education time with being on the phone or whatever the case may be. So we have specified times where you can use the phone as part of the programming. But that would be about it. And that's the only thing I could imagine that the other facility administrators would agree to, is that sometimes the phone calls get in the way of pro-social programming or education, and that becomes problematic, but not the cost.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you. It's never a cost thing, or hasn't been for years and years, but a timing issue, as Chief Rochester was pointing out, or just a time issue because of all the other programming requirements in place. But I think that one risk you run by delineating a per call minimum is that in some staff's mind somewhere that becomes a per child, per youth ceiling rather than a floor. And so it would be best to just encourage communication as much as possible. And again, if you tie a number to it, some people are going to want to live and die by that number.
So we also have seen phone calls be taken away for discipline. So I think, wasn't there a section that visitation should not be taken away for discipline? Can we also have phone calls not taken away for discipline?
Yeah.
It is in discipline? Okay.
And we can add it to phone calls as well.
Yeah, I think it's good to include it here, though. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And we have to, how many, like we have 3 payphones on each unit. And so we have kids that will make a list, and then, so it's equitable to every youth. They get 15-minute calls, and all their numbers are preloaded, approved numbers.
Right.
I will still say they somehow figure out how to do 3-way
They
with
do.
other people.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. And then if they want to get back on the list, they get back on the list. But we're not going to allow phone calls during, school, and during if they choose not to participate in the pro-social activity, programming, that's their choice, and they're going to be on the phone. That's their choice. But we really have certain hours too that we only allow phone calling.
And it's similar in our facility
Yeah,
as well.
it's-
And we've got 2 phones per unit.
Yeah.
And Danny.
This is just a question out of curiosity. Like, what's the process for them to have these like pre-approved numbers? Like, whose numbers are allowed, or what's the process to allow them to have?
The
certain
youth
numbers?
sometimes will make a request, and so they make it to the probation officer, and so they'll make sure that that's an appropriate person, and then they let us know, and we get their name and their phone number, and we put it in their account, basically that, and it's a phone system we have. I think it's NCIC, and they can have up to 14 numbers, because that 15th number is the ombuds person, and so they get it approved through their probation officer, and then we load it.
Okay, I'm just curious, like, what is the approval or they're the ones that handle the approval, so.
The probation officer do, because they may take a look at their criminal history, if there's anything there going on, if they're a victim, if they're a co-defendant of an active case that may not be appropriate, so the kid may, we've had situations prior to this situation where kids were having somehow calling their victim.
Mhm.
So trying to protect
Yeah.
victims, right, and not interfere with the judicial process.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of times it's like someone they know or family or
Mhm.
something. And so sometimes it's hard to know that like you can't speak to them anymore because of,
Absolutely.
that makes sense. Thank you.
Meredith?
I just feel like this needs to be said. If so many people agree cost was never the issue, why were so many places charging families to talk on the phone? That's just a reflection that I need to make and want to be held in this space, because it had to be passed into law that those phone calls be free. And we're hearing directly from youth, they want minimums, because we have a small sample of counties here at the table, and we've heard from the community that they want to see a minimum standard, because there's a sense that that's not being offered the way that maybe it's being offered in your facilities. So I think we should give special care in receiving that feedback directly from youth and families.
Good point.
Under the Youth Bill of Rights, it says to maintain frequent and continuing contact with parents, guardians, siblings, children, and extended family members through visits, telephone calls, and mail. But there's nothing specific, but it does say frequent and continuing.
Chief.
Well, I would say as far as minimums go, I'm all for a minimum amount of time that the youth have access, but to have a minimum of completed calls would be difficult. To the earlier question, our kids can have 7 phone numbers in the system that they can change monthly or as frequently. I mean, if there's some reason like they're just not getting hold of any of their callers, they can always submit a request to put in a different number sooner than the monthly. But if they had to be completed and say they couldn't get through to any of the numbers on their list, that would be, to have a completed call minimum is difficult. To have a minimum number of hours that the youth have access to phones, that would be something that I would be very agreeable to, though.
Yeah, I think, it's something that's overdue and, figuring out what is that once a week? Is that twice a week? I'm not sure.
Maybe it's during unstructured time. So anytime during unstructured recreation time, a youth may make a phone call or shall have access, yes, to a phone call or to phone calls.
That should be daily.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I think too, for youth that are graduates and not during that time, so it's school for all the other kids, but they should be given the ability, especially if they're not engaged in a school program or etc, or even if like right then and there they're not doing their schoolwork, they should be given, that's non-structured time, and so that's a time they can also make phone calls.
I would support a daily minimum time access.
During unstructured time. That sounds. Or if for some reason the unstructured time is when the parent is working a swing shift, perhaps there could be an accommodation, just like a special visit. Another issue that was brought up was making sure the ombuds number is posted near the phones. I know that we sent out posters, not everybody got them in a timely way, and I apologize for that. But if we could make sure that the phone numbers are by the phones, that was a suggestion by Fly and also our ombuds office.
Or in a manner in which they can be preloaded. And so the kid doesn't, especially by confidentiality, if it's preloaded for every youth, if facilities have that type of system, which a lot do now, then that number is automatically loaded in every kid that comes into custody. It doesn't have to, so there's no missing, it's automatically loaded for every youth in custody.
But I think there could be language for both.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and or because I may not need the poster right by the phones because I have it loaded already.
So I think we can ask staff to put together some of the language around frequency based on that unstructured time access, because I think that's something that certainly could work. And is there any other points on this before we move on? All right. So 1377, access to legal services. We did. And there was a note here from staff asking, should attorney visits always be in person? But open to any other discussion points here.
I think that's up to the attorney. A lot of attorneys, they'll be in person, but they've also, I think we have to provide the availability to do via Zoom too.
Sure.
If that's.
And I think those facilities that have that access do.
May I ask staff what the motivation for that question was? That it should or should not be?
I think it was a prompting question. Should they?
Oh,
open the
okay.
attorney? I think that's part of the conversation. There were probably opinions on both sides, so, I think probably it's going to depend on attorney. If a requirement that it would be in person, I think that would be difficult for
I agree.
those other times when people do communicate. Definitely open for conversation.
Is this something that came out of COVID? Because I think a lot of the things went remote, but it was my understanding even during COVID, if an attorney wanted to see their youth in person, we would accommodate that. We would have to. Okay.
I don't remember exactly why, but usually when questions came up like that, we got comments based on that. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I
can
just don't
say
know
all
how
of
we
that again.
inspect to that to require something of an attorney.
Right.
And so,
Yeah.
Right. I mean, other than just making the kid not accessible, and that you can't do that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Meredith.
I think maybe part of this is coming from the recommendations in appendix or attachment D from the Pacific Juvenile Defender Center. Page 22, they had pretty extensive red lines here. And I think the idea is access to contact visits. And I believe that there have been reports, maybe partly as a vestige of COVID, but that remain things like separation by glass or other partitions and not being able to have contact with their clients.
Another good point is not every facility has the same physical plant and visitation rooms. But I think the point being, if you want a contact visit with your attorney, you should be able to have that confidential and be able to see each other's faces and communicate.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it needs to be put into regulation.
No, I think pretty much any, in whatever form the attorney and the young person wants to have that communication, we accommodate it.
Is there harm in having it spelled out, since it obviously, this whole body of defense attorneys called Pacific Juvenile Defender Center believes it's important? They would know if there were problems. I mean, I know we don't think there are problems, but they took the time to make this suggestion. Is there a downside to having it in there? Because you do have the superintendent has the ability to limit it.
Right. And again, it could be for a variety of reasons why, but I'm just not sure if all of the red line here, including without separation by glass, plexiglass, other partitions, without being forced to speak through telephone devices, things that these rights may be limited in individual cases. You need to get to your mic.
You need one of those lapel mics,
Right.
Allison.
Oh, geez, my full transformation to state worker. I'm reading on page 23 in attachment D, and I'm doing a very quick analysis. What's interesting about the reason for the Pacific Juvenile Defender Center is over the past several years, we have become aware of situations in court holding settings in which youth are routinely required to speak to their attorney while separated by windows, small opening at waist level to pass papers. Juvenile facilities are not court holding settings. Juvenile facilities are required to, when they are built, to have spaces for confidential consultation with attorneys. So I don't know if that, I still understand the reason for having that contact visit, but I don't think that the visits are with their attorneys are as restrictive as this example given here, and it's on the screen. So I don't know if that changes the conversation. what are visitation spaces for attorneys look like in the facilities? If we haven't mentioned them already.
Well, I mean, ours were one and the same because our
Right.
courtroom was connected to our juvenile hall facility. So there were
Okay.
attorney, you could talk to your attorney right before you went into court in the juvenile hall setting.
What about other times though? Like if they were, I guess that's, I'm trying to get my brain around the fact if their attorney came, what they weren't going to court, it was just a consultation. Would they still be in that setting or would it be
Yeah, they would.
still? Okay.
And then when they got into court, except for COVID, they are allowed to sit with but I think their issue here is that in court, that's not confidential. In the actual courtroom where you're
Right.
together and,
Right.
But if they wanted to have a confidential conversation, facilities make those facilities available.
Accommodations. Yeah.
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 So
But I
could-
think they were speaking to some of these in court holding areas, which are not.
correct.
Well, I
Correct.
think some are. Like ours was in Santa Clara. They had juvenile hall was right next to my courtroom. So they would be able to talk to their kids right before they came into court, but not in the courtroom.
No, but what if they weren't going into court? What if they were it was just a regular day and the attorney says we need to talk? Do they go into that same court holding area or was there, I guess what I'm envisioning is the Title 24 requirement for the juvenile facility to have a confidential space for attorney visitation versus the before court thing in the
It
court.
might be the same in Santa Clara County.
I know in Fresno, it's separate. It's a courts area
Okay.
that's monitored by a sheriff's deputy,
Okay.
not our staff.
Okay.
And so
So that would
depending on
be,
when
I
that
think,
handoff happens.
yeah, that would be important to note that it's different might be different in each county.
I think probation departments and juvenile halls with on-site court don't have those court holding settings where there's plexiglass and things where you slip, the slots. Like I'm sure they didn't have it look like that in Santa Clara County. And if you have on-site courts, it's a regular visiting room that you would meet with an attorney.
If we're talking about court settings, like this is talking about court holding settings, and it's not connected to the facility, it can't be inspected to by Title 15.
Correct. That's what
So
Allison's saying.
I think we're only then talking about situations where, and I'm sure there are counties where youth have to be transported. Our youth attend court there. So if the attorney comes in and wants to speak to their client, then they're talking to them in just a normal visitation room.
Mhm.
But if we're talking about sites, like Allison said, if it's off site, they can't inspect to it.
No.
So
They can't inspect anything outside the
Right.
juvenile hall.
Right.
I had a similar question and just wondering what the setup is in the counties for the space that the attorneys get to talk to, because I know that has been an issue in other states in access, and it affects the attorney client relationship and the connection and the confidentiality. Like any of those extra barriers make it very hard to do our job. So I understand the intention behind this, because talking through a phone or through a glass, it makes it very hard. So I'm just curious, is there any facilities that currently have a situation set up where attorneys would have to talk to their clients in this way at the actual juvenile hall, juvenile facility?
I can't speak to any others, but certainly not in ours. The rooms that we use for our kids and their attorneys, it's just like it's a private room. You can't even look into the room to watch the conversation go on, but it's a one-on-one with a table in between, and there's no barriers in between them. papers can be passed, back and forth.
Is there a way to make this like we did the other rule about a presumption that it will be a contact visit with their lawyer unless a facility manager determines it's not safe?
That's putting the onus on me to require attorneys to come in person. And that
Well,
would lim-
where in-person visits are, so I don't think we need to require people to come in,
Yeah.
but where they are happening,
Mhm.
where the youth wants to see their attorney in person, that youth gets to see the attorney without glass or a phone. So I don't know how to write that down, but
I thought it was already in statute, but I could be wrong, but
well, we're here.
I just know
yeah,
that we couldn't even deny in person during COVID, so.
yeah.
What's happening in my brain over here is the requirement for a facility built today is that there's a confidential interview room with a minimum of 60 square feet, and in juvenile halls, there's one for every 30 youth. It will take me a minute or two to go backwards. This might not have always been required in detention facilities. So you could have a facility that was built in 1982, and that wasn't a requirement. So they may only have glass barriers. They may not have a suitable space, and we can't, the way the Title 24 works is we can't require a facility that was built earlier to come up to the more current Title 24 standards. So it may be a space, and again, try to remember every single facility, but there may be a case where there isn't a suitable space for a non-barrier visit. So I think the presumption that they're in person, if they can be, and that's the attorney's desire, but there could be times when they request a video visit or some other type of a barrier visit. I don't know that it needs to be woven in the regulation. We could maybe think about it a little bit more, maybe think about what the facilities look like. I don't know if there's a harm that we're trying to fix here. So I think that's where that struggle is. I don't know that it's an identified problem that young people aren't getting to sit with their attorneys. But if it is, certainly that's a problem we could solve.
I think it's only raised because it's been raised by the statewide Pacific. But they do offer one sentence at the end, Allison, on page 23 that maybe you could take back and discuss. That Title 15 should make it clear that contact visits free of architectural limitations, intrusions onto attorney-client confidentiality are expected to be the norm. Acknowledging that there may be facilities which are not able to accommodate it because they were built before 1981 or something, or whatever that date was. So I just think that's a kind of a good sentence to maybe just to kind of, yeah.
That makes sense. And those that can meet that, based on
Yeah.
what Allison is saying, then yeah, that seems like that would be appropriate. So we'll ask for some draft language on that, Allison, to at least make that. Yeah, I think that would be fair. Any other comments on this section? Yeah, Mary.
I would suggest deleting the as appropriate caveat and allowing unlimited postage-free correspondence and telephone access, period.
Yeah, for sure. You want to say that?
I think when we were reviewing these revisions the last cycle, I think the reason why as appropriate was placed in there was because to provide some certain provisions, if it's sleeping hours or things of that nature, that we would, facility administrators wouldn't be required to provide access during hours that are not really
Right. So
normal
unlimited-
hours.
So
Like
kind of the unlimited part of this, talking about 2 o'clock in the morning.
that was the concern, and I think that's why it was added the last time, or it was continued on. I remember having this conversation is why it was there. That's why.
Could
And
it
that
be
was-
like subject to reasonable hours or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're
So,
still talking about the lawyer?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
access, yeah.
okay.
Okay.
During waking hours.
Telephone access during waking hours. We'll think about it.
Yeah, because I could imagine there are instances where that may
Can you
not
think
fit.
about it?
Yeah, that may
Because
not fit.
what if there is actually an emergency?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay. Anything else? Danny?
Yeah, I had a note there. I was thinking about like access, like electronically, like via email, but I don't know if there's any limitation when they're having like technological access. Like some young folks, especially I know like clients I had that have like social anxiety and stuff like that. Sometimes they rather like, text or send something in an email rather than like talking over the phone. So just thinking about like this last language and see about phone act, if they have a limited time to like use technology, but they want to reach out to their attorney via that method, and we use email so much, like I think that should be something that is like thought of in
If
this
I would say
section as
if
well.
available, because every facility doesn't have that availability for young people.
They don't have the computer access.
Email access.
No.
Based on various whitelists and firewalls and so forth that the facilities may individually have around like internet security. So the youth might not necessarily have like unlimited access to email to make that kind of communication.
Okay, I would then just note that just like I guess something for us to like think about going forward, because I know with like client communicate, I had some clients that like mainly contacted me like via email. Would be surprised. And so I think that is like an important like access point for clients and their attorneys to be able to have.
Yeah, I think as facilities upgrade their facilities for Wi-Fi and those kinds of things, because I know that's been something even recent, for our facility is to just get Wi-Fi access, because of just the physical plan and how it was built back in 2006. And so being able to incorporate those kind of things into facilities has been, some work to be able to get those things done. But I know there are those kind of barriers depending on where you are in the state.
Yeah, because I know even too like client like we're in court a lot, like when I was doing trial work, and so
Sure.
they may call and not be able to reach them on the phone, but if they send an email, I can be able to see that later when I'm not. So like having that availability is like important, even than just like being able to like access. Sometimes our messages are full, or it's a little bit easier to like get back and address an email versus a message. So
Understood.
I was just wondering if maybe we could add the same language. Facility may provide access to technology, something like that under the attorney. That way it's there.
Similar to the visiting.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So
That's a good idea.
yeah. Thank you.
All right. Any other thoughts, Meredith?
Only hoping before we move to discipline to talk about a topic that's not here that I think belongs here.
What's that?
I don't see anywhere in the title regs any references to voting rights. And especially as the age of jurisdiction is going up, the youth prisons have closed. I think we're going to increasingly have youth 18 and over in our county facilities that are eligible to vote. Probation does have registration obligations under the election code. And so I would like to see a regulation, and I would offer to try putting something in writing to circulate to the group. But I think that would be an important issue. And I think it fits right here after access to legal services, voting access.
Yeah, and I know there's of course, legislation that requires it. And so maybe that's part of the place where we could start that. Right? Okay.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry,
just-
Chief.
this goes along with a theme that we've discussed this several times. Why would we be regulating for a statutory requirement unless we're trying to operationalize something that's not operationalized within the statute? If we're just saying you're obligated to ensure that youth are registered in accordance with, then we already know that.
The adult regulation for voting is pretty, sorry to use the word performance-based again, but it refers back to the election code, and it just, all it says is that the facility manager have policies and procedures to allow eligible persons to vote in an upcoming election. And then it refers back to the election code.
Kind of my point.
Well, many of these
Add a lot of-
regulations are in statute. So,
And I'm aware of that.
and that doesn't help,
I'm
right?
aware of that. The fact that we've done it in the past doesn't necessarily necessitate that we do it in the
Mhm.
future. And we've sort of set out in the beginning of this many months ago, we didn't want to be superfluous when it came to the regulations, that if it's already covered in statute, then it's covered in statute, unless there's a reason to call it out specifically because it's not happening and that this is the appropriate
Right.
reference tool, or it's not happening well and it needs to be spelled out in some way. I mean, there's no harm in doing it necessarily. It's just unnecessary.
Sure. Because I mean, where does it end? And I totally understand that. But I guess the question, that is the question, is that are we seeing in the field that it's not, voting right access isn't happening within the institutions, I guess.
I think this is one of those examples where the public has a hard time knowing what's happening inside these juvenile facilities. So to say, what do we know that something's definitely not happening? Well, are we collecting data on it? And has anyone looked? Is anyone reporting? Well, they might only do that if there's a regulation. So it's kind of like a circular way to think about an issue. And in this current moment in our country's history, voting rights is extremely important, and with a very vulnerable population, engaging young people with their right to vote, I think is crucially important. There's a constitutional right to this, and we should make sure that it's happening inside California's juvenile facilities. And I can say from the research that we've done so far is that there's been very little attention paid to youth voting inside county juvenile facilities to date.
And I would just note that this issue has been talked about or raised. There's currently a pending bill on this issue right now about clearly defining in incarcerated facilities. So this would apply to adult and juvenile, AB 544. So this is something that has been raised as an issue. And that regulation, if it, we can't refer to it here obviously because it hasn't passed yet, but gives a lot of prescriptions about the issues with access to facilities and what they could be doing to improve voting rights access. So this is definitely something that folks have mentioned and brought up, which is why that legislation was put out there.
Chief.
Yeah, just one last point. I mean, Allison, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, one of the issues of putting regulations that are basically parroting statute is that the regulation then needs to keep up with the statute. And so if there's an adjustment in the statute, we've got to be reflective of that in some way.
We actually spent many years talking about voting rights in adult facilities. So the things that I can speak to are based on that experience. And we were concerned about reiterating statute. There's a reference to the election code. And this is a really good example of a performance-based regulation because it doesn't say that the county has to do what's set out in statute. It refers to the election code and says that basically, the agency has to have a mechanism for the people housed in that facility to have access to vote. So again, the facility policy and procedure would be more specific to the young person requests a voting form from the unit supervisor, so on and so forth. So we could even probably pull up the adult regulations, super vague, not super vague, super performance based. The facility administrator shall develop written policies and procedures whereby the county registrar of voters allows qualified voters to vote in local, state, federal elections pursuant to election codes. So again, what we look for when we're doing an inspection of an adult facility is what do those policies and procedures say? And how do people that are housed at that facility actually vote? It's a mechanism. So we were very careful not to put in any statutes that would need to be amended. It was a very, gosh, that was within the last 10 years. It was a really, what do you call that? Hot topic at the time. So we did work through that. But that was also before there were older people in the youth facilities. So.
And what do the reps look for to ensure that there's compliance?
You look for a policy and procedure.
Right.
And then what is that, we can't necessarily, ensure the quality of the policy and procedure, but typically it's pretty basic. How does a person get a ballot? Who do they ask? Who do they go to get that ballot? And again, so we'd be looking for that. Also, when we do our inspections, we talk to people. If it's around those times of year, our field representatives will talk to people about voting. How do you vote? It's also something that can be put in the orientation manual. I'm not recalling if it's listed out in the adult orientation manual, but I believe it could or should be. So that would be in policy and procedure too, that voting procedures are laid out in the orientation manual, things like that. But it really was a very big discussion several years ago. So that is where this particular regulation came from.
Any other comments, Chief? All right.
I was just going to say that I think your description makes clear why it's so important. Your BSEC is now asking facilities about voting rights for adults. Why would you not also ask about voting rights in juvenile facilities when there are voting eligible young people? And that will be how the community can know that our incarcerated young people have their constitutional right to vote. I think it belongs in the regulations, and that's how we get transparency on this issue.
Okay, so Meredith, you said you can provide some draft language around that, and we can have staff work on that, and we'll bring it back. Any other thoughts on 1377? All right, so we are at the end of Article 6. So we're going to take a moment to prepare for public comment regarding the work that we've already done in Article 6. So if you do, those who are in the room, if you have any public comment that you'd like to be able to share, please make sure you give that your slip to Lindsay. And then those of you who are online, if you would like to participate and provide a public comment online, this is your opportunity to go ahead and raise your hand just so that we can make note of who and how many we have prepared to make a public comment. And then we'll take a break after this public comment period. And do we have our okay, Lindsay, who do we have first?
All right, sorry, I can't really read your handwriting, but first commenter is Rashad Wilkinson Williams.
And just a reminder, this public comment period is around what we talked about in Article 6 today, starting with 1377. Section 1371. So please keep your comments to that, please.
Okay. Hola. Okay. Um, my apologies on the bad handwriting. Thank you for hearing me out. My name is Rashad Wilkinson Williams, and I represent Alameda County with Fly, or for Fly with the YAC Youth Advisory Council and the Fly Advisory Board. BSCC, we act as a unit, and it's clear that none of us want to see our youth locked up. Which is why we have to give them the resources that they need. They have to have, you look and you see why they're in these situations that they're in. They need resources, they need paid opportunities. You say you want them to work for a meaning. I'll give you some meanings. There's Fly, there's Courage, there's Youth Advisory Council, there's CDF, my friends back there. You feel me?
Okay, let's make sure, let's be respectful of his public comment. So, and also so the ESC can hear all of his comments, please. Thank you.
My apologies. I'm sorry. I got
no
worked
apology
up.
needed. No.
Also, for the programs, I would like some mental health activities. Staying inside a cell is not good for the mental health. It's not good at all. These youth, they need healing circles, they need drawing, they need poetry, they need therapeutic sessions, they need somewhere to express their feelings. And this shouldn't feel like a punishment to them, because all is doing is teaching them a cycle, and it's going to last lifelong. Am I going over time, sir?
No, you're good.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Gosh, this also one last thing I wanted to say. When the youth are getting out, they need outpatient programs. They need resources when they get out, because when they go out, they're going back into the same environment that they got into in the first place. And finally, please give women or menstrual products. The stories I heard was horrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashad.
Of course.
All right, our next commenter is Peter Elias from CAYCJ.
Hello. As you already said, my name is Peter Elias. I came up here because I wanted to talk about the work program, visits, and some other things too. So with the work programs, I heard you guys say that you guys wanted meaningful jobs, right? Well, for youth, any job is meaningful, because right now it's the reason why youth is doing what they're doing is because we need money. And most of the time is we need a job. With that being said, also is that getting a bank account for them, everything is good, but how much is that wage that they're making? Because I've been told that they're not even making more than $1. So with that also being said too, I heard y'all bringing up for the visits about the tablets. Well, I know for adult county jail, for tablets wise, they have to pay to get the tablets. Is that the same thing for the juvenile, or do they receive it and it's provided, or do they have to pay for the tablets? Also, because if they have to pay, as it's already known, most youth that are in the system, they don't have the funds to pay for something like that because they're already going through poverty. So they won't have the funds for it. And then also I think that what's also needed for youth is credible messengers, right? Because it takes a village to raise a child. And in all honesty, probation in the system is honestly not part of that village, right? The part of the village, I'm gonna share a little story real quick. Part of that village, for me, example, right now, I had to move to San Francisco. Right now, I'm currently living in a homeless shelter. I moved out there, had no money, had nothing, right? But thankfully, to some of the people behind me, they gave me some money. They made sure I had money in my pocket, make sure that I was fed, checked up on me, made sure I was good, make sure my mental was good, physical was good, emotional was good, everything else was good. So they also should become an authorized representative too, because community members will make sure that the child is good. Community members know what kids need, you know? Also,
thank you.
That's it.
Appreciate you. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Next, we have Jose Ventura from Fresh Lifeline for Youth.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank
Afternoon.
you for your attention. After the revision, I have some program recommendations. We need to enable vocational and life skills training. Current standards mention vocational training, but there's room for improvement. We need to emphasize a wider range of vocational and life skills training opportunities. We need to expand the curriculum to include practical skills like computer literacy, financial management, job readiness, and entrepreneurship. We will better prepare youth for successful reintegration into society and increase the employability, access, and opportunities, reducing the likelihood of recidivism. We need to have restorative justice and conflict resolution programs. While positive behavior management and restorative justice are included, we need more resources. And we need to prioritize restorative justice and conflict resolution programs to make greater impact. Also, we need family involvement and support programs to strengthen family ties, which has significant impact. And following to religious section, we need to understand that there is a diverse amount of religious beliefs, and not only one person can coordinate all services. We need different people to conduct these services. There's different doctrines required for different approaches and meaningful religious experiences. We need work programs, job and wages. We need to ensure fair access to jobs for all youth, providing them with equitable opportunities. And we can't stress enough for wages, promoting equality. We need to create saving programs for reentry. With that said, we need to start implementing programs that help youth save money for community reentry and help them save funds for up to 2 to 3 months to support a smoother transitioning. And due to the time, I must wrap up, but there's many more solutions that I have to provide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Gabriel Lassen, Goglee, with Fresh Lifeline for Youth.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Gugly. I just wanted to reiterate the things that my members have already said, like family reconnection, life skills, including how to get your LLC, how to do taxes, how to do things of that nature. And also wanted to thank Director Lucero, because she was previously my judge in the juvenile system. And if it wasn't for her, in a sense, putting me there, I wouldn't have been able to get connected with Fly. I wouldn't have to be in the position I'm in right now, advocating for the youth locked up. It's, yeah, that's what I think. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carlos Fernandez with Milpa.
Good afternoon again.
Afternoon.
First, I want to uplift and thank what Director Lucero was talking about in the spiritual programs. My recommendation would be to change religious programs to religious and spiritual programs, and include in there like how she uplifted, because Chicano indigenous people as well, they also practice drumming circles, talking circles, sweat lodge accessibility. I think that should be uplifted in there as well, please. In section 1377, access to legal services, I would like to see that access to a legal law library as well. If not, access to legal law library materials, to legal law library documents. I think that's imperative. If we're going to continue to charge our youth with enhancements such as gun enhancements, gang enhancements, habitual criminal enhancements, second strike enhancements, I believe it is imperative in order to deter that crime, then we should at least provide them the documents necessary to understand what that truly means. because right now they're in the blind and they're relying on overfunded public defenders to back them up. And I think that's just pretty much unfair to them. I would also recommend Section 1374 on visiting. Once again, thank you, Director Lucero, for uplifting credible messengers that are not allowed to go into facilities because of their criminal records, of even barriers to go into certain county facilities because of how would I put it, a misunderstanding or a conflict with the local probation department or police departments, however it may be, because of, fighting on opposite lines, but we're really all fighting for the youth's lives. We're really all fighting to save them. So I think it's important that we all come together and allow these people who are mentors and leaders in their own organizations, in their own communities, to come in to help out the youth. And I really like to highlight that, and I appreciate you guys for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public commentary is Rosa Valley from Fresh Lifelines for Youth.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is Rose LaValle. I work as a youth voice coach for Fresh Lifelines for Youth, and I'm also system impacted. I'd like to speak about programming and education because I think that they are both important. But first, I'd like to elevate Meredith's comment earlier where she mentioned annual feedback from youth around program effectiveness. Youth-centered feedback is extremely important relating to this topic because thus far I have seen a lack of consistent and uninformed policies which coexist with scarce available data that could uncover how youth are participating in facilities and if youth are actually learning. The youth feedback that I have heard within and outside of my role about educational programs for incarcerated kids isn't equal nor comparable to public school education. A study from the literature review explores the disruptions in education, irregular classroom hours, and uneven learning materials, which can and is parallel to the lack of academic achievement among incarcerated youth. Even more so for youth with learning disabilities, IEPs, or other independent learning plans who are more likely to receive inadequate education. I would also love to see how work programs accommodate youth with disabilities so that these opportunities are available to all. There needs to be more and better data that incorporates youth voice in order to strengthen accountability for facilities and actually identifies which program methods and models are and aren't working for those impacted by it the most. I know for myself specifically, I used to think that the education I received while incarcerated and away from my school and community was adequate, when in reality, it was below bare minimum and at times condescending. Receiving packets that lack substance to little or absent intentional follow-up from teachers and program leads relating to my progress or lack thereof, and curriculum that didn't incorporate my needs or interests to further my development and instead co-sign my regression. I know I'm not alone in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Colin Ford from Fresh Lifelines for Youth.
Good afternoon, Colin Ford with Fly. I want to speak this afternoon a bit about programs and just share some of my takeaways and experience running one of Fly's programs in locked facilities in Alameda County between 2017 and 2021. The first thing I'd like to mention is I'd really like to see regulations around field trips. I know that it is difficult for regulations to regulate things that have to do with investment of time and resources and money, but I'd really like to see this be pushed, because I know from my experience taking youth to college campuses, from Camp Sweeney to go to USF and Berkeley, that was an incredibly transformative experience for young people. They love to be in a normal setting, be able to get outside of the facility, be able to meet with students at the school, talk to students who were formerly incarcerated, meet with folks from underground scholars, and I'd really like to see if there's a way to incorporate something like that into the regulations. I'd also like to uplift including more youth voice and surveys into figuring out how these programs are being offered and what is effective and what is not and what youth are interested in. I heard some discussion today around youth not wanting to come outside of their cells or not wanting to opt out of programs. And I think that really raises the question of, are these programs culturally competent? Are they relevant to our young people? Are they enjoyable? Are they interesting? Do they feel relevant? And if we're not asking young people constantly what they are getting out of these programs and what they need, we're not going to know the answers to that, and we're not going to be able to improve these programs. Nonprofits like Fly, we're constantly getting feedback from youth, doing surveys every semester, constantly elevating and improving our programs. And I'd like to see that done across all programs in juvenile halls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Christopher Middleton from Youth Law Center.
Hello, y'all. I'm just going to talk about visiting and the section on voting. With regards to visiting, I know that currently there's a reference to not limiting based off of criminal history. And in discussing, it seemed like we were kind of beginning to enumerate other reasons that facility managers might consider when not allowing someone. And I just wanted to say, don't do that. And like one of the things that was explicitly mentioned was agitation. In particular, seeing a young person in a locked facility for the first time can evoke a lot of emotion. And with the closure of DJJ and the addition of more older youth who may have children, they will be agitated. They will be frustrated. They will be emotional. They will be upset. So that shouldn't be a reason to exclude someone from attending. We also talked about visiting and particularly increasing the number and the amount for SYTF youth specifically. You can actually look at the data that's put out by your organization to look at the average length of stay. I calculated it at 35 for the fourth quarter of 2022. If you could do that as well, you could see that the number of young people who are staying beyond that period is rather limited. And so you could work a workable definition of youth that should be included with regards to whatever is available within particular facilities. You're the experts on that end. And lastly, on voting, there's been a significant change with the closure of DJJ. There will be more young people who are of voting age in local county facilities. That alone is enough to consider whether or not this should be done. Voting is a civil right. Voting is a right that has a historic and important representation to ensuring the kind of government that is available and the actual regulations and statutes and other things that will apply to young people who are in facilities. Ensuring that they have this right within the confines of Title 15, make it clear to young people that they have that right and that it should be exercised, but then it also allows the public to ensure that when facilities aren't doing what they should do, we can actually track that and have that data that was mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public commenter has a very artistic handwriting. DOENAE from Fly.
Oh, my bad. Good afternoon, board. My name is Dede, and I'm representing Fly. The topic I'm going to be speaking on today is programming, and the reason why I chose it because I feel like 3 hours of programming is not enough time for youth who want to learn. I feel like youth shouldn't have their learning time taken away just because they made a mistake. I also when I was in the halls, I never seen a classroom in 2 months, and instead of being in class, I was locked up in my room doing package. And one thing I would want to encourage the board to do is add more hours to programming for youth, because I feel like more hours, more learning, you feel me? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Israel Villa from California Alliance for Youth and Community Justice.
Israel Villa with CYCJ. Programs should not be canceled due to staff shortages, which is a very common practice and challenge across counties. Our children should not suffer due to probation's challenges. Can we add language to protect programming? I'm aware of many youth-serving community-based organizations eager to support our incarcerated children. However, it is extremely challenging and there appears to be a brick wall in many counties. In my personal experience in mentoring many youth and facilitating circles with many youth from across California, community-based programs and services are the most impactful, and that's what also helped me. On this note, I know probation is great at co-opting language to sound good. A prime example is the credible messenger model, which in at least 2 or 3 counties now, ex-probation officers have created so-called credible messenger programs, which I know will not resonate with most incarcerated young people as it comes from law enforcement or ex-law enforcement. To be very clear, a credible messenger is one with lived experience. The model was created by community for community, and we do not appreciate nor accept probation co-opting this model. Can we add a clear definition which explicit and be clear that it is non-law enforcement? Where programs are concerned, I really appreciate the conversations of work programs and resources, and we do not want to slave our children. And I appreciate the fair wages, but I don't know what that means. Universal income is a good one to talk about. I know in 2017, I was not as far in my journey in this work, and a lot came up, fiscal concerns, but this time, now almost 10 years home, we know every single county budget, your line items, where you're investing and not investing in, and your budgets reflect your values. So we need a better investments in reentry and a bunch of other things. We had at the SYTF work group, the Ireland presentation, she made a comment about how little was in our minimum standards. Can we get a copy of the Ireland minimum standards so we could compare and maybe copy a bunch of stuff? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lena Mallet from Children's Defense Fund.
Hi, y'all. Good afternoon. My name is Lena from the Children's Defense Fund. I also wanted to raise some concerns over programming. I've worked with community-based organizations inside facilities with youth for the last several years. Something that I hear often from probation officers in response to youth who leave and then come back is something along the lines of, well, they're good at programming, they're good at the packets, but they're lost when they leave. To me, this is more of an indictment against the institution and a clear indication that many youth are returning to their communities without transferable skills that support them throughout their reentry battle. I want to uplift the programming suggestions that you submitted through the FLY and ARC report. There is incredible work being done by community-based organizations all throughout the state for building vibrant, nuanced, trauma and culturally informed programs filled with credible messengers who are able and ready to connect with these youth. If these youth aren't returning home with these transferable skills and individualized healing practices, some work placements, we're failing them. Relationship building should be at the core of any program that enters the facility. On the note of credible messengers, it would be helpful to set standard regulations around who with criminal records can come in and when. I've seen men who have been out of prison for over 10 years, are in PhD programs, part of underground scholars, be rejected from supporting programming needs inside these facilities. And again, I just want to emphasize you who've so bravely come up and share their experiences with you today. And they thoroughly deserve to have their comments taken seriously. And I hope to see many of these recommendations in the next editions that come out.
Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Nancy Horace from Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice.
Good afternoon, Nancy Juarez with the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. In many of these sections, there's language that says the intent is to minimize the amount of time that youth are inside their rooms or bed area. Yet we know in FLY's survey, 78% of youth reported being left alone in their room for long periods of time for reasons outside of their control, such as facility operations. While we encourage the ESC to increase the hours of which youth have access to programming and time out of their rooms, the reality is that across the state, whether it's a small rural county or a large medium county, youth are in their rooms. They're denied programming due to staffing. I encourage the ESC to think about how can we meaningfully integrate CBOs and credible messengers that allows programming to actually take place. And a note on staffing, I'm not surprised about the low staffing rates. If we can't even pay people enough to be in these facilities, how do we expect these places to be a place where youth can heal? What does that say about the culture of probation? In Alameda, we learned that it's common practice for youth to remain in their rooms for an entire shift unless they come out one at a time. One at a time. That's not fostering community. Youth are placed in their cells from 3:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. and with no access to outside time or programming. It has been months since they have felt the sun or breathed fresh air. The regulation revision states a youth's participation in programs and recreation exercise may be limited temporarily. We need to specify limited temporarily. Following the current regs in Alameda, the facility deems it unsafe for youth to come out after altercations until plans are developed and implemented. But for a variety of reasons, including lack of staff, it can take days for youth to come out of their room confinement. Lastly, this touches on Title 24 and recreational programming. Alameda Probation claims that the basketball area is outdoors or is considered outside time, but it's indoors with gridded ceilings, okay? So there's very little natural air being breathed. There should be unfiltered sun when we're talking about outside time. So I'm just gonna show a visual to the crowd first. This is what they consider outdoor recreational time, but that's inside. I want to echo what Colin shared about field trips. As we're creating these regulations, let's think about how we can build and protect the youth village. How can we facilitate visits outside of the walls for youth and their family members?
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nicholas Gonzalez from Fly.
I'm glad to be here. My name is Nicholas Gonzalez. I'm part of the Alameda County Youth Advisory Council, and I was born and raised in East Oakland. I'm here to speak on the same system that not only failed me, but the rest of my community and generations before me. The same system that dehumanizes the incarcerated, that gives additional trauma and horrific experiences to those who are already traumatized and mentally ill. And to my knowledge and experience, a part of the cause of this is the staff in the facilities and the police officers in our communities. I personally feel like the length of training in which police officers endure should be more difficult and extended, but I understand you don't have that power. I do understand you have the power to change, extend, and prioritize the trainings for staff in these facilities, and I encourage you to do so. But even with training, I still feel that a huge problem with juvenile programs is a lack of passion. I've met many people who are passionate about youth in their community, but I didn't meet these people while I was incarcerated. I met these people in the lows of my life, picked me up and gave me a fresh lifeline as a youth. A lot of them stand behind me and I'll forever be appreciative. We need more programs and resources that can connect you to great programs such as Fly, Courage, and so on. When I was released from juvenile hall, I felt a weight lifted on my shoulders only to get more weights applied. I left juvenile hall and was locked in my room as punishment. It drove me crazy to see my own mother and siblings treat me so different. Within the same year, I was sent to a mental institution not too long. I left the cell, went home, and had another cell. I wish I had an alternative because mentally going through that process not only changed my point of view on myself, but it changed the point of view of those I loved about me. If I didn't feel accepted before, I definitely didn't feel accepted for the 2 years I had that GPS on my ankle. Even though by my first court date, I had completed my probation conditions and was doing way better in terms of attendance and class. Even with being released and being at my house, I didn't feel home. I felt like a criminal, like I was less deserving. Because of the restrictions and regulations on myself with the ankle monitor, I missed out on a lot of family time I could have been spending with some family who aren't here anymore. My problems didn't start in the cell. They started at home, at school, and in my community. Being in a cell didn't teach me anything or make me better. It made me feel isolated and abnormal. Being dehumanized when we are all human beings is nothing but a war crime to me. But in these facilities, it's the usual. I don't ask that you hear us because you can't hear me. I ask that you listen to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Michaela Galvis from Alameda YAC and Courage.
Sorry, I'm a little short. Hello. Don't do too much. Hello, my name is Michaela, and I'm here on behalf of Alameda County's Youth Advisory Council and Communities United for Restorative Youth Justice. I'm a systems impacted community member and mom. I'm speaking to you today because I strongly believe that healing-centered restorative justice and conflict resolution programming needs to be a priority in juvenile hall facilities. I've witnessed the transformative power that community-based restorative justice programming has firsthand. I'm from Oakland, where we had a gang injunction introduced in 2011, and the defendants on the gang injunction were called super predators and considered the worst of the worst. This group of young people were introduced to community organizers that brought them in, introducing them to cultural healing and connected them to their own community in ways they never had before. They started a community garden and began organizing to the point the gang injunction was defeated, and now those same gang injunction defendants are doing community work and have brought in youth, providing them with critical mentorship, support in finding resources, and taught them about culturally relevant healing. When people with lived experiences are supported and turn those experiences into expertise, they become the best people to provide mentorship to the youth that need it most. This is a prime example of how imperative it is to have directly impacted community members that have lived experiences be the ones going into the juvenile halls and offer culturally relevant healing services, connecting them with ancestral practices, and also teach restorative justice practices. This helps with healing and reconciliation and understanding that oftentimes behaviors stem from unresolved feelings that can come from trauma and other experiences that many youth are exposed to. This also helps prevent recidivism by keeping them accountable by their community through connection. And also 3 hours of programming was never enough. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Erin Palacio from Youth Law Center.
I have to say that I'm again today troubled by the repetitive argument that because things don't happen in a certain way in some of your facilities, they don't happen that way across the state, and that should be an argument against a minimum standard. I think at this point, we should all come to the conclusion that if it is a minimum standard for your facilities, it should be a minimum standard for children across the state. There's a reason you selected it. There's a reason every child should be allowed to have the same thing. I also think that this group needs to acknowledge that if it's not in regulation, it's not going to be inspected. It needs to be in the regulations to be part of the annual or biannual inspection. And frankly, those aren't enough, but this is what passes for the last meaningful oversight in the state of California for every child who goes into custody for a day to 7 years. And it needs to be real. There need to be standards, and even if it is in statute, in order for the BSCC staff to go in and meaningfully oversee it, it needs to also be referenced in regulation. So that is not an argument that should be heard. With respect to visitation, I was frankly horrified by the discussion today because visitation should never, between a child and their parents, be reduced to 2 hours. We should consider visitation between a child and their parents, their caregivers, their guardians, their loved ones, their adults who support them to be basic human rights. And we should be finding every possible way to make that happen. The arguments that I heard here today make me wonder whether the diligent efforts for family finding, for family engagement, the reasonable efforts that are legally obligated in all of your facilities and by all of your staffs to those children and their families are being met. My guess and my actual knowledge is that they are not, but that should not be a reason that they do not make it into the minimum standards here. They need to be addressed. Children should not just be visiting with their families for 2 hours a day. They should be brought in for family therapy. They should be brought in for regular normative adolescent experiences with their families. They should be brought in to do graduation ceremonies, which I know sometimes they are. They should be brought in for birthdays, for religious ceremonies, for all manner of things. And I hope that it becomes much more reflected in these regulations because frankly, it is sad the way that it reflects today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carlos Fernandez from Safe Return Project.
Good afternoon. I'll start off with visiting. What support are you creating for parents and guardians to keep a strong connection or build healthy relationship with the youth they're visiting? Where is these facilities located in their counties, and is it easy accessible? Is it accessible for parents? And how is your department supporting transportation or keeping the connection between family and youth? Strong and healthy support systems can be created with family before release and should definitely be something prioritized. Nobody should have to walk through a facility with heavy steel doors to see their loved ones. So I encourage thinking outside of the facility for visitation. Phone calls, I heard that there was a issue with times, but there wasn't an issue with time when the phone calls was like $5 for 15 minutes. Taking away visits and phone calls is the exact reason why these systems don't work. Where's the learning experience or learning lesson in keeping youth disconnected from their loved ones? programs. I strongly believe that experiences will always create a bigger impact than hearing or reading a curriculum. That's why I encourage programs to be outside the facility to look into it. Programs should be culturally related. Programs should be related to their success. And in my experience and people that I know, it should not be a reason why to hold them in the facilities longer if y'all couldn't finish the curriculum. I strongly advise to do the best you can to create programs with the community and in the community and in communities. And like I said about education, these locked facilities are no safe place to learn or rehabilitate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tina Curio Allen from Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief.
Afternoon.
My name is Tina Curiel Allen. I'm the daughter of Gonzalo Juan Curiel and Eleanor Cecilia Curiel Vega. I'm formerly incarcerated and system impacted. I want to thank you all for your work today and the reflexivity within this process and what we're witnessing. So I appreciate it. I know it's a lot you all sitting on that end. And so thank you for that. And I just wanted to make a few brief comments on under the religious heading and about the programming and work. So under 1372, when we were talking about the difference of religious and spiritual, there is language that could be added that has things like access to culturally based spiritual healing practices. That's a term that I know has specific things behind it within statewide settings and things like that. And then adding a term of intergenerational practices or community-based intergenerational practices and practitioners' values like elders in different type of ways. And I'm not sure, and I apologize, it's a lot of information, but I know that YA/DJJ had access to sweats and things like that. So I'm hoping that the juvenile halls, it will be considered that they don't lose that, because I personally know a lot of men that got great value from that and meaning. And then under the work programming, there was talk about a mechanism that might not be available and things like that. If these youth are working, I'd hope they're paying into taxes and into social services and things like that. Are we building wards of the state, or are we building people that we want to be what they said on some of the Ireland things, like good neighbors and members of our community? It'll show them that their labor matters. There's outside community programs that you all could bring in to build a mechanism to pay them. And then that money could go where they understand that their labor counts as income and it shows value. So I hope those things are lifted up. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all my notes. And thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jasmine Harris from California Youth Connection.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jasmine Harris. I'm from California Youth Connection. Earlier, I testified online and I'm here in person. So good afternoon and good afternoon. One thing that, a few things that I want to uplift, starting with programming and the importance of youth voice in that process. When we talk about 1 hour of direct programming, 1 hour of group activity, and 1 hour of free time, that's not much of a life. And when we talk about rehabilitation, we talk about going back to what it was before, which they obviously ended up here because there was a conflict or problem or issue. So why are we going back to what it was before? Why are we not focusing on healing, on health and wellness, on education, on youth feeling like they have a place to call home or community and lifelong connections? I think that when we look at these programs, they should be centered around the young person. They should have a say in what they're doing in their free time or in their direct programming or even in their group activity, right? What does it look like when we come together as a community and plan what this afternoon is going to look like? I think that youth are supposed to be, this whole system was created for them, and instead we have created something that hurts them and harms them and doesn't necessarily help them. They're oftentimes leaving the system still feeling unsupported, still feeling disconnected, and we heard from folks' personal stories earlier what that has done to their family life. So again, I want to encourage us to lean on the community, lean on each other. I've seen live examples of like Camp Sweeney coming and utilizing resources. So we talk about crossover youth, we talk about the foster care system and how a lot of the time they end up entering the juvenile justice system. We have a lot of youth who enter the juvenile justice system and become foster youth because of that. So how do we make sure that when these youth are entering either side of the system, they're getting the support and the resources that they need and that we all in this room have been working so hard to create for them, that do exist. And so I know I'm running out of time, but I just want to encourage us to, again, think creatively, think of innovatively, and to center youth voice.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Tonatia Beltran from Fresh Lifelines for Youth.
Jasmine said it all, you guys. Hi again. I'm here today to speak in favor of increasing programming time. There are so many wonderful possibilities of how you could positively contribute to supporting this area, as many of my peers have mentioned prior. The answers are right before you. The solutions are simple, and they would have a greater impact on all of our communities once the youth are released. In addition, I also want to uplift the importance of supporting education. There are hundreds of articles and books that showcase that access to education not only reduces recidivism, but also expands one's ability to critically think and to feel empowered to make contributions and improve one's life once released. And lastly, I also want to highlight an essential ask of increasing visitation time and also for keeping it hybrid, because I know it's pretty simple for a lot of us to just like hop on FaceTime and like connect with our families throughout the day, right? Like after work, you might like FaceTime your child and just see like how they're doing after school. Well, in these cases, they don't have that opportunity because I'm sure they have to pay the price of like $1.50 for like a couple minutes. Cause like most of us know that the tablets aren't free. And I think that, it shouldn't be a privilege to have that access, especially when technology is just part of our everyday worlds. So I definitely want to highlight that. Just think about making the Zoom option accessible, but also free. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Our last public comment is from Mercedes Parker from California Youth Connection.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you all for your time and your attention to detail. I'm here in solidarity with all the folks that spoke before me, so I want to echo their sentiments. Only have a few specific comments that I want to make. Specifically on programming, I would like to see some language requiring facilities to meaningfully partner with community-based organizations to facilitate those programs. A lot of great recommendations were submitted by FLY and ARC. Perhaps FLY and ARC should be the ones that are facilitating them, or other similar organizations. Sorry, like unlock my notes. I also, on the topic of visitation, so I just want to recognize that Zoom is a way of removing barriers to family visitation. It's not necessarily a replacement. Facilities should be supporting families and removing barriers to family time. So that includes Zoom visits, that includes flexible visiting hours, accommodating travel, providing childcare. I would like to see language requiring facilities to partner with families to remove those barriers and identifying those barriers, perhaps employing a family liaison whose role it is to document some of those barriers and the attempts that were made by the facility to remove them in order to facilitate that oversight and that inspection. I also want you all to consider that many of these youth, regardless of how long they are currently sentenced, have already served significant times in institutions or in the system, whether they are secure youth or not secure youth. So yeah, let's not deprive them of any more contact of supportive persons, because that is a critical factor in rehabilitation, as many of you have already stated. And with that, I'll yield my time.
Thank you. All right, so that was the end of our in-person public comment. So what do we have for comments online? How many do we have?
As of right now, we have one.
Okay.
James Martinez.
James, are you there? James?
Good afternoon, community members and board members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. My name is James Martinez. I'm a policy and programs assistant with Milpa. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Director Lucero for uplifting the need of indigenous spiritual services. When I was incarcerated as a youth in Monterey County, there existed different spiritual services, but they did not offer us access to a sweat lodge. If they would have, I'm sure many lives would have changed for the betterment. I would like to encourage the implementation of such services to ensure our indigenous relatives have access to their religious freedoms underlined in the U.S. Constitution. As I was listening to the process partake today, at times I felt like it was pretty mechanical rather than it being heartfelt. And when I say heartfelt, right, having that intentions of making decisions with our hearts rather than a robotic and a mechanical way, which is often interwoven within the systemic way of doing things, the system way of doing things. But we got to be mindful of the decisions that are being made today and how it affects those populations that we serve. We often say that we've come here for the youth and for their growth and their development, where our actions demonstrate why are we here today and what measures are we ensuring for the next generations to come. History has shown us if we don't take the necessary steps to ensure the well-being of those that come in the future, that it can have a dismal effect on their future, and that's not what we want. I know what it's like to be in the system that a lot of our youth leaders are in today, and I can assure you, unless you've spent time there, you don't know what it's like. But one way of lending your heart is lending a sympathetic ear and having that compassion and understanding for those that have shown up today to speak from their heart. And I think one thing that is very discouraging is when people are rushed. And that can also seem very mechanical. I think we have to respect each other's space and everyone's time and know that they've come here with good intentions. And on that note, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, that's our online public comment. So I appreciate everybody's public comment, both here, here in the building and also those that we heard online. Appreciate that. All right, it is 4:06 right now. So I think we have a couple options. We can take 5 minutes, just in case we need 5 minutes, and then we can come back and finish up. You want to do that? Let's do that. Let's take 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll finish up our day. I am going to, so we have, we're at Article 7, discipline, and that incorporates 1390, which is discipline, and 1391, the discipline process. And then just as a reminder, Article 8, 9, 10 through 12 are going to be, that work's going to be done with the 4 work groups. So I'm going to just let me get a pulse of the room. We could power through discipline to get to 5, followed by the public comment. Or we can wrap up, do the final public comment now, and then a subsequent meeting would incorporate the discipline definitions and possibly Title 24. Thoughts? And if we want to power through, I'm good. We can do it.
Yeah, I think because it's 2 sections for us to get through discipline at least, and then when we start, we'd be able to just start right into definitions.
Sound good? All right, so let's do it. So under discipline 1390, and the recommendation from staff is to approve as recommended their the strikeouts and the additions that are there. And Ally, is there anything to highlight here? Other than I see that it looks like we have some Youth Bill of Rights incorporated in here.
Yes, and it is, some of it is just changing the language from discipline to behavior management. Consequences rather than discipline, part of that is just changing language throughout the regulations. And also cleaning up youth shall not be deprived of the following, adding guardian and extended family members, things like that from contact, reading material, right to make phone calls. And then again, clarifying that youth shall not be subject to room confinement as a disciplinary measure. And then they shall also have access to written disciplinary policies, be informed of the accusations against them, an opportunity to be heard, present evidence and testimony, and appeal disciplinary decisions, which is in the next section as well. So those are the recommendations that were drafted by the staff here, and open it up for further discussion.
Any thoughts, Danny?
I was wondering for this section if we should like include like a reference of the list for A through now M. Also including like the programming mentioned in 1371, because there's like some overlap with some things, but I don't know if this would technically, if 1371 would be like K rehabilitative programming, but some of the programming that's mentioned maybe outside of that, I just think like having it clear that like whatever programming it is, that they shouldn't be hindered from that as like a form of discipline. And then in D, we have sibling already listed in like the prior sections we were discussing with like extended family member, but that doesn't seem to be listed there. So just to put sibling also for continuity.
And sure, for consistency, we'll make sure to make all of those sections consistent. And that K rehabilitative program, it should be reflective of what's in 1371, so we can easily clean that up to make reference to 1371
Yeah,
programming.
even just maybe adding in parenthetical next to that this includes the items that are listed in 1371, so that's
Right.
clear.
That makes sense. Director Lucero.
So you'll ombuds, OICR ombuds. It's not here. We could add it at D, or we could add it somewhere else.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I know we've gotten some updated input from changes in legislation that will certainly be incorporated within, but that's a good add.
Okay. Oh yeah, Meredith.
Thank you. I would like to suggest some language in the opening paragraph where it says consequences shall be imposed at the least restrictive level, which promotes the desired behavior. Right after that, I think it's would be worthwhile to say shall be informed by trauma, disability, and adolescent development principles. By trauma? Sure, it could be worded better, but maybe
Yeah.
shall be disability informed, trauma informed, and responsive to adolescent development principles. Yeah, in that opening paragraph. I mean, you could make it a nice long clause or a new sentence.
All right, we got that, Allison?
Yes. And just a couple more under D where the red lines add guardian and extended family members. We've been adding spouse, I think, in a lot of these lists. So I think that one's missing there. And under J, where we have education, I think it's very important to specify this includes post-secondary education. And my last comment comes from Fly's input that suggests restorative justice be incorporated here. And referencing back to our March meeting, we had a lot of conversation about conflict among youth inside and how important it is to do the healing among the youth, not just between staff and youth, but then healing among youth as, you know, their neighbors and peers while they're confined together. So I really like Fly's suggestion that restorative justice be incorporated. It could be here. I think it could also be in, I think ARC made a similar suggestion in discipline process that there be restorative justice or healing circles.
You want to add that as a standalone or?
Yeah. We'll look at the, yeah. Do you want to?
Anything else? Marguerite?
I just have a question for clarity, because it does say in the first paragraph, including the use of positive behavioral interventions and supports. That is, it's all lower cap, but there's actually a whole program
Gotcha.
called PBIS. And so I just want to, I understand the intent of the language, but that is a huge program, a behavioral management system that is used. We use it in our facility wide, but that's not just a simple.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I
Which is
don't know
great,
if that's, if
There
we
might
wanna-
be a better term maybe that says the same thing that's not proprietary.
Yeah,
and-
I
Yeah.
started to see that throughout some regulations.
I'm wondering if under D, it should say visitation with parent because we have M as right to make phone calls. So I'm wondering if that should actually say visitation instead of contact.
Oh,
And then what about, if we're gonna say phone calls, why aren't we saying written correspondence? So visitation and written correspondence or something like that.
In that same line,
That's what
Chief?
I'm thinking. Why,
Or under N, even, right, to make phone calls.
and written correspondence, yeah.
Or add an N.
Section I has the right to send and receive mail.
What else? Anything else on this?
I have the consequences shall be imposed at the least restrictive level, which promotes the desired behavior and shall not include corporal punishment. Or group punishment, physical or psychological degradation. And it should also, the response should also be prompt in order to follow adolescent brain development principles. Like you don't wait 2 days.
So I'm flipping to the other page because there's a whole process for due process on the back. And so I don't know if it, I mean, certainly there's no, it could be in both.
Just so that it's not only tailored, but it's prompt.
So can we say consequences shall be prompt and imposed at the least restrictive level?
Yeah.
Or, or timely, yeah.
And then my only other observation is that I'm not seeing anywhere in the regulations where we champion incentives, but maybe I just have missed it. And I know here we say what you can't do, but I think there's a great interest in that whole trauma-informed practice lined up with adolescent brain development. And so I'm trying to see if there's a way to elevate that.
Not that it's perfect. I think that was a first pass putting in positive behavior interventions, but I realize it doesn't get at the heart of, a behavior management program. For something like that, it might be helpful to see what's out there in terms of rather than not that I don't want to, but at the time, like try to craft something. So maybe we can take the concept of looking into how incentives or positive behavior interventions can be supported better in the disciplinary process, or again, trying to change language into the behavior management process.
Yeah, go ahead.
It sounds like we're trying to stay away from the actual PBIS program. And, it's the difference between restorative practices and restorative, one's a program and another is just how you use those supports. It might be that we could do something that says positive behavior interventions and supports, including but not limited to incentives, set expectations. I mean, all those kind of principles that come out of PBIS, but that we're not necessarily calling it PBIS.
Right. And is it okay for us to incorporate those concepts as part of PBIS here? I mean, I'm good with, because it's good stuff.
Because PBIS is a whole, you have
It's-
fidelity checks
Exactly.
and you have
Yeah, it's a
tier
very
teams,
formalized
tier
program.
1 and
Gotta
2,
pay
3 teams and all of that. And I don't think we're trying to get to that level that we're running a program with fidelity. You can apply for recognition from the state level if you're running that program. But we're looking for some of those aspects that are part of that, along with, restorative approaches and things like that without actually using a program.
I think what, in my mind, what, again, changing it from discipline to behavior management, behavior management has a component of providing incentives that, should be promoting the acceptable behavior before imposing consequences. So I think that's a great concept and can be structured in there in a better way. Again, the whole point of this regulation is to have a framework for policies and procedures that do that have it's behavior management rather than just having a discipline program. We've all across the state seen a change in that type of programming, and certainly in facilities, there's more of a shift toward behavior management programs versus a disciplinary
Chief?
program.
I mean, could it be potentially as simple as adding, including the use of incentives, comma, positive behavior interventions, comma, and various other supports for youth? I mean, that just includes the incentives component that is lacking, because I just looked all through here and it's not listed anywhere else. So
No, it's not.
that weaves in incentives without dragging it out to a whole big PBIS requirement.
Right, Chief?
So alternatively, and I like that language, if we were to include that into 1371 under programs, under the list of programs may include but are not limited to, adding some language around incentive-based programming for behavior management.
But not specifically PBIS.
No, of course
Right.
not.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that would make sense. So under 1371 to add that as another one of the program components.
I'm not sure it's exactly a program because it's something that like in schools, it's not sort of taught as separate class. It's a way that manages behaviors in all of the classrooms. So I'm not, I could be not thinking of it right, but I'm not sure. It's like a
It's a
program.
way in which you communicate. It's using MI, it's taking trauma-informed approaches. PBIS is a whole. It's changing adult thinking and how you interact with youth to get the desired behavior by stating the expected behavior and coaching to that and reaffirming that and giving affirmation, and then the affirmation turns into incentives. So it's a token economy where kids could then use that too, and that's part of the when you talk about incentive based.
And so that's a big description, which is really clear and would give everybody, parents, everybody that looks online, notice of what's being promoted. So it doesn't really feel like enough just to include incentives when that's so descriptive and rich.
But
what
I think,
you just said, yeah.
but that's the capital
That's-
PBIS. And
that's the
not all
capital
facilities
PBIS, yes.
have adopted
No.
capital PBIS.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't think we want the reg to require
No.
facilities to adopt.
No,
you
I
know,
think
some
we should get the
proprietary-
principles of it in saying, incentive based in way we're looking for that positive behavior rather than you're going to see what you're going to find what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And so if we're constantly, we need to come through a lens of looking for what we want to see.
Exactly.
And I don't know how,
But it could
uh,
be incentive-based programming
Mhm.
and then capture the principles that you outlined.
yeah, I think incentive-based just. Yeah, because I mean, like we were saying, we're trying to stay from the word programming, but it's an incentive based on how you interact. I mean, it's and how you climate, yeah, and
Milieu.
it's a
It's positive
it's
reinforcement.
positive reinforcement. It's the ratio of 5 to 1, 5 positives to a.
And it's moving away from consequence-based.
Mhm.
Instead of addressing the negative behavior, you're reinforcing the positive behaviors. That's the whole, I mean, another way we could look at this is, we started out this whole discussion about discipline, talking about making sure it was trauma informed and adding that language. We could add something without calling out a specific program that we're using evidence-based positive reinforcement systems
Mhm.
that addressing positive behaviors as opposed to consequent based, something around that.
And I think also, maybe incorporating the word holding youth accountable for their behavior, because that is not, it's not punishment and discipline, but it's
Mhm.
holding them appropriately accountable and then creating opportunities where they can make improvements. And it goes kind of with the theme with what we want our departments to do.
Right. And it gives some good guidelines around incentive, positive behaviors, and evidence-based interventions in order to get there.
And I think for the SYTF youth, that's particularly important so that there's a knowledge base about what the expectations are and how something is earned, or I think that would serve our youth well.
Right.
I think-
Instead of programs up being, you can only you start with 100 and lose points. I mean, so, those kinds of things that, we want to build up those opportunities for them to let pro-social behavior be the kind of the driver instead of negative behavior, right? You were going to say something, Jane.
I guess I just in our language would want us to be a little careful because I think that works best for most youth. And then there are also youth who aren't able to engage in the behaviors that create the positive things. It might be because of disability or trauma, other things. So as long as there's something that's a little, I mean, even if it's including trauma informed, which is probably going to be vague to a lot of people reading it, but there's an understanding that the same thing doesn't work for every child.
Maybe some language instead of saying including the use of positive behavior intervention supports, you can say including the use of evidence-based interventions to address individual youth needs. Because it really is looking, because what you reinforce for one youth may be good job for keeping your hands behind your back till you come to one location, whereas that's very simple for some kids, but maybe for another, you have to continue to reinforce that. Whereas another youth, you have higher, they have a better, more abilities to do some things. So it's going to be individually adjusted based on what that youth really in the moment has the capability of doing.
I like that thought. As we talk about evidence-based also, we always like to incorporate it should be culturally relevant too. So, making sure that it, evidence-based, but also recognizing, the differences that, kids come to the table with, right? So being able to incorporate both aspects of that in order to build a good behavior management program.
Trauma informed and
Yeah.
any kind of, learning disabilities we have to keep in mind.
Correct.
Mental health, gender,
Exactly.
yeah. So there's have
So
to do that.
would Article 7 actually be discipline and?
I would change it to behavior.
Yeah, or behavioral,
I would-
okay, so
I would
behavior
change it-
management, yeah.
I would change it to
Yeah.
behavior management program.
Yeah, that captures
If it were
both.
me.
It is.
Oh, okay. How does everybody feel about that? Yes.
It's much more neutral.
Agreed. Yep.
Yeah.
And straight, yeah.
What's the term?
Behavior management. Behavior management program.
But strength-based could be a good phrase to actually incorporate in there. And it could be, strength-based acceptable behavior, including use of strength, evidence-based interventions, strength-based culturally relevant.
Okay, and so in that, we're striking discipline? Okay. All right, good. Danny, I saw your hand up. Right. Okay. Any other thoughts on this?
Just confirming, so then that would be also for 1390 and 1391, tailoring the headings.
Yeah, I think it would probably change to something. I mean, you could put behavior management process or you could put due process. This really isn't, 1391 really is intended to be a due process. So when a child has a consequence, there's a process for, if they are losing access to something, they have due process. They understand their rights. They have a written violation. I mean, you can see everything through here. We tried to look at some of the laws, and again, open to feedback around due process in a detention facility. There's statute, there's case law related to the type of due process that people are required to have in those facilities. And we did and we'll take another look at it again to also hopefully reflect those practices as well.
I was just gonna say, I liked Marguerite's integration of disability better than my suggestion, because I think it's really important that it be like tailored that way. So I just wanted to circle back on that. And there was another a piece of the recommendations we got from the coalition focused on education that I wanted to lift up. Maybe this can come back to us through the education section, but they recommended under the discipline section that there be coordination to track when behavior management discipline results in lost instructional time, because that has become a major issue of youth not going to school because of whatever the behavior issues are.
And
And
it has to, I mean, they have to track it in school. I don't know that they do it well, but yeah.
I think the challenge is when it's a decision made by an officer on the unit, let's say around behavior management, we're not getting good tracking. So there's a red line suggestion in here that I wanted to lift up.
So Meredith, can we have that looked at by the subcommittee?
Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Is that in the most recent coalition letter? Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Anything else on this section?
I would just ask that staff, when they're kind of vamping this article, that they just make sure to look at 1391 with the same lens.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't without, I think you can't do one without the other.
And then this is, this information is not necessarily accessible to youth, right? It's to staff and the public.
No, kids
No,
get it.
yeah.
They do. Okay.
Correct.
Is it in several languages then? Is that a thing?
It is.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm already changing the language. The behavior management, the discipline process should be available, shall be available to the young people, because in order for due process to be due process, they have to understand what it is they have rights to when they are involved in an incident that results in a loss of privilege.
Do they sign them when they, because I'm worried about kids that might not be able to read.
If that happens, we have staff who will help.
Okay,
That's
and
an
then do they
orientation.
sign, is there a signature that the youth has been fully advised?
Someplace. Is it
There's
in?
some acknowledgement. I'm not sure if it's a.
So on a per incident basis, I know there is. I don't know if they sign off on that or not upon intake.
Or their parents or somebody?
No, I know, I
Are
don't.
you,
we wouldn't
are
have
you
a
talking
parents.
about that they receive something or per incident, like in,
No, I'm talking about just them understanding what the rules are and what the, the.
during the
both
booking process?
consequences and the incentives.
Yeah, so during, it's typically, it'll be in a handbook and it's also explained to them during intake. And then during the notification that the youth is in custody, the officer goes over that, what
Right.
the expectations are with
Yeah.
their in there. And then in any individual incidences, a youth has to agree or disagree with the report as written. And if they disagree, they can get a hearing, a due process hearing, or they can decline one. And if they can get that due process hearing up to a superintendent.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, was just more concerned that they know what is expected of them. They know what the incentives are, the discipline, the consequences,
Yes.
that it's available in several languages. And if there is a literacy issue, that it be orally
Read to them.
read to them.
Yes, those things
And
happen.
if there is a possibility of the youth acknowledging that they know that they've been advised, I'm not trying to be legal, but on my experience, I just had so many youth say they didn't know that X, Y, and Z. And so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, rules are also required to be posted in the units for people to be able to see that. The one thing that's not in there is an acknowledgement and orientation, for the young people to say, yes, I have this and I understood that. I don't know if that's something to come back to at some point.
Maybe the mental health committee could think about that, because that might be empowering for the youth. Just a suggestion.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it would be good for them to look at it. Any other questions in this section? All right, 1391.
Oh, I was already on it.
You're already on it. I know. We've been touching it. Is there anything other than I know Director Lucero did mention that this has to be really informed by 1390, of course. So as we've made those changes to 1390, it will drive what the due process is going to look like based on what we put in 1390.
And we would be changing the header for this one.
And we would change the header as well.
For sure.
Either due process or behavioral management program process.
Yeah, something. Yeah, and we'll certainly, it makes reference, the regulation makes reference to trauma-informed approaches, and, we have the language again, the positive behavior interventions, we can work on that. And also pull in, where appropriate, restorative justice practices, things like that can be in there too. This is the mechanics of what happens when a young person receives a consequence. What are their rights for, understanding and appealing if necessary those consequences.
I would just say then for the header to be behavior management due process requirements.
Okay. Any other thoughts on 1391? Meredith.
I have a couple under D. In addition to trauma informed, I think it would be good to add disability informed. Also under D is where we had the recommendation from Anti-Recidivism Coalition around incorporating restorative healing circles and credible messengers. Under, I guess I have a question around F. It says that major rule violations shall be documented, but I see written notice of a violation. I don't see a written decision. So I don't know if being documented means the youth is going to receive notice of the final decision, but I don't see that explicitly here.
Do you mean, okay, so they get the written notice of the violation. Are you looking for something to wrap it up at the end?
Right. A written decision so they know the basis.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
And then under 5, where it says the youth can be assisted by staff, I would like that to incorporate, upon their request, their attorney or advocate from a community-based organization. And last comment to the point of this being inspectable, all those things. I think there should be an H that has some sort of like aggregate tracking document so that you're able to see over time tracking of major violations, what they are, the discipline imposed, whether there was an administrative review and the outcome of the review.
You mean in like a summary or per
Like a log,
child?
right. No, more like a log, like however the facility might, so that it's more clear on I've seen this from San Diego, for example, when they track use of force. It's not just in each youth's file that there was an incident of force, but rather like a tracking document so that there's like sort of systemic view of the discipline process in the facility.
That could be again a resource, because some places may not have the ability right now, IT wise, to collect that data. And if a smaller department doesn't have like a program manager that says, okay, what are these data points that we want to collect? And therefore it'll be then integrated into the report that's processed, and then they can pull data from the process. And then it actually can generate a report. That's the most efficient way. And I think more and more departments are probably moving towards that ability, but it would be difficult. I think what we have to do in our inspection is, we pretty much give a pretty good sample of our documents that are reviewed. But I think to make this a requirement could be difficult for some counties just because of their IT limitations. But it is a really good thing, I think, it's definitely a best practice because it supports a work you're doing or work you're not doing.
There is a log. I mean, all of our due process, every instance is, of course, we have all of the documentation associated with every one that comes in and what the outcome is. And so there is already a log that we will show BSCC when they come in for the inspect, and then they'll pull samples from that log. It typically is how that works. So I'm not sure the
I think
purpose
what you're
of
describing
talking
is
about.
what I have in mind. So
Okay.
it sounds like that your department's doing that. And so I'm wondering what's feasible, knowing that there would be some lead time to actual rollout of these regulations, and knowing that this does seem like a best practice for a department to know big picture. What are the violations? What are our, discipline, behavior management responses? Mm-hmm.
So I have a question. So right now you have been inspecting just for the discipline. And you have some references to procedures for youth that promote acceptable behavior. Are you finding like the PBIS models I'm just trying to get to a place where you actually are looking for a model that is being used?
I mean, it's a little bit all over the place if it isn't off-the-shelf program. When they have an off-the-shelf program, it's easy to say, okay, it's going to promote the acceptable behavior because PBIS is validated. If they don't have PBIS, what we're looking for is, typically language in the policy that says, what is acceptable or pro-social behavior. Usually there's, point system or ways to earn incentive. That's a behavior management program. Acceptable behavior. It's not just about these are the rules. This is what happens if you break them. We're looking for that added layer of these are these are acceptable behaviors and these are incentives. Times different languages are used. Oh, I'm so sorry. Goodness gracious. Do you want me to start over? I'm just kidding. What we're looking for on top of a program that just says, this is the rule, this is what happens if you break it. The layer on top of there that says, these are our values. I mean, it can be values-based language. These are the values of the facility. If you are able to, continue to display this type of behavior, I'm being super general here, facilities have things like movie nights or pizza nights or earning points for going to the store. I mean, incentives. Those are the things that we're looking for. What can the kids do to earn things, not just if they break the rule, what happens? So it's that double-edged program that we're looking for. So when we don't see it, it doesn't meet the regulation as it stands today. Again, it's very diverse in some facilities. It's basic in others, but again, just promoting that, the double edge, not just
So
consequences.
does this get us to a place where you would be then inspecting for that positive programming that has the principles behind it that we've discussed today? Because I feel like that is evidence-based.
Well, it's difficult because we are not experts in evidence-based behavior, right? So we have to be able to determine from the policies that the facility gives us that they are doing it, and it's easy to tell when they're not doing it. I guess I could say that a lot better. And my notes are all over the place. So just thinking about if the use of incentives were added and strength-based policies were added, we would look for those specific things in the policy. And if we didn't see them, we would ask questions. Why isn't it in your policy? The regulation says you're supposed to be using incentives. What are they? And then, the second step to how we inspect facilities is we talk with the young people. What's your incentive for, having good behavior, following the values? So these pieces give it a little bit more depth than just promoting acceptable behavior. Because you could promote acceptable behavior by, clapping at somebody. But if in policy, you have you do this, you get pizza night, which is happening already. But this, that strength-based language would add to that a little bit.
I have two things. One, I know the county offices of education have behavioral management. And from our subject matter expert, he has alerted me that sometimes they're different. The COE behavior management and the probation is. And so I don't know if it's wise or if it's doable to at least say where possible, consult with COE to see if you can align your programs. That's
Really
just a suggestion.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea for that consultation. Yeah.
Take it,
Yeah.
please take that back to your people. And then and I'll discuss this more in the SYTF committee, but I think it's very important that there's actually a program that is we're able to say this program offers a way for youth to have, for example, a recommendation for time off for or a recommendation for a less restricted program. But I'll save that for the subcommittee, but I think this is where that would go. And if your staff could just kind of keep that in mind.
And there is some language in the adult regulations that speak to they use the term good time. So there is, language that we can also mine for that as well.
And I'm sorry to cross them, but I just know that we're doing a lot of the same reviewing and work. So
Great.
Danny.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, because I don't know if it was when we first met or second met. I think we had a discussion about like notice and stuff like that, of like different incidents and things going on. I'm just thinking of like, particularly in like subsection F that talks about like policies relate, if it's going to be like a hearing and related to discipline, because I just know like a lot of times like attorneys and parents, like they might not know that there's like some sort of like discipline aspect that's being imposed, especially if it's like isolating, and they may not know about this until after it's already happened, and that may be something that they would want to be like made aware of, especially in this aspect of like a hearing process and youth having to like present evidence and testimony and these kinds of things and being made aware of it. But I can't remember, and I don't see, trying to look like really quickly. Like, I feel like we had had a prior conversation with like different notice stuff with parents, and it may not have like encountered this, but we had talked about like when like notifying, parents, attorneys, how soon. We had had like a whole discussion about.
I think we were talking about either use of force or illness, I think, or injury if a young person were seriously injured in a facility. I remember talking about that, and it might have been use of force as well. And I would just ask everybody to weigh in about that, how the hearings work and the logistics of notifying parents or.
Yeah, because the only other thing I'll add before you, and just the fact of like if a parent might know, and this might not be known to you all, but a parent might know that like a child like may have like certain medical issues, that like isolation is very harmful for them. And so if they know that their child is like being isolated for a certain amount of hours or day or whatever it is, they may know how harmful that is to the child's mental health, that may not have been known to you all. And so that might be particular need for the parent to like reach out and find out what's going on, because they may know that the child may have mental health concerns, that would be. So I'm just thinking of instances of that and other kinds of things that an attorney or parent might want to know. And is there a process of when there's discipline that they're notified in
In
any
the
sort of way?
and I guess it depends on what kind of violation took place, because if there was a fight or if there was use of force applied, those kind of things, then parents are notified when those things happen. But for some minor violations, they may not have been. I'm not sure, Marguerite, what how you guys do it,
I
but
think we also, I just want to caution using the word isolation because it's room confinement and,
Right.
and so those are major, violations, some, so that, are less than some other um, major violations. And I want to be careful too about delaying the ability to do a hearing, because if we can't, especially in bigger counties, if you can't get hold of an attorney and you're holding off this kid's ability to have a hearing with somebody, or waiting on their parent, I can understand trying to inform them, but sometimes that we wouldn't want to slow down the process because an attorney's not going to get back to us for a couple days. I think there's some expediency that youth has the right to have it, quicker than not. And so, because a lot of times what, they're in part of their report in any kind of rule violation, they need to know what their consequences are. So it could be loss of privileges, it could be, loss of some sort of status if they have, or, a level. It could be loss of, commissary that day or something, but there's certain things it can't be. And so, a lot of times, they don't want to lose a status because they know they're gonna go to court and they're gonna get that report to the judge. So that's often where they kind of take it all the way up. I think when we're talking about grievances where, and they want to talk to somebody about that and it's pretty serious, then, maybe attorneys should get involved. But kind of these simple, not to minimize it, but these smaller ones, I think we need to expedite the ability to have a youth be heard.
And my comment
Great.
was more speaking to the informed, and from like my prior trial practice, like a lot of attorneys are like left in the dark of like what is happening to their client in the facility, any kind of discipline, what is going on. So I understand that because they don't have control of what the process is going to be at the facility and what's going to go on, but a lot of times they do not know what is happening until there's a next court date, and some court dates are set closer together than others. Some are several, many months. And so I was speaking more to like
So would you,
notice and the informed.
so
kind of
you
way.
would recommend that a youth has been given a major rule violation, received we use them as incident reports. So, and let's say a youth received a room confinement incident report. You would recommend that we then notify the attorney to say, your youth has received a room confinement for this behavior?
I think that's important information to know. I'm particularly more so thinking of like when there's hearings and when there's bigger, if it's like little minor things. But I'm more thinking of when there's a hearing process and then there's evidence being presented, this kind of thing, and they don't know that any of this stuff is like happened until it's already passed. The youth may have questions. They may like some of this stuff may come up in court because that's what happens. Like a lot of times, once the court date happens, it's like, well, they did this action, the discipline happened, this is what's going on. And this is the first time that the attorney is hearing that like they were disciplined, what is going on, and they don't, know the details and things are, presented in court and they're not aware of those things. So I'm more so thinking of the bigger situations that amount to like hearings rather than, minor like infractions, but ones if they're presenting evidence and these kinds of things because that stuff does come up in court processes later and is brought up. And a lot of attorneys are, blindsided and it's a very rush sometimes to talk to the client. So you might not have gotten into that or they might not have meant, and then you're hearing it brought up in court and having to answer or it's affecting your advocacy and if they can get released or anything like that.
That was very common in court that they were called incident reports. And so an attorney might have, like even between the writing of a court report and then coming into court. So the attorney was expecting one thing and then suddenly there's no longer a recommendation for X, Y, and Z. And then the court, everybody gets copies of the incident reports. And sure enough, there was an issue. So I think you're asking, how can attorneys get copies of documents that will be used possibly in a negative way before the court hearing? Or I'm also hearing you say kind of any administrative hearing.
Yes.
Now, would copies of reports, isn't that, that's reviewing the probation file? I think there's some log that.
Log or law?
Law that to actually give an attorney anything from the court file, from the probation file.
Well, they get to see their own clients' stuff. They're an exception in 827. They get to see their own clients' stuff. Like if some third party wanted it, that would be a problem.
So for us, I mean, if we're going to talk about discipline, it would be included in the probation report, which the attorney would receive prior to, because of the filing deadlines. So is that what's happening? I'm trying to understand exactly how attorneys are. I mean, it seems like that would be a violation of discovery or something. I'm not an attorney, but I'm just saying, like,
I just think we have to remember juvenile court's very informal, and it's not like adult court at all. And we do need to hear if there was just a really serious incident between the time a court report was due. I think it's 10 days or 72 hours. I can't remember the timeline. Yeah, 72 hours. So it is possible that something would come out. But anyway, that it could happen. I don't know how frequently it happens, but it could.
I mean, I could understand there being a major incident where something in a significant kind of a discipline was handed down. But are we asking for minor incidents as well to notify counsel by sharing the report, and in what form is that just a phone call to counsel, or does counsel expect for a incident report to be shared? It's a lot of different things, and for the most part, as the young people are going through the due process, it can get rectified at the initial level, which is usually like the supervisor of the unit can hear the discipline and resolve it right then and there. And then sometimes if the kid isn't satisfied with that, then he has the ability to appeal it to the administrator. But are we asking for every minor and major violation? Council wants to know that?
So that's why I was mentioning more major incidents. So I'm not talking about minor infractions. I'm thinking more of the room confinement and the bigger discipline actions that have a significant effect on the youth's mental health. And then also those more significant ones are what is brought up in court. And even when there's requirements about giving certain documents at a certain time, because things are informal, people are late, things happen, things are sometimes given just at the court date. So in practice, in theory, even if there's a deadline to provide a particular report, like what happens in practice is not the case. And sometimes there's other reports that are done, and those things do, come up in court that they're not aware of what's going on with their client.
If I could jump in, I'm hearing a couple different issues. One is access to your client's incident reports. Let's say there's room confinement. This was an issue I raised last time. I provided some suggested language to the SCC staff because access to clients' facility records is an issue that defenders are raising statewide. So I think there needs to be a proactive regulation that allows defense attorneys to get access to those records. I think when we're talking about court, it's common and obligatory that they're providing anything they're going to rely on in a report. So I think the probation department does that, generally speaking, statewide, provides. If they're going to rely on a report in the hearing, they're going to provide a copy to defense counsel. I'm hearing, though, we're talking especially about F here. And major rule violations resulting in due process. I think that's where your biggest concern is. And the suggestion being, adding in this list of 6 that there be notice to the attorney. That seems like a pretty specific recommendation.
All right, thoughts? Any other thoughts? All right, and so in F, maybe we can have staff to provide us some language around notice to council under major rule violations in the discipline process. And then we can take a look at that.
Could I add one last point there?
Yeah.
Danny's comments caused me to take a second look at G, and maybe everyone can take a look at that because that section is actually a little concerning. Talks about removal from camps or commitment programs. It refers to E, which is minor rule violations. I don't think that's correct anymore. I wouldn't think you'd be removed from a commitment program for a minor rule violation. So that's probably.
So what's the typo?
It shouldn't say that it follows the provisions in E. At a minimum, it should say in F. Yeah, so we just didn't pick up what we put down.
And this example is actually like the perfect reason why Danny's suggestion is so important. If you're going to be removed from a camp program, you're likely looking at extended confinement time, and you're not going back to court on basically extending your sentence, and your attorney's not even notified that you're going to be longer incarcerated. That seems like a huge hole.
Understood.
I think that practically how this has played out, though, is there's a timeout from a camp or commitment, a branch, because of a minor issue, but nevertheless, they're brought back. And then they called it more like an administrative fix. And then they get to go back to the camp.
Which means they spend longer incarcerated. It extends their sentence.
So, I don't think so. No, because it's not a recommitment. There's no recommitment.
But if you're told you're going to complete a 9-month period, you're taken on a timeout for a month and put back in. Now it's a 10-month program.
I think it had to be ours had to be under a certain amount of time, short.
if you were taken out for a month, you would have to go back to court. That would be a violation. It'd be a
But the regs suggest that that's actually doesn't
That would be a
require.
violation of probation, not a violation of a minor or major rule. And that's usually like, hey, you know, like a couple days and then you go back in. We just want to give you a little bit of timeout almost, and then go back in. And then that doesn't delay, that doesn't interrupt your confinement time at all. If you have to go to court, then it'll likely interrupt your.
I agree with you, and we made this argument to the Court of Appeal, and they said where the court had given a maximum time, probation had the discretion to essentially impose timeouts that extended the length of time they were incarcerated. So I think the Constitution says differently, but this regulation as written would allow you to go from a 9-month program to turning that into a 10-month program by doing essentially a timeout.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have the authority to extend beyond what the court's already told a youth that is going to be his release date.
The court, when the court was issuing sentences, was saying complete the program by the time you turn 25 or whatever the maximum. I'd be happy to send you the case. It's a pretty devastating case. The court just set a maximum age at the maximum age of the jurisdiction and said, complete the program. And it was up to probation to say when you've completed the program, which essentially means an ambiguous.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not seeing that. Any other thoughts on this 1391 under the discipline process? All right. So we are done with Article 7, I'm sorry, Article 7.
Very impressed.
So as we've done in prior articles, we're gonna ask for public comment in regard to the work that we've done in Article 8 and looking for the public comment in the room first. If we have any public comment in the room, please, let's get that over to Lindsay. I understand, man. You gotta get out there, get out there. I don't want you to miss your flight. For both these 1390. Yeah, and we can say that. We'll say that. And then based on the end of the day, this is also going to be public comment for anything that we've talked about today, since we're not going to be able to do a separate public comment. So public comment for Article 8, I'm sorry, Article 7, and then any other, and then any other matters under the purview of the ESC. And Lindsay, who do we have first?
Our first public comment is Carlos Fernandez from Safe Return Project.
Good afternoon. Carlos Fernandez from Safe Return Project. I came here today with my lived experience. Lived experience inside the facilities of California. I said it before. All my middle school and high school years, learning the same book over and over again. But yeah, I come here also for the youth. I done met in there. I still work with. I mentor enrichment at Promise Youth, who are in there, and even the youth that is out and haven't been healed from being in there. Secure lock facilities don't work. It's been proven, like, we got to think of something different, whatever that is. We got to invest into it with community, with credible messengers, people that have this experience leading and being an important voice in these conversations. I share the same experience as others have shared today. I didn't make a complete positive change after release. It took someone from my community with similar shared experiences to invest in me and keep telling me I'm gonna be somebody better. I'm gonna speak in front of people. I'm gonna lead youth groups. I didn't believe him at the time, but hey, that's what I do today. Uh, so I actually, yeah, include more credible messengers to have, more decision making power. And and about um the programs that this last conversation, yeah, I asked that y'all stop extending young people's stays based off, small minor incidents, behavioral problems, or small things that isn't causing safety and security. It's just small things. And stop the stacking of the program. So sending people here and then right after you terminate them or restarting their program. If y'all could stop that,
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Next, we have Gabriel Gockley from Fresh Lifelines for Youth.
One thing I would like to point out is the staff that they have in juvenile hall. They have a little shirt that says counselors, but they just throw you in the room and you're doing something like in order, like, let's say I was messing up in there and they just throw me in the room instead of finding out the reason why I'm having a bad day, or why, like, get to the bottom of it. And the and how the staff are sometimes unprofessional in a way where, like, it makes you feel uncomfortable. That's something that really should be looked into. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Colin Ford from Fresh Lifelines for Youth.
Good evening, Colin Ford, Policy Associate with Fly. I want to speak briefly about some of the things you discussed in the discipline article. When I was running programming at Alameda County Juvenile Hall, it was actually through a partnership with the Office of Education, and so it was during the school day. And so I saw a lot with staff, and I had some good experience with staff in that facility. I had some very poor interactions with staff, and I think the staff there really make or break this experience, as you all know. And what I would see is there were some staff who were really encouraging youth, working with them using a strengths-based lens. And then there were some staff who were really provoking youth using a deficit-based lens, and really not supporting young people to stay in the classroom, because our program at times was an elective during the school day. And so we would have youth, we've given them enough chances, they're talking, and they'd kick them out and send them back to their cell. Even when us as facilitators of the program would try to work with the staff of how can we keep this young person in the program? Can we take them outside, the space, since we had multiple facilitators, and work with them? And some staff were open to that, but there were also staff who weren't open to that. And that was very frustrating. And so I just wanted to uplift the recommendations that I heard today of making sure that the discipline article addresses lost instructional time, because I know if that was happening when we were running programming, it was definitely happening when we weren't there and we weren't helping advocate for those young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Edith Ramirez from Fresh Lifelines.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ida Ramirez. I'm from Santa Clara County. I'm representing Fresh Lifelines for Youth, as well as all youth who have been incarcerated or who are currently incarcerated. Poor mental health while being incarcerated as an adolescent has become a mental health crisis that no one seems to be talking about. When I was in San Joaquin Juvenile Hall in Stockton, California, also known for being one of the worst juvenile halls due to the fact that they punish you with the maximum time. There were youth getting sent in left and right for addictions and suicidal habits. I always ponder the question, why are they in here with me? They should be getting assistance immediately. Article 8, Section 1437 indicates, and I quote, therapeutic and preventative services should be available to all youth, as well as quoting again, these essentials should be required, not available, but indeed, you guys contradict yourselves by adding where resources permit. Basically stating if funds aren't available, it's not required. If the initial intention is to rehabilitate youth, we need to consider this mental health crisis. Mental health allows us to have better relationships to grow as an individual. So caging up youth with severe mental health issues only adds to the problem. You have youth who are self-harming, not seeing sunlight, and are continuously getting worse. Where's the solution? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Erin Palacio from Youth Law Center.
I think listening to this last section made me recall that what's sorely missing from all of these regulations is a clear understanding as to how the BSCC staff are going to be reviewing compliance and a direction for how that needs to be done. I'm not suggesting that I don't think the staff want to do it or are doing what they think they can do, but I think it has to be made absolutely clear because from dealing with my own insomnia, I've now reviewed about 4 years worth of records for the inspections and the biennials. And mostly what I see are reviews of policy and not reviews of compliance with that policy. And I do not see enough discussions with young people. I do not see enough reviews of logs. I do not see enough review of video. I do not see enough, frankly, review with compliance as opposed to compliance with writing policies. And I think that there's a number of ways to change that. And one of those ways is for you all to be clear as to what's expected of the BSCC in writing its own regulations. The other thing I have to say is we talk a lot about notice to various individuals and we talk about it like it's very difficult. And I understand that it can be, but I also think it rings a little hollow since people can instantly share even their most useless thoughts with the world. And we carry a computer in our pocket. Right now, I have my children's school, which will notify me of all sorts of things, including like that one of them might have gone to the bathroom, right? In real time over the course of a day. There's ways to make notice. There's applications, there's technology, there's all sorts of things that you can do for notice, both good and bad. Like just let a parent know that their child passed their math test. I mean, these are basic things that most parents have access to and that we can create. And I think actually would probably ease a lot of people's jobs, but we shouldn't not require notice because no one's thought about doing that. And the last thing I will say is I heard talk of what if a young person gets room confinement for their behavior. And I just want to reiterate that that would be illegal because it is not allowed for discipline. So if that is happening anywhere at all, it should be stopped immediately. And I want to be clear, it is happening a lot of places all over the state. So it needs to be dealt with. And I am also hearing talk of people using things that aren't room confinement, but confining children in other parts of facilities that are not technically locked, but not allowing them to participate in anything as a form of discipline. And it is another reason why I think the review of cameras and logs and other things has to be very specific and expected and never should be on notice
Thank
to
you.
the facility.
Up next is Israel Villa from California Alliance for Youth and Community Justice.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, Israel Villa, CYCJ. I think first and foremost, I want to acknowledge and really appreciate all the community that showed up here today, as well as on Zoom. And even more importantly, all these amazing young social justice warriors behind us who came and some of them even shared their pains. Regarding evidence-based program, a couple things. One is a lot of CBOs don't have the resources to make our curriculums evidence-based, however, are the most impactful. Two, I'm well aware, at least for the last 9 years plus, is like how strong CPOC and probation is fighting against transparency and data reporting. However, we hear often evidence-based this, evidence-based that, but until y'all are willing to change that stance and be transparent, it's all anecdotal, you know, like I've been told with our comments sometimes. So I encourage y'all to struggle with that and see how well we can do about more stringent data reporting because it's missing. And again, I'm well aware of Sacramento and the challenges we have there and the strong, very well resource coordinated opposition from some of y'all's end. Real fast regarding the voting, civic engagement. What I can say, this sounds to me like a great opportunity for CBOs to collaborate, to come share the public education with these young folks of how and why civic engagement is important. And I would say that civic engagement and advocacy has been one of the most critical components to my successful reentry after a lifetime of cycling, right? It's very important. It's healing to fight back to these racist systems who have hurt us, to change this racist system, to transform them. And that's what we're here to do. So struggle with it, but hopefully embrace it. You know what you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Christopher Middleton from Youth Law Center.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to talk about section 1390J around education. As we've already referenced, there's a need to make some, well, we recommended as a coalition some revisions. In particular, I want to talk about special education and discipline. We know that nationally that there are a number of young people who are detained in juvenile halls that have disabilities and therefore under the IDEA are entitled to IEPs and other education protections. What we're seeing is that through a lack of tracking data, it's very difficult for us to have a clear picture when kids are missing school, how many of those kids have IEPs. And I think it's important to put into the actual language of Title 15 that denial of education could look like the denial of an IEP. So if your discipline of the young person's behavior is disrupting the IEP that they are entitled to, that is a violation of their education. Those are the important conditions that they need in order to receive an education that they are entitled to. And I think, again, the data collection piece of this is the only way it's going to be successful. We know that young people are not attending school in court schools. We know that through the actions that are taken by the California Attorney General in Los Angeles. We know that from cases that have settled in Los Angeles and Kern County. I could name other counties as well. We know that we have a problem. What we don't know is the degree of the severity. And the only way to get there is to ensure that every facility is tracking this data so we can properly diagnose the problem. Probation has a unique and important responsibility to ensuring that young people are brought to class every day. And until we understand what goes wrong, we cannot ensure that young people are properly educated. This ultimately demonstrates how each working group, their work is going to touch multiple sections. And I hope there's a way to meaningfully incorporate that work despite this group having already conveyed it and kind of deliberated about it today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rashad Wilkinson Williams from Fly.
All right. Let's I'm a first thank you guys for listening for so long. I don't know how you guys do it sitting down for so long. I really appreciate that. I just want to touch on a few things. I just want to ask you guys a question, right? Imagine that you wasn't able to wear some underwear, some linen, and so you had to wear a shirt, right? That's what our youth are doing right now. Like as we speak right now, young women are using their shirts as actual underwear. That's kind of not good, you know. And the bedding there, it's like a small little mattress, you know. It's just it's not good for our youth. Um, and the food there, I've heard my boys say some things about the food. It's kind of a horror story. I don't know how the youth are supposed to like, you know, be youthful when they not having the actual food to eat, you know, actual proper nutrition. So, that's all I wanted to say. I hope you guys have a great day.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carlos Hernandez from Milpa.
First and foremost, I really just wanted to come up and just say I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the great suggestions and comments that were made. Thank you to Meredith for uplifting the due process, because having been incarcerated in juvenile facilities, county jails, and the prison system, having gone through those disciplinary hearings, it's like, you know, what do they call them back in the day? Like kangaroo courts, you know? it's like judge and jury and executioner when you're facing that, when you're facing those hearings, and you kind of get shuffled around in the system when that happens. Like like Meredith was mentioning, just being kicked out of camps is it's something that it's difficult for somebody to get a program going, and and really looking at the deeper root of the problem. I would say, why is this person having a bad day? If this is going to be trauma informed, just being careful with that due process, really looking into it. And also want to acknowledge all the young folks that came out today. Came out here to share their experiences, share their voice, share their traumas. You can see people are still healing from what they went through, and I think that's important to acknowledge. And just thank you for everybody's time today. And these regulations are going to go into effect, and I'm always curious to see how they're going to be implemented. That's always a hard part, right? Policy advocacy is easy. Policy regulations is nice and fun and it's hard work, but implementation is like where we always struggle at. How is this actually going to be implemented in our juvenile facilities with the culture of staff, with the culture of youth as well? Because that's a thing too. And yeah, so I'm just curious, and I hope that we're all able to go back to our respected organizations, departments, and facilities, and try to make best do with what we're building here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Mercedes Parker from California Youth Connection.
Hello, I'm back again. So to be honest, I feel kind of strange requesting restorative justice practices from the so-called justice system, because restorative justice is a core principle. It's something that you have and feel in your heart. It comes organically when you love someone and are in community with them. I don't know if this is something that can be taught to law enforcement entities, but I will keep my fingers crossed. I just want to say that my biggest concern with the topic of discipline and accountability and oversight in general, that implementation is my biggest concern. And so I just want to share this for your consideration. It's estimated that 80% of conflict resolution happens prior to conflict happening. That means staff needs to be trained and prepared to engage with young people in a way that doesn't dehumanize them and centers their healing and progress. That means that this regulatory body needs to be proactive in setting up your staff and administrators to be successful in implementing these regulations. Historically, when the regulatory standards were much lower than what they are now and what is currently being proposed, there was a lack of implementation of these regulations, a lack of compliance with these regulations, and a lack of accountability or investigation when state law is broken. So my question for you all at this table is, how you, as you continue this revision process, how you plan to proactively hold counties accountable to these minimum standards. I also want to say that there were dollars attached to juvenile justice realignment, and that money has consistently been reinvested into law enforcement, not community-based programs that we know support with rehabilitation. So please take that into consideration, especially for SYTF youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jasmine Harris from California Youth Connection.
Hello again and good afternoon. I want to touch on a few different things. One thing Mercedes uplifted that I really appreciated was the idea of restorative justice. I love that it was brought up, that circles were highlighted as a practice that should be implemented in our facilities. And like Mercedes said, it starts before, right? When these circles are only happening when something bad happens, that's not a very good feeling. So how do we have community circles that are happening regularly? So we're building community, we're building trust, we're building buy-in from the youth, we're building interest, we're building passion. Another thing I want to touch on is the idea of values. We all have different values, whether they show up in the way that we show up is not always easy, right? When you have stress at home or you're having mental health issues, you might not show up how you want to show up. And it's also not our job to tell people or youth who to be or how they should show up. I think that we can set a standard. I think we can educate them on the options. I think we should be sitting down and asking them what their values are and how they want to show up in the world, and then encouraging them to do so, right? When we talk about a young person who's locked up for stealing, whether it was food because they were hungry or clothes because they wanted to look good, being in the hall is not going to solve that, right? Being locked up is not going to solve that, when supporting them with access to resources could address that issue, and a conversation maybe about values or maybe about how we want to show up, right? Because if we want to look good, we're not going to get those fresh clothes in the facility, right? So how do we make sure we're on the streets in the community where we want to be, right? Our best selves. And so I think we really want to encourage young people, again, to think for themselves and be a part of the community and value themselves, not what we say they should be or who they should be. Another thing that I really, I'm running out of time. Another thing that I really want to uplift is the idea of incentives. I think that they are really powerful. I think that they're really awesome. I think that they get people excited, and we shouldn't be bribing youth, whether that's in facilities or out. I've seen it many times where probation is a cool resource because I do this and they'll give me this, but it also turns into this like control tactic. It turns into probation being the only place where I know how to get resources, and emotional manipulation being the only way I know how to get attention or get what I need. So I think that again, programs, all these programs we're talking about, for one, we never talked about how it should be enriching and how it should fill the youth soul in their bucket. But with that being said, it shouldn't just be in the facilities, because when they're leaving these facilities, they should already be connected to the community and to these programs and resources, so that again, being in probation or being in trouble is not the only way that they get seen or get help or get supported.
Thank you.
And it's also not promoting recidivism, right? It's not.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Up next is Peter Elias from CAYCJ.
Good evening or afternoon or whatever it is. My time of day is messed up right now. But first off, I want to start off by saying thank you to the ones who were paying attention while people were speaking up here, giving their full undivided attention, while some of you were face deep into your laptops and onto your phones. And that's bothered me this whole time, because throughout this whole public comment, I've been keeping my eyes on every single one of you, watching what everybody was doing, who was paying attention, who was listening, who was actually giving their full undivided attention. And we're talking about youth here. We're talking about lives of youth who are locked up right now. That deserves undivided attention. Your face shouldn't be in your laptop. Your face shouldn't be in your phone. It should be right here on the podium, listening to what people are saying. And if it's on the Zoom call, not looking at your phone or on your computer, listening to what people are saying on the Zoom. When it comes to youth, you need to pay attention. This is youth we're talking about. This is the future generation, the future lives, the future mayors, city council members, just the future in general that we're talking about here. So how can you say you care about youth and you want to do the best for them when you're not paying attention? You should be giving your full undivided attention when talking about youth. That's all I got to say. Thank you. And I appreciate the ones who are paying attention.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jose Ventura from Fresh Lifelines for Youth.
Hello, good afternoon. First and foremost, thank you for everybody's time, for listening to us, and for working on these issues, which are very important. As a formerly incarcerated youth, I spent like 25 to 28% of my life, and I met staff from "I want to help you" to "you can't do nothing, you're just a failure." And it sucks, but with that said, I would like to pass this information to you guys so you guys understand that it's very important to have trained staff and doctors. Doctors helped me and those staff who were trained properly and who offered me that hand and that advice and helped me understand that I had cognitive distortions, that I had negative thoughts, and I needed to replace them with better belief systems. So just want to clarify that and let you know that programming does work. It worked for me. I am an operations manager now, and I know that for a reason you guys are here. I don't know if you guys believe in God. I do, and my faith is very important. For whatever reason it is, you guys are here. You guys have these problems, and something from my role now is that solutions are very valuable. And the bigger the solution you find, the more valuable you are. So I'm pretty sure you guys are here for a reason, and please be valuable to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last public commenter is Rose LaValle from Fly.
I'll keep it brief. But I just like to, congratulate and thank all the youth who participated and shared their expertise So not only just experience, but their expertise. I'd also, kind of urge folks to, really think about, how they haven't experienced this and don't have experience like being in a facility here. Some do, but some don't. Hearing, this talk about room confinement is different from isolation and isn't solitary confinement was really disheartening because, when you haven't experienced that and you haven't lived through that and we're using terms of like this is a timeout. I don't know a timeout that lasts a month like that. But yeah, I just really urge folks to really receive and take in the expertise that youth have shared with you all. I'd really like to uplift like Meredith and Danny, who continually like just uplifted our voices and the data that Fly and ARC put forth. And yeah, thank you all for your time and your consideration. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so thank you for the comments in the room. Do we have any online comments? Seeing no online comments, we want to say thank you to everybody who participated today. An outstanding job today from our folks in all of the public comment. And again, I think it's already been said, but the young people who today came and represented, so many, young people that are both in custody and those who are out and out there really making some big changes and big things in their lives. I want to just say thank you for your participation today. I want to say thank you to all of the ESC today for your work. And we're going to have another meeting. And so but I appreciate you guys hanging in there today, but we'll hear about coming back. All right. Thanks a lot, you guys. Be careful getting home. Yeah, you did a great job.